The university beauty was willing to join me for a couple of training sessions in exchange for a bottle of water. The gorgeous neighbor, once so proud and untouchable, offered something she'd never have dared before, just to keep her husband from starving. All of this happened due to a sudden climate disaster, where temperatures soared above 60 degrees Celsius, and sunlight became deadly. People were trapped in their homes, stripped of water, food, and hope. Meanwhile, my ex-girlfriend's family had already started seeing me as their emergency food supply. But this time, everything was different. After an absurd rebirth, I was given a second chance and an incredible power. I could now freeze anything and store it in my personal spatial dimension. 6 months before the catastrophe, I began constructing the perfect Doomsday shelter. Tons of food, weapons, and resources. I was preparing to become the master of a new world. When the twin sisters next door, weakened by hunger, saw me enjoying a hot meal, they lost the last shred of their pride. Scenes like these became the norm. But this story began long before the chaos. Everything changed the day my girlfriend's family, the people I once considered close, betrayed me in the cruelest way. For the sake of water and food, they killed me. High City. Wei Ming abruptly opened his eyes. He was gasping for air, his entire body drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of water. Shouldn't I be dead? Was it a dream? No, it was definitely not a dream. He had just been murdered by his girlfriend and her family. That gut-wrenching pain was too vivid to be a mere dream. Could it be? He quickly grabbed the phone on the table. The screen lit up, and he saw the date and time. November 3rd, 10:43 a.m. So, it's true. Wei Ming forcibly calmed his turbulent emotions. He had been reborn. Half a year later, the sun would undergo a massive eruption. The sunlight would become unbearably intense, causing global temperatures to soar above 60 degrees C. What's worse, the sunlight would carry mysterious, lethal radiation. Most rivers and lakes would evaporate, and sea levels would drop by several meters. At night, although the deadly sunlight would disappear, corrosive acid rain would fall, capable of dissolving flesh. People would be trapped in their homes. Humanity was on the brink of an apocalypse. Social order would collapse, and people would fight to the death for a bottle of purified water or a piece of bread. Before the apocalypse, Wei Ming had a girlfriend named Zuo King. She had moved to High City with her parents and younger brother to make a living. They rented an apartment, which happened to be in the same neighborhood as Wei Ming. Over time they got to know each other. Although Zuo King was just a waitress with a monthly income of about 5,000 yuan, her spending was far from modest. But that wasn't the main issue. The real problem was that she was a brother sympathizer, someone obsessed with helping her younger brother. She even wanted Wei Ming to give up the apartment he inherited from his parents so her brother could use it as a marital home. Wei Ming was a kind and honest man, but the apartment was his inheritance from his parents, who had died in a traffic accident a year earlier. No matter how much he liked her, he couldn't possibly squander his parents' legacy. As a result, Zuo King kept stringing him along. She neither broke up with him nor agreed to marry him. Laughably, Wei Ming worked tirelessly to satisfy her vanity. In addition to his regular job, he worked as a food delivery driver after hours and on weekends to earn extra money. Yet, having a girlfriend like Zuo King, essentially supporting a family of 4, was draining him. Even with 2 jobs, he couldn't keep up with their demands. Wei Ming seemed bewitched, unable to realize he should have cut his losses. It wasn't until the apocalypse broke out, when Zuo King tricked him into opening his door, that he realized the horrifying truth. He was brutally dismembered alive by Zuo King and her family of 4. Why did they kill him? Because Wei Ming had a habit of stocking up on bottled water. He always kept 3 or 4 cases at home. Zuo King noticed this, and in the apocalypse, clean water became an invaluable resource for survival. To seize it, her family decided to kill him. In reality, if Zuo King had simply asked, Wei Ming's kindness wouldn't have allowed him to refuse sharing his water with her family. But Zuo King thought Wei Ming staying alive would mean one more mouth to feed. So, she chose the most ruthless option, killing him and taking his home for themselves. 4 ungrateful wolves. I'll make you pay in blood. Wei Ming gritted his teeth, his voice as cold and biting as a winter storm. Having died once, his personality had undergone a drastic change. A simp? Never again. Let someone else play that role. He was out for revenge. Bang. Wei Ming. It's just past 10 a.m. and you're already dozing off? If you don't want to work, write your resignation and leave immediately. A voice barked near Wei Ming's ear. Wei Ming looked up to see a seductive young woman, barely 30 years old, standing by his desk. She had just withdrawn her hand after slamming it on the table. Crossing her arms, her posture accentuated her ample chest. It was Liu King, his immediate supervisor and the company's financial manager. She was also considered the company's goddess. Countless men dreamed of her at night. Wei Ming was about to speak but froze. He realized his consciousness was connected to an enormous space. How large was this space? Indescribably vast. As if guided by instinct, Wei Ming slipped his hand into his pocket. With a thought, the mysterious space enveloped his phone. The next second, the phone disappeared from his pocket and floated weightlessly in this bizarre dimension. He had gained a spatial ability. Not only had he been given a second chance at life, but he also possessed a spatial dimension. With half a year left before the apocalypse, how many supplies could he stockpile in this space? Wei Ming! Liu King's voice rose sharply, piercing his eardrums. Write your resignation right now. Immediately, do you hear me? With that, she swayed her curvaceous hips as she strode into her private office, drawing envious stares from many men. His colleagues looked at Wei Ming with sympathetic eyes but none dared to speak. What if Liu King overheard them? Nobody wanted to risk getting fired. Wei Ming smirked, stood up, and headed toward Liu King's office. A man who had already died once, what could possibly scare him now? Besides, with the apocalypse looming in 6 months, all material wealth would soon lose its value. What would matter then? Clean water and food. Wei Ming had half a year to prepare. By the time the apocalypse arrived, his wealth would be unimaginable. When his colleagues saw him enter Liu King's office, they naturally assumed he was going to beg for forgiveness. It made sense, jobs were hard to come by, and this one paid over 8,000 yuan a month, a decent salary. Wei Ming entered Liu King's office and shut the door behind him. Finished your resignation letter so quickly? Liu King sneered. It was clear that Wei Ming couldn't have written it in such a short time. Wei Ming replied calmly. Ever since I joined the company, you've been targeting me. Why? Targeting you? Liu King scoffed. You think you're worth my time? If a score of 60 made a woman passable in looks, Liu King's beauty was easily an 80. She was stunning, with an hourglass figure and a full, enticing bust. Her body alone could score a 90. Who would have thought such a gorgeous woman was a thief? Unbothered, Wei Ming casually pulled a chair and sat down, leisurely observing her. She was indeed captivating, no wonder every man in the company fantasized about her. In his previous life, Wei Ming had been too honest. He hadn't even dared to sneak a glance at this extraordinary beauty. Now, he acted on his whims, reveling in a newfound sense of liberation. To hell with living by the rules. Never again. Sensing his invasive gaze, Liu King crossed her arms over her chest and frowned. You've been slacking off during work hours repeatedly. I'm firing you according to company policy. What's unfair about that? Wei Ming smirked. Tell me why, and I'll write the resignation letter right away. A voluntary resignation would mean no severance pay, unlike being terminated. Are you sure? Liu King raised an eyebrow, surprised but pleased. After all, Wei Ming's negligence at work wasn't enough grounds for termination. Forcing him out could lead to legal complications, but if he resigned voluntarily, it would save her trouble. Yes, Wei Ming nodded. You can even record me saying it. Liu King, ever cautious, pulled out her phone and recorded Wei Ming repeating his promise. Satisfied, she said. Because you look like my ex-boyfriend. What the hell? So that's why she's been making my life miserable. Wei Ming had always assumed he'd offended her somehow. He never imagined the real reason was that he resembled her ex. Her ex must have been a scumbag, and now she was taking it out on me. How unjust. Fine. Now I can toy with you without a shred of guilt. Pen and paper, Wei Ming said as he leaned over her desk, casually starting his resignation letter. As he wrote, he remarked nonchalantly, You've been married to Su Jian for 3 years, haven't you? Liu King froze as if struck by lightning, her expression instantly changing. What nonsense are you spouting? Liu King tried to maintain her composure. Wei Ming chuckled. I even accurately pointed out that you've been married for 3 years. Denying it now is just pointless. Liu King's heart was in turmoil. After a long moment, she managed to steady herself and said, You don't have to resign anymore. I promise I won't target you again. Wei Ming burst into laughter. A man of his word never goes back on what he says? I said I'd resign, and I will. Even if Liu King didn't fire him, he had no intention of staying. The apocalypse was only 6 months away, and he had far too many things to prepare for. Of course, there was no rush, at least not for another hour or two. Maybe 4 or 5 hours, tops. Liu King's heart skipped a beat. Then what do you want? Wei Ming pointed at Liu King. Dream on. Keep dreaming, you delusional fool. Liu King immediately rejected him without hesitation, her tone sharp and merciless. You, a pathetic toad, dare to dream of eating swan meat? Have you even looked in the mirror to see what kind of loser you are, thinking you could have a chance with me? Her face was filled with disdain and disgust. Wei Ming, however, remained unfazed. He stood up, pulled the curtains closed, and locked the door. Liu King started to panic. Wei Ming, this is an office. Don't you dare do anything reckless. If I scream, the people outside will hear me immediately. Wei Ming replied casually. So, you're not afraid of me exposing how you and Su Jian embezzled 30 million yuan from the company? Liu Qing froze as if she had been struck by lightning, her entire body stiffening. Wei Ming sighed inwardly. Liu Qing was the company's financial manager, while Su Jian was in charge of procurement. By all accounts, if the two were married, the company would have required one of them to transfer to a different position. So, the two had hidden their marriage from everyone. Meanwhile, Su Jian had been inflating procurement prices after all, his wife was the one approving the payments. Over 3 years they had pocketed 30 million yuan together. In his past life, the truth had only come out more than 5 months later. Liu King was arrested by the police right at the office, and it wasn't until days later that everyone learned the full story. How? How do you know about this? Liu King stammered, swallowing hard. Her voice was hoarse. Of course Wei Ming wouldn't tell her he had returned from the future. This would become public knowledge in just over 5 months. Instead, he gave a cryptic smile and said, "There's no such thing as a perfect crime. Director Liu. Embezzling 30 million yuan from the company. How many years do you think that carries in prison?" Liu King immediately collapsed into her chair, breathing heavily, her gaze unfocused. Hearing Wei Ming mention her hidden marriage with Su Jian, and the figure of 30 million yuan, Liu King assumed that Wei Ming had concrete evidence. She had no idea he only had surface-level knowledge, and wasn't aware of the exact methods they had used. Wei Ming wasn't in a hurry. He simply sat there, waiting patiently. After a few minutes, Liu King finally composed herself. "How much money do you want?" Wei Ming shrugged. "I don't want money." It wasn't that he didn't like money. On the contrary, he would need a lot of money in the next 6 months to stockpile supplies and build a safe house. But could he afford to take their money? That money was stolen. In just over 5 months, the truth would come to light. If Wei Ming took their money, he would naturally be implicated and end up in jail too. And when the apocalypse arrived, would he just sit and wait to die in prison? This money was untouchable. Liu King frowned, recalling Wei Ming's earlier words. "You're blackmailing me. That's illegal." Wei Ming burst into laughter. "Since when is a one-night stand illegal?" Liu King felt utterly defeated. She wasn't a traditional woman, but before marrying Su Jian, she had only had 2 boyfriends. Even during work social events, she had always kept herself guarded, never allowing anyone to take advantage of her. Sleeping with someone? That was absolutely out of the question. And now Wei Ming, someone she despised and looked down upon, was making such demands. But what choice did she have? If she didn't agree, the embezzlement would be exposed. What to do? How to persuade him? After a moment's hesitation, she said, "Let me think about it." Of course, this was just an excuse. She wanted to discuss countermeasures with Su Jian, how they could silence Wei Ming. Wei Ming shook his head. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" He tapped the desk. "I'll give you 1 minute to decide should I leave or stay? It's up to you." With that, he pulled out his phone and started a stopwatch. The ticking seconds seemed deafening in the otherwise silent room. This was, of course, only Liu King's perception. Wei Ming, by contrast, was calm and relaxed, even crossing one leg over the other as he leaned back comfortably. 30 seconds passed quickly, and Liu King was visibly flustered. Her chest rose and fell with her labored breathing. Wei Ming nearly whistled. He deeply regretted how honest and reserved he had been in his previous life. Letting loose and living freely, this was the way to enjoy life. Damn, do I have a villain's streak in me? Wei Ming mused, surprised by his own thoughts. At the 50-second mark, Liu King finally spoke. "I'll book a hotel room. You go ahead first. I'll need to come up with an excuse to leave the office." "Hey. Another stalling tactic?" Wei Ming shook his head. "No, right here." "What?" Liu King almost screamed but caught herself just in time. She lowered her voice and hissed, "Are you insane? This is the office, my office. People could come in at any moment." Wei Ming shrugged. "I closed the curtains and locked the door. As long as you keep quiet, there won't be a problem." Seeing her wide-eyed stare, he stood up. "If you're unwilling, that's fine. I don't like forcing people." "Don't like forcing people?" You might as well have put a gun to my head. Liu King bit her lip, looking pitiful and helpless. But Wei Ming felt no sympathy. This woman had been utterly despicable, constantly abusing her power to make his life miserable, nitpicking over trivial things, and treating him with disdain and contempt. And had he ever wronged her? No. Her hatred stemmed purely from the fact that he resembled her ex-boyfriend. Now that he held leverage over her, she suddenly played the victim, hoping for his mercy? Everyone must face the consequences of their actions. Wei Ming turned to leave. Wait. Liu King called out in a trembling voice. She gripped the hem of her sweater and hesitated before lifting it slightly. I agree. I'll do it. Wei Ming sat back down and played some music on his phone. Let's have some music to set the mood. What am I? A karaoke hostess? Liu King nearly exploded with anger again, but with her secret in Wei Ming's hands, she had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, jail awaited her. Resigned, she swayed to the rhythm of the music, slowly lifting her sweater inch by inch. Wei Ming watched, amused. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door, startling them both. Director Liu, there's a document that needs your signature. A female voice called from outside. Liu King immediately felt as though she had been rescued. She quickly pulled her sweater back down. Wei Ming, unbothered, chuckled as he went to open the door. Standing outside was their co-worker, Xiao Lai, looking curiously at the scene. Xiao Lai's face was full of curiosity. A locked door. Closed windows. What were those two doing in there? Moreover, she noticed a hint of panic on Liu King's face, which only made her more curious. Leaning against the door, Wei Ming didn't leave, and Liu King didn't dare to force him out. Instead, she turned to Xiao Li and asked, "Where's the document?" Xiao Li hurriedly handed it over. Liu King glanced at it briefly and signed her name. After signing the document, Liu King quickly dismissed Xiao Li. However, a part of her secretly hoped that the interruption would deter Wei Ming from doing anything rash in the office. Even though Xiao Li had countless questions in her mind, she could only leave reluctantly, taking her time to walk away. You can't keep acting recklessly, Wei Ming, Liu King warned him immediately. Wei Ming smiled and said, I'll wait for you in the underground parking lot. You'd better show up within 10 minutes. Otherwise, he waved his phone, I'll call Mr. Kang. Mr. Kang was the company's general manager. Of course, Wei Ming didn't have his number. This was just a bluff to scare Liu King. Liu King didn't dare to take the gamble. Her last shred of hope dissipated, and she could only bite her lip and nod. Wei Ming left his resignation letter behind, with only 4 simple words: I quit. He had nothing to pack, so he went straight to the underground parking lot and waited by an Audi. On the way there, Wei Ming kept experimenting with his newfound superpower. Of course, the parking lot had surveillance cameras, so he didn't dare to test it too conspicuously. Placing his hand on the Audi, he focused his thoughts. The invisible space enveloped the car, and with another thought, he could have stored the entire car into the dimensional space. Could he store something even bigger? Wei Ming placed his hand on a pillar, activating the spatial ability. However, it failed to encapsulate the column because it was part of the building. How could he possibly store an entire structure from the inside? Nevertheless, Wei Ming soon discovered a second application of his spatial power. He could open a portal around himself. Invisible and intangible, only he could sense it. This portal connected directly to the dimensional space. Let's call it the gate of space. What would happen if someone walked into this gate and entered the dimensional space? Wei Ming certainly wasn't going to test it on himself. Maybe he'd buy a fish or some crayfish later for experimentation. There was no rush. He began planning his next steps. First, he needed to make money to build a secure safe house, something incredibly sturdy and with excellent insulation. Then he needed supplies, with food and water being the most critical. Beyond that, he'd want clothing, computers, a movie library, and a game library. But where would the money come from? A lottery ticket? Unfortunately, he'd never played the lottery before. Even after being reborn, he couldn't remember any winning numbers. And even if he did, what if the numbers turned out differently this time? Wait. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Wei Ming. Today was November 3rd, and tomorrow, the World Cup would begin in the Middle East. While he wasn't an avid football fan, he had watched all the group stage matches in his previous life and remembered the scores clearly. He could bet on football. Would the mysterious forces of the East somehow influence match results in the Middle East? Moreover, regular lottery betting didn't attract many participants. Even hitting the jackpot might only yield a few million yuan. But during the World Cup, the betting pool for football matches would swell dramatically. If he bet on 100 tickets, it was very likely he could win hundreds of millions. It was worth a try. After all, 100 tickets would only cost 200 yuan. Just then, he heard the sound of high heels clicking. Wei Ming looked toward the elevator entrance and saw Liu Qing walking over, swaying her curvaceous hips and slender waist. TSKSK, her figure really was stunning, perhaps not much worse than Zuo Qingqing's? But what about after the apocalypse? Once he had countless supplies, wouldn't any woman he desired be his for the asking? Wei Ming, I'm begging you. I'll give you 5 million yuan. With that money, you can keep young and beautiful girls as mistresses, Liu Qing pleaded, making one last effort. Too bad I can't take your money. Besides, I already have a way to make money, and in 6 months, what use will money be? It wouldn't even make good toilet paper. Wei Ming studied the beauty in front of him like a predator observing its prey. Arrogant and domineering in the past, Liu Qing had bossed him around and nitpicked over trivial matters. Wei Ming had fantasized about getting back at her more than once. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. How could he let it slip? Liu Qing cursed him inwardly, but there was nothing she could do. She reluctantly opened the car door and got into the back seat. Sometime later, Wei Ming left the company in high spirits. He didn't bother pestering Liu Qing further, it wasn't necessary. She had already taken one step back, and stepping back once meant she'd retreat 100, even 1,000 steps. In the future, he could simply call on her directly. He could even bring her into his safe house after the apocalypse and do whatever he pleased with her. However, bringing Liu Qing into his safe house would be challenging. Unless he was absolutely certain, Wei Ming wouldn't risk compromising his future. For now, he decided not to waste any more time on her. What he needed most was to fully understand the capabilities of the dimensional space. On his way home, he stopped by a market to buy some live fish and 2 kilograms of crayfish. Not for eating but for experimentation. Back home, he locked the door. He was alone. The experiments began. The process was tedious, but Wei Ming remained focused and showed no impatience. At noon, he ordered takeout, then continued his research in the afternoon. By evening, he had gained a preliminary understanding. If he wanted to store an object by enveloping it in the dimensional space, he had to first completely encapsulate it. How big could the object be? Enveloping the entire planet was obviously impossible. However, Wei Ming believed it would be no problem to envelop all of China, and the process would take just 1 or 2 seconds. The problem was the concept of encapsulation. He couldn't isolate a single country within the planet, and thus, couldn't store it. Similarly, he couldn't store an entire building unless he removed its foundation. As long as the object was an independent entity, it could be stored. Additionally, he had to use his right hand to make contact. Other parts of his body wouldn't work. Furthermore, living creatures could also be stored. He could touch a living being, envelop it in the dimensional space, and store it. Alternatively, he could open the gate of space and let the creature walk in, or he could push or throw it inside. However, the gate of space was only 3x3 meters in size. Anything larger couldn't be stored. That said, living creatures could only survive inside the space for a maximum of 1 minute. Wei Ming could use his consciousness to observe everything within the space and manipulate objects inside. For instance, if he stored a table, he could easily disassemble it, even smash it to pieces, with no effort. Retrieving items was just as simple a mere thought. Finally, gritting his teeth, Wei Ming pressed his right hand against his chest and stored himself in the dimensional space. He had to figure out if this could save his life in critical moments. His vision went dark, and he found himself in another space. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. However, his consciousness enveloped the entire space, as though he were a god within it, omniscient and omnipotent. The next moment, Wei Ming reappeared in his home, gasping for air. Wei Ming entered the dimensional space again. This time, he didn't rush to leave. Why couldn't living creatures survive here for more than 1 minute? He examined himself and was astonished to find that his consciousness allowed him to observe his body internally, down to the cellular level. The state of his muscles, the activity of his organs, everything was instantly reflected in his mind. He even felt capable of performing surgery on himself. Of course, that wasn't the point. The key discovery was that his blood had stopped circulating, and his heart had stopped beating. It was as though time had frozen. Or rather, there was no concept of time within the dimensional space. Was this why living beings couldn't survive here for more than a minute? It didn't seem entirely accurate. Wei Ming brought another crayfish into the space, but this time he left himself in his room, observing the crayfish through his consciousness. While he felt like a god within the dimensional space, he wasn't about to gamble with his life. If he were to drop dead after 60 seconds, wouldn't that be absurdly tragic? 58 seconds. 59. 60. Wei Ming didn't notice any changes in the crayfish. There was no passage of time here, so nothing could occur. Whether it was in the space for 1 second or a billion years, it made no difference. However, when he retrieved the crayfish, he found it dead. At 59 seconds, it was still lively and jumping around. At 60 seconds, it was lifeless. Curious. Wei Ming decided not to dwell on this too much. As long as he knew the limitation, that was enough. He resolved never to stay in the dimensional space for a full minute himself. The use of the gate of space proved particularly interesting. While the maximum size was 3x 3 meters, the gate would stop expanding if it encountered an obstacle. It could be placed up to 5 meters away from Wei Ming, and could even open through walls, even several walls. To test further, Wei Ming stored a cup of hot water and a leftover popsicle from his freezer. After several hours, he retrieved them. The water was still boiling hot, and the popsicle remained frozen solid. This further confirmed that there was no passage of time within the dimensional space. Wei Ming couldn't help but smile. Perfect. Now, it was time to make plans. He had confirmed that objects stored in the dimensional space would retain their properties. Boiling water would remain boiling, and frozen items would stay frozen. So, what if he prepared a large supply of ice? When the apocalypse struck, ice wouldn't just help with cooling, it could also provide drinking water and water for cleaning as it melted. At the onset of the apocalypse, power systems wouldn't immediately collapse, but temperatures would soar to 60°C. Most air conditioners wouldn't function in such extreme heat. Even at night, when temperatures dropped to the 40s, air conditioners might work, but indoor temperatures would still hover above 35°C, unbearably hot, though not deadly. But what if he built a super insulated shelter and used ice to cool it? How did ancient emperors beat the summer heat? They stored ice collected in winter and placed it inside hollow copper columns to cool their palaces. It was essentially an ancient air conditioning system, and it didn't blow cold air directly, avoiding joint problems. So, his next steps were clear: build an insulated safehouse and stockpile ice. He didn't know how many years the apocalypse would last, so he had to prepare for the long haul. The more ice, the better. An idea suddenly lit up Wei Ming's eyes. Why not aim big and harvest the polar ice caps? Both poles were covered in snow and ice, effectively forming a single massive entity. This meant that if he reached any part of the ice sheet and made contact, he could theoretically store the entire glacier. In reality, most of the planet's ice was concentrated in Antarctica. If time permitted, he'd harvest the ice from both poles. If not, he'd focus on Antarctica. After hastily eating dinner, Wei Ming dashed out. Where to? To buy football lottery tickets. There were plenty of lottery shops scattered across the city, and Wei Ming quickly found one. For this year's World Cup group stage, only 14 matches were available for betting. Relying on his memory, he selected the outcomes for all 14 games and bought 99 tickets, the maximum allowed. The total prize pool for first place was 45% of the lottery's funds, with a single ticket's maximum payout capped at 5 million yuan. If enough people participated, Wei Ming estimated he could rake in nearly 500 million yuan. Of course, Wei Ming wasn't that greedy. He just needed enough money to build and modify his safe house. What about food? Since he planned to visit the poles to collect ice, he might as well swing by North and South America for some free shopping to stock up on supplies. Grabbing some firearms along the way wouldn't hurt either. Still, traveling to the Americas would require caution. Getting shot wouldn't exactly be fun. But if he did get shot, could the dimensional space heal him? That was easy enough to test. He used a crayfish again, first pulling off one of its legs. Then, he placed it in the dimensional space. With a thought, he retrieved the crayfish and its leg was reattached, good as new, moving as if nothing had happened. This meant that as long as Wei Ming wasn't instantly killed, he could use the dimensional space to heal himself instantly and completely. Great, that solved the safety issue. Wei Ming headed to an empty construction site to practice using the gate of space. Although the gate couldn't actively pull enemies inside, it could trap them if they stepped into it. Moreover, with quick enough reflexes, Wei Ming could even intercept bullets. His goal was to speed up the opening and closing of the gate. He also devised a new weapon. He threw a rock into the dimensional space. Since objects retained their state, the rock's momentum was preserved. When he needed it, he could open the gate and release the rock. The sudden appearance of a high-velocity rock could easily injure someone. Then, Wei Ming refined his idea. Couldn't he position the gate of space 5 meters above him, drop the rocks to accelerate them, then recapture them 5 meters below? This would increase their velocity by adding 10 meters of free fall. What if he repeated this process? While air resistance would prevent the objects from reaching bullet speed, they'd still be far deadlier than a professional athlete's shot put. In addition to rocks, Wei Ming used rebar as makeshift javelins, sharpening their tips for maximum lethality. He trained until midnight. Exhausted, he finally went home and collapsed into bed. At around 4 a.m., Wei Ming woke up drenched in sweat. He had dreamt of being tortured by Zuo King and her family. His rage nearly boiled over, but he forced himself to calm down. It wasn't time for revenge yet. 6 months. It was only 6 months. Wei Ming fell back asleep and woke up at 7 a.m., his biological clock nudging him awake. Normally he'd get ready for work, but then he remembered he'd quit yesterday. Why bother? He slept in. When he woke again, it was past 10 a.m. He lounged in bed for a bit longer before ordering takeout, combining breakfast and lunch into one meal. He continued practicing with the gate of space. By evening, he could open the gate to any desired position within 0.1 seconds and instantly store himself in the dimensional space to evade attacks. Practice made perfect. Wei Ming started feeling bored. Building the safe house and harvesting polar ice couldn't begin until he had money. The 14 matches he bet on wouldn't conclude for another 4 days. Until then, he could only wait. Or could he? Wei Ming picked up his phone and sent a message via WeChat 8 p.m. At the Jinlin Hotel. Don't be late. Then he left home. Somewhere in the city. Liu King was having dinner with her husband when she saw a WeChat notification pop up. When she saw the sender's name, her face paled. Seizing a moment when her husband wasn't paying attention, she replied, "Don't push your luck. Your choice. Face the consequences if you don't come." Liu King frowned deeply before telling Sujian, "Honey, Huan got drunk again. I need to go check on her." Huan was her close friend, notorious for getting drunk and calling Liu King for help. Sujian, used to this, didn't suspect a thing. "Want me to come with you?" he asked. No. Liu King waved him off, grabbed her car keys and left. Wei Ming arrived at the Jinlin Hotel. He chose it for its proximity to his home, allowing him to walk there. After booking a room, he sent Liu King the room number and waited leisurely. Liu King not showing up? Impossible. Once someone crossed their bottom line, they'd inevitably keep retreating. The moment Liu King entered the parking lot yesterday, she had already surrendered control to Wei Ming. Smiling, Wei Ming retrieved several pairs of stockings from the dimensional space and laid them on the bed. Tonight he'd make Liu King wear them one by one just so he could rip them apart. At 7:57 p.m., there was a soft knock at the door. Wei Ming peeked through the peephole. Standing outside was none other than Liu King. He chuckled to himself. Wei Ming was very cautious, first confirming that Liu King hadn't brought anyone with her. Of course, Liu King wouldn't dare bring anyone. What would be the point? Did she want the matter of the 30 million yuan theft to become more widely known? Still, there was no harm in being careful. Once he confirmed Liu King was alone, Wei Ming finally opened the door and let her in. As Liu King walked in, she said, "You can't keep harassing me over and over. You need to promise me that this will be the last time. Otherwise, go ahead and call the police." Wei Ming smiled slightly and pulled out his phone, showing her the itinerary he had booked on Haizhu Travel. Liu King froze in shock. "You're going to Antarctica?" She was genuinely baffled. A trip to Antarctica wasn't cheap. Wei Ming's booking, which included landings on the continent, cost over 180,000 yuan and would take at least 2 months. So, has he gone crazy? Wei Ming replied, "That's right. Before I leave for Antarctica, you'll need to be at my beck and call. After that I won't bother you anymore." Liu King hesitated for only a moment before agreeing. "You have to promise." "I promise," Wei Ming said casually, though he sneered inwardly. This woman had tormented him for 3 years and trampled on his dignity during that time. How could he let her off so easily? "Go and put those on." He pointed at the stockings. Liu King cursed him silently, but her sunk cost was already too high. Just by coming here she had shown her intent to placate Wei Ming. There was no way she could back out over something so minor. Wei Ming watched her change into the stockings. Yesterday the lighting in the car had been too dim to properly appreciate her. Curves in all the right places. Her figure was stunning. As he admired her, he chuckled and said, "You know there are plenty of guys at the office fantasizing about you, right?" "Of course I know," Liu King replied with a smug, disdainful smile. Pathetic toads dreaming of eating swan meat. She abruptly paused, her face flushing red. Wasn't Wei Ming the toad in her eyes? And now, here he was, playing with her. Wei Ming burst out laughing. "How did you get your position anyway? Did you sleep your way up?" Liu King glared at him furiously. I'm not some prostitute. I'd never stoop so low as to sell myself for a promotion. I graduated from the best university in High City, and my professional abilities speak for themselves. Oh, is that so? Yet you and your husband managed to embezzle 30 million yuan from the company and kept it under wraps for years. I wonder how the company eventually found out. Wei Ming grinned as he admired this proud and voluptuous beauty. Guess I got lucky then. If I told everyone at the office that I'd slept with the untouchable company goddess, how jealous do you think they'd be? Some of the guys have even joked about pinning you down one day, saying it'd be worth the 3 to 5 years in prison. Too bad they didn't have the guts, he added with a smirk. The next day, Wei Ming slept in until 10 a.m. He got up, enjoyed a leisurely buffet breakfast at the hotel, and strolled home. Having stayed up all night, he was surprised at how energetic he still felt. Was his physical condition always this good? Absolutely not. So, his rebirth had even enhanced his physical abilities. That was great news. Out of curiosity, Wei Ming visited a gym and underwent a fitness assessment. The results shocked the trainer. She claimed that his physical capabilities, explosive power and endurance were at the peak of human potential. But Wei Ming's prior lifestyle had been anything but active. His 9-to-5 job, followed by part-time delivery work, kept him sitting most of the time. He had never had the chance to exercise regularly. This had to be a perk of being reborn. Well, it makes sense. I'm essentially a superhuman now, an evolved being. Reaching peak physical condition is only natural. While the trainer was impressed, she had no reason to persuade him to sign up for a membership. Instead, she asked if he was interested in working as a coach. Wei Ming politely declined. Back home, Wei Ming continued practicing with the Gate of Space, and even came up with some new weapons. That evening, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Wei Ming's lips curled into a cold, murderous smile. It was Zuo King. The moment he answered, Zuo King's angry voice came through. Wei Ming. You didn't call or message me yesterday and today is the same. Are you trying to break up with me? Let me tell you, plenty of guys are lining up to date me. If you don't cherish me, someone else will. She paused before adding, one of my coworkers bought a gorgeous bag today. It's only 20,000 yuan. If you buy me one, I might consider forgiving you. Hey. Keep dreaming. Wei Ming snorted. Fine. Let's break up. He hung up without hesitation. With half a year until the apocalypse, he had plenty of time to slowly deal with this woman and her despicable family. On the other end of the line, Zuo King stared at her phone in disbelief. Wei Ming had hung up on her? How dare he? And he had even agreed to break up. Zuo King couldn't wrap her head around it. In the past, every time she mentioned breaking up, Wei Ming would bend over backward to appease her except for giving her brother his apartment as a marital home. But today she hadn't even pushed the matter, and he had agreed so easily? Was he out of his mind? No. This must be his way of trying to make her anxious and regain the upper hand. She wasn't going to fall for it. She was confident that Wei Ming would come crawling back within days, wagging his tail like the simpering dog he was. That night, Wei Ming didn't bother contacting Liu King. Although his physical abilities were astonishing, he knew better than to overindulge. Lust could be as sharp as a knife, draining both body and soul. He decided to let Liu King rest for a day and pick things back up tomorrow. A new day arrived. The 4 World Cup matches played last night had yielded shocking upsets, ruining countless bets and sending gamblers to rooftops. But Wei Ming remained calm and composed, knowing the results exactly as they had happened. In just 2 more match days, he'd be able to claim his winnings. That evening, Wei Ming messaged Liu King again. See you at the usual spot. Because Wei Ming had promised to leave her alone after his trip to Antarctica, Liu King was doing her best to cooperate, fearing he might change his mind and refuse to let her off the hook. She immediately replied, on my way. Sure enough, she arrived at the hotel before 8 p.m. The next day, Wei Ming slept in again until 10 a.m. Whether Liu King managed to catch up on her sleep was, of course, none of his concern. After having a buffet breakfast at the hotel, Wei Ming headed home. Just as he was about to enter his apartment, the door of the neighboring unit opened. Out walked a stunningly beautiful woman, elegantly dressed. Her looks were on par with Liu King's, though her figure was slightly less impressive, only a cup. However, she was about 5 centimeters taller than Liu King, standing nearly 170 cm tall without heels, with long legs that were undeniably eye-catching. This woman was Mai Xiaolu, a newlywed of fewer than 3 months. However, she had clashed with Wei Ming no fewer than 20 times. Strictly speaking, it wasn't so much a clash as it was her repeatedly humiliating him. Why? Because one day she saw Wei Ming wearing a food delivery uniform, realizing he worked part-time as a delivery driver. Ever since then, she had relentlessly mocked him whenever they crossed paths, even demanding that Wei Ming sell his apartment and move out. Her reasoning? A low-quality, low-class person like him living there would lower property values. Was that even something a decent person would say? In his previous life, Wei Ming had been not only honest but also conflict-averse. When she hurled insults at him, he would simply retreat to his apartment, ignore her remarks, and carry on with his delivery work. But Mai Xiaolu only escalated her behavior. Every time she saw Wei Ming, her sharp tongue spewed increasingly cruel comments. Wei Ming sometimes wondered how someone so beautiful could have such a vicious mouth. Sure enough, when Mai Xiaolu saw him, her expression immediately turned disdainful. She frowned and said, "Why haven't you moved out yet?" In his past life, Wei Ming would have silently unlocked his door and ignored her. But now, after being reborn, his personality had undergone a complete transformation. The submissive, easily bullied Wei Ming was long gone. He stared brazenly at Mai Xiaolu's attractive face and said calmly, "This is my home. Why should I move? A filthy delivery driver like you belongs in the slums. Living here drags down the caliber of the other residents and lowers property values," Mai Xiaolu sneered. She even pulled a mask out of her handbag and put it on, as if she were worried Wei Ming carried some kind of foul odor. This was outright humiliation. Wei Ming smirked. "I live here, and I have no plans to move. If you find that unacceptable, maybe you should move. You low-life delivery driver, how dare you talk to me like that?" Mai Xiaolu reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, nearly jumping out of her skin. She was furious. In the past, Wei Ming had always been so meek, tolerating her insults without retaliation. But now, he was actually talking back. Was he out of his mind? Wei Ming suddenly smiled. "Fine. If you agree to one condition, I'll consider selling the apartment." Huh. Mai Xiaolu was momentarily stunned, then felt it was only natural. Wei Ming was still the same old pushover. "Speak," she said, adopting her usual condescending tone. Wei Ming's smile turned wicked. "Spend a night with me." Mai Xiaolu's face turned beet red. She flew into a rage and lunged at Wei Ming, claws aimed at his face. "You disgusting pig. You really think a filthy toad like you could eat swan meat?" But Wei Ming simply gave her a slight push, causing her to stumble back several steps. That's when Mai Xiaolu completely lost it. Wei Ming's push had landed squarely on her chest, and she could even feel him deliberately squeeze. She had been groped by this filthy, low-class delivery driver. "You're dead. Dead," Mai Xiaolu shouted. She didn't dare attack him again. What if Wei Ming really acted on his lust and assaulted her? The humiliation of being touched by such a man would haunt her forever, even if Wei Ming were executed for it. She immediately fled back to her apartment and called the police. Wei Ming, however, chuckled to himself. That squeeze just now? Entirely intentional. But he knew the positions of the security cameras. The footage would only show him pushing Mai Xiaolu away. She had lunged at his face, and his push was clearly an act of self-defense. See? He hadn't even hit her. All he'd done was push her away. How gentlemanly of him. Go ahead and call the cops. Still, although Mai Xiaolu wasn't particularly well endowed, her C-cup figure had a nice feel, firm and springy. It was almost intriguing. The police arrived quickly. Within 15 minutes, 2 officers knocked on Wei Ming's door. Wei Ming opened the door and calmly explained the situation. He didn't exaggerate or add a single detail, as there was no need. He had been entirely in the right, and even the push at the end was a reasonable act of self-defense. He hadn't used excessive force, and the cameras wouldn't show any evidence of him groping her. "Oh, by the way," Wei Ming added, "there are security cameras at the entrance. The property management installed them. You can check the footage." The 2 officers exchanged glances and told Wei Ming to wait while they went to retrieve the footage. About 20 minutes later, they returned with updates for both Wei Ming and Mai Xiaolu. To Wei Ming, they apologized for the inconvenience. To Mai Xiaolu, they issued a warning not to waste valuable police resources. Mai Xiaolu was still indignant, but the officers showed her the footage on their phones. "See for yourself." Mai Xiaolu was livid. That filthy delivery driver was so cunning. The cameras hadn't captured his wandering hands. But the police had already determined this was a minor incident and warned her accordingly. What could she do now to punish Wei Ming? Her anger boiled over, leaving her frustrated and powerless. Little did she know that the Wei Ming of today was no longer the spineless pushover she used to bully at will. What had he done to provoke her, Anyway, just because she thought his job wasn't prestigious enough, she felt entitled to insult and demean him? Actions have consequences. As an adult, if you make a mistake, you face the repercussions. No excuses. Of course, the consequence Wei Ming had in mind wouldn't involve physical violence. Well, maybe it could still be called a stick, in a sense. He didn't need to do anything now. When the apocalypse arrived, all he'd have to do was offer her a bottle of water, and she'd strip willingly. While Wei Ming wasn't the type to hold a grudge over minor slights, he was no longer the type to turn the other cheek either. You humiliated me, so I'll humiliate you. An eye for an eye. That's how things should be. Otherwise, what was the point of being reborn? The police handled the situation impartially. Without evidence, there was no way they could detain Wei Ming. However, Mai Xiaolu wasn't about to let it go. That evening, when her husband Guo-hai came home, she exaggerated the events of the afternoon as she recounted them to him. Naturally, she emphasized Wei Ming's shamelessness and claimed he had intended to molest her, though she stopped short of admitting he'd actually groped her. After all, being groped by someone like Wei Ming, a so-called lowlife, was something she was too ashamed to admit unless it could result in his conviction. She told the police everything, but she deliberately omitted this detail when speaking to her husband. Upon hearing her story, Guo-hai flew into a rage. He stormed out of their apartment and pounded on Wei Ming's door. Wei Ming opened the door, and Guo-hai barged in, reaching out to grab Wei Ming's shirt. But did Wei Ming let him succeed? With a single motion, Wei Ming deflected Guo-hai's hand and countered by grabbing Guo-hai by the collar. With a burst of strength, he lifted the 175 cm man off the ground one-handed. Gavel. When Mai Xiaolu arrived moments later, she was just in time to witness this scene. Naturally, she screamed, "Let go of my husband. Put him down." But Wei Ming ignored her. Instead, he looked coldly at Guo-hai and said, "I don't recall ever offending you, but your wife has humiliated me time and again. And today I push back just a little, and suddenly I'm a villain beyond redemption?" Seeing this, Mai Xiaolu rushed over and tried to pry Wei Ming's hand away to save her husband. However, Wei Ming simply extended his other hand and lifted her up as well. His physical strength was indeed terrifying. Holding an adult man and woman in each hand, he felt completely at ease. In fact, he thought he could probably handle even more weight. "If you harass me again, I won't be so polite next time." Wei Ming carried both of them to the doorway. Then, with a flick of his wrists, he released them. Thud, thud. The pair landed on the ground, sitting awkwardly as they winced in pain. Bang. Wei Ming slammed the door shut. The sound felt like a slap to their faces, leaving the couple utterly humiliated. "What do we do now?" Mai Xiaolu asked, her confidence visibly shaken. After all, the first time Wei Ming had only pushed her away. But this time, he had lifted both of them off the ground like it was nothing. If they provoked him further and he lost control, what if he ended up killing them? Her fear intensified. As a beautiful woman, the thought of being violated by Wei Ming before being killed horrified her even more. The mere idea of being disgraced in such a way was unbearable. Mai Xiaolu's personality was one of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. In the past, she had relentlessly insulted Wei Ming because he seemed like an easy target. But now that Wei Ming had fought back and displayed terrifying strength, she was immediately cowed. Guo-hai, on the other hand, was furious and ashamed. He shot his wife a venomous glare. If it weren't for her provoking Wei Ming, would he have been humiliated like this? "Should we call the police?" Mai Xiaolu suggested tentatively. "Call the police? Are you stupid?" Guo-hai barked. "We barged into his home. All he did was throw us out. Do you want the police to come and arrest us instead?" Mai Xiaolu couldn't believe her ears. "Are you seriously yelling at me? Are you seriously this dumb?" Guo-hai retorted, still fuming. Angry and frustrated, Mai Xiaolu stormed back into their apartment, slamming the door behind her. Bang! The door hit Guo-hai squarely in the face as he followed her, making him yelp in pain. Fortunately, the door had a fingerprint lock. Guo-hai, clutching his nose, unlocked it and entered. Bang! He slammed the door shut behind him, and the couple immediately started arguing loudly enough that Wei Ming next door could faintly make out bits of their shouting. Wei Ming couldn't help but grin. Was that the end of it? Of course not. What had he done to deserve being insulted by Mai Xiaolu in the first place? All because she thought his job wasn't prestigious enough, she felt entitled to humiliate and demean him. Actions have consequences. Right now, killing someone was still illegal. But in 6 months, that would no longer be the case when society collapsed. No one would care. No, by then all Wei Ming would have to do was offer a bottle of water, and Guo Hai would be groveling at his feet, calling him dad. As for Mai Xiaolu, she'd strip willingly for the same. For now, Wei Ming's priority was to strengthen himself. When the time came, he wanted to be able to crush any threat decisively, ensuring his own safety. Finding a good doctor would be nearly impossible in the apocalypse. Wei Ming continued honing his skills with the Gate of Space. It was both a weapon and a powerful defensive tool, its effectiveness dependent entirely on his mastery. One night passed. Checking the results of the day's matches, Wei Ming saw that 4 games had concluded. Only one had been an upset, but it was a massive one. Many gamblers had likely lost everything, as the match had seemed like a guaranteed win on paper, yet it had turned out to be a shocking loss. Tomorrow, Wei Ming could collect his winnings. He had already selected his safe house and chosen contractors for the modifications. Once the money was in his account, he could start the project immediately. The entire day, Wei Ming practiced controlling the Gate of Space. This was a matter of life and death. If he planned to shop for free in certain countries, he couldn't afford to get taken out by stray bullets. That evening, Wei Ming messaged Liu King again, "See you at the usual spot." Liu King, showing surprising tact, didn't reply. However, just 10 minutes later she called him instead. "Stop texting me in the future. What if my husband sees? Let's just agree on the next time and place." "No problem," Wei Ming said, not bothering to argue over something so trivial. As he waited for Liu King, Wei Ming took out a condom from his pocket. It had a specific purpose. Early in the morning, Wei Ming went to the lottery center. To claim his winnings, he presented his ID card and lottery tickets. After verification, the staff proceeded with the prize disbursement process. As expected, thanks to the World Cup, the number of people buying lottery tickets had skyrocketed, pushing the prize pool to 600 million yuan. For the 14-match result lottery, 64% of the sales revenue went into the prize pool, with 70% of that allocated to the first prize, a total of over 268.8 million yuan. This time there were 105 first prize winners, with each ticket worth 2.56 million yuan. Wei Ming held 99 winning tickets, giving him a total of 253.44 million yuan. After taxes, the amount deposited into his account was 202.75 million yuan. Wei Ming decided to donate the leftover change, rounding it down to a clean 200 million yuan. 200 million yuan. This was far beyond Wei Ming's expectations. He had anticipated a maximum of 100 million, with a baseline of 50 million, which would have been enough to buy the property he wanted and begin renovations immediately. After leaving the lottery center, Wei Ming went straight to the real estate agency near his neighborhood. The property he wanted to buy was a villa in his own residential complex. Why his own neighborhood? Well, why not? Sure, building a villa in a remote location would be safer, but even if Wei Ming prepared countless entertainment options, spending his life just playing games and watching movies, how boring would that be? What was the point of becoming stronger if not to face conflicts with confidence? Besides, if he lived far away, how could he get revenge on Zhuo Qingqing and her family? Unless he destroyed that entire family, he wouldn't find peace. Wei Ming had done his research. There were 3 villas in the complex, one of which was listed for sale at 25 million yuan. It had 3 above-ground floors, and a basement that served as a garage connected to the underground parking lot of the complex. The total area was 480 square meters, although the deed listed only 360 square meters, excluding the garage, which was a bonus. At roughly 70,000 yuan per square meter, it wasn't particularly expensive for High City. Wei Ming quickly signed the agreement with the seller, paid 30% up front, and requested the keys that very day. The seller agreed without hesitation. Next, Wei Ming contacted a renovation contractor. Within an hour, the contractor Xie Bing arrived at the villa, measured all the dimensions, and obtained the building plans. He then asked about Wei Ming's renovation requirements. First, make it as sturdy as possible, impervious to explosions. Second, ensure top-notch insulation. Like those old bicycle coolers that kept popsicles frozen even in the summer heat. Lastly, use the best materials possible while meeting these conditions. Xie Bing was stunned. You're really going all out. What are you preparing for, a war? But even if a war broke out, what good would such a renovation do? Could it withstand missiles? A nuclear bomb? Still, the customer is always right. If Wei Ming wanted it built like a tomb, as long as the money was there, Xie Bing wouldn't question it. Then came the critical question, the timeline. About 8 months, Xie Bing estimated. Wei Ming shook his head. Too long. Bing frowned. 5 months, but it'll cost you more. Wei Ming calculated. With 25 days left after the renovation, he'd still have time before the apocalypse hit. It was doable. Deal. The cost will be 30 million, Bing said. Wei Ming gave him a skeptical look. Bing quickly explained. That's a fair price, mainly because of the rush timeline. Otherwise, I could have saved you at least 5 million. Wei Ming pressed his hand against the table and asked, for 30 million, can you guarantee the best materials? Huh? Bing was taken aback. Wei Ming wasn't questioning the price but whether the materials would be good enough. Laughing, Bing reassured him, don't worry. 30 million is more than enough to use the best materials. While I can't promise it'll withstand missiles, I guarantee no amount of C4 will breach the walls. If it does, feel free to tell everyone in Hai City I'll quit this business. Wei Ming finally smiled. Good. The two signed the contract. Wei Ming paid 10 million upfront so Bing could purchase the materials. Once the walls, ventilation and insulation were done, they discussed the finer details. After seeing Bing off, Wei Ming prepared for the property transfer, which had to be completed before his trip to Antarctica. Time was tight. Around 6 p.m., Wei Ming noticed the elevator doors opening. Hai stepped out. When he saw Wei Ming's open door, he froze momentarily before pretending nothing was wrong and entering his apartment. Wei Ming overheard Xiaolu greeting Hai and smiled. Now was the perfect moment. He went to his bedroom and opened the gate of space through the wall. The layout of Wei Ming's apartment mirrored his neighbors, with their master bedrooms adjacent. Sometimes, when things got active next door, Wei Ming could clearly hear the commotion. The gate of space could penetrate walls, with a range of up to 5 meters. Wei Ming opened a small portal and dropped the used condom from last night onto their floor. Plop. It landed on the ground. Now. It was time to enjoy the show. Hai entered the bedroom after chatting briefly with Xiaolu. He froze. A condom. The problem was, he and Xiaolu had been trying for a baby since their marriage less than a year ago. Why would there be a condom here? What the hell? Hai's anger flared instantly. His mind was filled with one thought: betrayal. You'd better explain this, Xiaolu. He growled through gritted teeth. Xiaolu followed him into the room, confused. Why are you yelling at me? Slap. Blungnai. Hai slapped her across the face and pointed at the condom. What is this? Answer me. What the hell is this? Xiaolu stared in shock. Why was there a condom on the floor? Then it hit her why Hai was so furious. Panicking, she stammered, this isn't mine. No, I mean, I didn't use it with anyone else. Honey, I swear I didn't cheat on you. You have to believe me. Then why is it here? Hai demanded coldly. Did it grow legs and walk here on its own? You slut. Tell me, who did you use it with? How could Xiaolu explain this? No matter what she said, it would sound like a weak excuse. You whore. I work hard all day, and you dare cheat on me behind my back? Hai roared, his anger boiling over. Slap. He struck her again. If Xiaolu had actually cheated, she might have accepted the beating. But she hadn't. She was being wrongly accused. Hai, watch your mouth, she screamed, backing away. I come from a respectable family and saved myself for you until marriage. You know I'm innocent. You're insulting not just me but also my parents and the values they raised me with. But Hai didn't care. He only trusted what he saw. A condom doesn't just magically appear. If she hadn't used it with someone else, how did it get here? You slut. I'll beat you to death today, he bellowed. The neighbors argued loudly all night. Although the noise was disruptive, Wei Ming didn't feel annoyed at all. He put on earplugs and slept soundly through the night. Hey, let's take it slow. The bickering next door lasted for 3 days before finally settling down. However, when Wei Ming saw the couple leave together, their expressions were grim and unpleasant. For a married couple, infidelity was a major sin, one that could cause irreparable damage to their relationship. Let it simmer, Wei Ming thought. For now, he didn't have the time to keep stirring up trouble for them. Over the past few days, he had been busy stocking up on food and purified water. Sure, he could do zero-cost shopping after heading to America, but he wasn't confident in his cooking skills. Naturally, he wanted to prepare large quantities of pre-cooked meals in advance. He had ordered hundreds of takeout meals. One delivery driver alone fulfilled over 100 orders for him, and was so shocked he asked if Wei Ming needed to call the police. The driver probably thought Wei Ming had been kidnapped and forced to order so much food. Wei Ming also booked a massive banquet at a hotel minus 500 tables worth. When the dishes were served, he discreetly collected everything, including the plates, and later compensated the hotel for the cost of the dishware. Additionally, he purchased a significant amount of warm clothing. Why prepare warm gear when the apocalypse would bring deadly heat? Because he was heading to Antarctica. What if something unexpected happened, and he got stuck there? Since there was always risk, Wei Ming made sure to be thoroughly prepared. 5 days later, the real estate agent called, informing him that the paperwork with the housing bureau was finalized, and he could officially transfer ownership of the property that day. Wei Ming wasted no time. He paid the remaining balance and agency fees. 2 days later, Xie Bing, the contractor, presented the finalized renovation plan. By then, Wei Ming had also received the property deed and submitted his renovation application. Once the approval came through, Xie Bing would begin construction. It was also time for Wei Ming's Antarctic trip to begin. Traveling to Antarctica was a complicated process. First, he had to fly to Argentina. Traveling from the northern to the southern hemisphere required 3 connecting flights and over 40 hours of travel time, exhausting, to say the least. Alone, Wei Ming boarded his flight. Since he had quit his job, and with his parents deceased in an accident and no wife or girlfriend, there was no one he needed to inform about his departure. Given the length of the journey, he had booked first-class tickets for the entire trip. From High City to Zurich, from Zurich to Sao Paulo, then to Buenos Aires, and finally to Ushuaia, all on international flights. The blonde, blue-eyed flight attendants were beautiful and had great figures, but since he couldn't communicate well with them due to the language barrier, flirting wasn't an option. Wei Ming simply enjoyed the view. Forget it. There are plenty of women out there. This trip is all about harvesting icebergs, no distractions. The last thing I need is some gun-toting boyfriend shooting at me. While Wei Ming wasn't overly afraid of being shot, explaining himself to the authorities would be a hassle. Best to avoid unnecessary trouble. It's not like I can't go a few days without women. After arriving in Ushuaia, he was met by travel agency staff. Instead of crossing the Drake Passage by ship, Wei Ming chose to fly to King George Island before boarding a boat for the final leg of the journey. Life at sea was incredibly dull, with the scenery remaining the same day after day. However, the buffet was plentiful, especially the seafood, though it lacked abalone, something Wei Ming resolved to enjoy once he returned to China. Several days later, the ship finally reached the Antarctic continent. For an additional fee, tourists could disembark and take speedboats to see emperor penguins. Wei Ming, of course, paid up, though not for the penguins. His real goal was to harvest the seemingly endless Antarctic icebergs. Wei Ming made sure he was the last to disembark. As he stepped off the boat, he placed his hand on the icy surface, and his spatial dimension expanded, enveloping the edges of the glacier. The process was astonishingly fast, taking less than 2 seconds. It's worth noting that Antarctica's glaciers and ice sheets are interconnected. So how vast was the ice sheet that Wei Ming's spatial dimension absorbed? It practically encompassed the entire Antarctic ice cap. Collect. In an instant, Antarctica was stripped bare. The tourists who had just set foot on the continent found themselves slipping and falling into the sea. Thankfully, the speedboats were nearby, and everyone scrambled back aboard, completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Where did the vast white expanse of ice and snow go? Gone. Completely gone. Who could believe it? Am I hallucinating? Or have I lost my mind? Where's the ice? Where are the glaciers? It wasn't just the tourists. Antarctica's penguins were equally stunned. Where did all our icebergs go? Faced with such a drastic change, the tour leader quickly herded everyone back onto the main ship. However, it wasn't just the landing area that had lost its glaciers. The entire Antarctic continent had been stripped bare. Satellites in orbit confirmed the shocking transformation. This event became global news. Governments around the world urgently dispatched scientific teams to investigate the mystery of Antarctica's disappearing icebergs. With Antarctica holding over 70% of Earth's fresh water in the form of ice, the sudden disappearance of its glaciers was more than just an anomaly. It posed a significant threat to global climate stability. Wei Ming's Antarctic trip ended abruptly as the ship returned to its departure point. Although the travel agency refunded part of the cost due to the shortened trip, Wei Ming didn't care. He had no time to argue over trivial matters. Wei Ming didn't leave South America immediately. The Pampas grasslands boasted some of the world's best natural pastures. How could he leave without collecting massive quantities of beef and lamb? Wei Ming began his zero-cost shopping, emptying slaughterhouses one by one. This naturally became headline news in Argentina, with police scouring the area for the mysterious meat thief. But who would suspect a lone tourist like Wei Ming? Where could he possibly hide all that meat? Afterward, Wei Ming traveled to Chile, famous for its fruit, especially cherries. He collected massive quantities of fruit before heading to Cuba, where he stocked up on cigars and rum. From there, he went to Brazil not for the beaches or football, but for coffee and other essentials. Naturally, he also collected some firearms from the chaotic regions. Finally, Wei Ming left South America and flew to the United States. Before departing, he had already secured his visa. The zero-cost shopping spree continued. Wei Ming spent over 20 days in the United States, clearing out large retail warehouses and amassing supplies worth billions. Again, no one suspected a tourist. From there he moved on to Canada, traveling northward to reach the Arctic. The Arctic, unlike Antarctica, isn't a single landmass but a collection of territories belonging to multiple countries. Wei Ming's task was simple: find a massive iceberg and use its interconnections to collect as much ice as possible. While Antarctica was the main prize, whatever he could gather from the Arctic would be a bonus. After leaving the Arctic, Wei Ming traveled to Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam and other countries, focusing on tropical fruits like durians, mangosteens, and coconuts. Once the apocalypse hit, these fruit trees would all die from the heat. Without existing stockpiles, such fruits would become impossible to find. After nearly 4 months, Wei Ming finally returned to China. Wei Ming was seated in first class and had booked the most luxurious car service at the airport. A stretched limousine picked him up and delivered him to Qudong City. The sight of such a luxury car naturally drew a lot of attention. Onlookers stopped in their tracks, curious to see which wealthy individual was inside. When they saw Wei Ming step out, they were all taken aback. How could it be him? Could it be true? Are the rumors real? Did Wei Ming really buy that villa? Where on earth did he get so much money? It's definitely not legitimate. Someone should report him and have it investigated. The residents of the complex started murmuring amongst themselves. No wall can block all gossip, and Wei Ming hadn't made any effort to keep it a secret. Among the residents of the complex, there were always nosy uncles and aunties who couldn't resist finding out everything. When they saw the villa Wei Ming purchased being remodeled, they started asking questions and quickly uncovered the details. 25 million yuan. Rumor had it that Wei Ming had paid in full, but his parents had passed away long ago, and he was just an ordinary office worker. Where could he have gotten that kind of money? So, naturally, the neighbors didn't believe it. But seeing Wei Ming step out of a stretched limousine, that was hard to deny. Even if they didn't recognize the car's emblem, a stretch limo was synonymous with luxury in most people's minds. Some of the older women in the neighborhood were instantly intrigued. Wei Ming was young, wealthy, and, most importantly, unmarried. It was the perfect opportunity. One auntie couldn't resist and quickly approached him. "Xiao Wei, it's Auntie Cheng. I live in building 16. Did you just return from a trip?" Wei Ming smiled and nodded but showed no sign of slowing down. Auntie Cheng, who usually pretended to be a frail old lady on the bus whenever there were no seats, suddenly seemed full of energy. With surprising agility, she caught up to Wei Ming, her face practically glowing with a smile. "Xiao Wei, you're not seeing anyone yet, are you? Let me introduce you to someone. My daughter is gorgeous. She has a master's degree, works at a bank, and is only 3 years older than you. You know what they say, a woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick. How would I call her right now and ask her to cancel all her plans tonight? You two can meet and chat." Wei Ming smiled politely. "Auntie Cheng, I'm very busy. I definitely won't have time tonight. What about tomorrow night?" Auntie Cheng wasn't one to give up easily and immediately pressed on. "We'll see," Wei Ming said as he quickened his pace. Auntie Cheng, not being a sprightly young woman anymore, couldn't keep up for long. She stopped in her tracks, but there was no way she was going to give up. Just the thought of that 25 million yuan villa was enough to keep her motivated. When her daughter got home that evening, Auntie Cheng would surely sit her down for a serious talk. After all, when a woman takes the initiative, men are easy to win over, or so she believed. Auntie Cheng had absolute confidence in her daughter's looks. Wei Ming returned to his apartment, the one he'd always lived in. The villa was still under renovation and wouldn't be ready for at least another month. As he stepped out of the elevator, he bumped into Mai Xiaolu, who was taking out the trash. Even in her winter clothes, her slender figure was evident, and her rounded hips were particularly eye-catching when she bent down. When Mai Xiaolu saw Wei Ming, she was momentarily surprised. It had been nearly 4 months since she last saw him. She'd assumed Wei Ming had sold his apartment and moved away, but here he was again. As always, her disdain for him was written all over her face. But realizing that her bent-over posture might fuel Wei Ming's fantasies, she quickly straightened up, grabbed her trash bag, and hurried into the elevator, as if one more glance from Wei Ming might somehow impregnate her. When she reached the ground floor to throw out the trash, she overheard two neighbors chatting. To her surprise, they were talking about Wei Ming. A villa? A luxury limousine? Mai Xiaolu was stunned. How could it be possible? How could this worthless nobody suddenly become a wealthy tycoon? She was utterly baffled. Wei Ming closed the door behind him and collapsed onto the couch. Having already collected the icebergs from both the Arctic and Antarctic, along with zero-cost shopping sprees worth billions in the United States, he had amassed piles of beef, lamb and fruit. 90% of his preparations were complete. Now, he had time to relax and have some fun. In the post-apocalyptic world, time would become the least valuable resource. People would have nothing to do, unable to work, stuck waiting for death out of sheer boredom. So, he needed to prepare plenty of entertainment for himself. Wei Ming's expression turned wicked. Liu King, Mai Xiaolu, they were already in his grasp. In his previous life they had humiliated him. In this life they would be his playthings. As for Zuo King, she didn't even deserve to be a dog. She wasn't worth anything. Having died once, Wei Ming had completely embraced the darkness within him. As for the progress of the villa renovations, even while Wei Ming had been abroad, Jia Bing had regularly updated him. Their contract stipulated that if the renovations weren't completed on time, Jia Bing would owe him a hefty penalty. Naturally, Jia Bing was doing everything in his power to meet the deadline, leaving Wei Ming with no need to supervise. For now, Wei Ming's focus remained on stockpiling resources. Food was a priority. He already had massive amounts of ingredients, but he didn't want to cook for himself. So, he continued booking banquets. Hotel after hotel, he booked hundreds, even thousands of tables at a time. Wei Ming was determined to spend all his money before the apocalypse hit, otherwise, it would just be meaningless numbers. Even so, he could only spend 4 to 5 million yuan a day. Apart from buying and renovating the villa, which cost him 55 million yuan, he hadn't spent much else. To burn through the remaining 150 million yuan, he'd need to maintain this pace of spending for about a month. Plenty of time. After a busy day, Wei Ming finally wrapped things up for the night and sent Liu King a message. The usual spot. 8 p.m. Take the day off tomorrow. Having refrained for months, he planned to fully indulge himself tonight. There was no way Liu King would make it to work the next day. Wei Ming hadn't even stepped out of his home when his phone rang. At first he thought it was Liu King calling back, but the caller ID showed it was Zuo King. Here to embarrass yourself? Fine. Wei Ming answered the call. As soon as he said, "Hello," Zuo King impatiently cut in. "Did you buy that villa on 28th Street? Wei Ming replied calmly, "Yes." "How could you afford a villa?" Zuo King couldn't believe it. Anger and disbelief surged within her. They had dated for over 6 months, and he had never mentioned he was wealthy. What a scumbag. Wei Ming chuckled. "Why would I tell you? I'm your girlfriend," Zuo King said self-righteously. "We broke up a long time ago," Wei Ming said coldly and hung up. On the other end, Zuo King stared at her phone in shock. Wei Ming had actually hung up on her? And this was the second time. She almost called him back to curse him out, but the thought of Wei Ming actually being wealthy enough to buy a villa made her suppress her anger. King, is it true? Does that guy really have money?" Her father Zuo Fugui asked eagerly, his greed written all over his face. Beside him, her mother, Luo Guifan, and her younger brother, Zuo Yang, also stared at her with anticipation. Zuo King nodded slowly. He did buy that villa. The moment she confirmed it, her parents and brother jumped up in excitement. Luo Guifan exclaimed, "This is perfect. Tell Wei Ming to give the villa to Yang as a wedding house. You two can just get married in his old apartment." "Mom." Zuo King frowned, showing a hint of dissatisfaction. Although she was a classic enabler for her brother, she still hoped to live in a luxurious villa herself. How glorious would that be? Luo Guifan's face darkened. "What? You don't want to give your brother the villa? Don't forget who raised you. Now we're only asking you to move out of one house, and you're already reluctant? It's not like you'll be homeless. Besides, if that guy can afford one villa, why wouldn't he be able to buy a second or third one later? Your brother needs a house to get married. Stop hesitating." Zuo Yang chimed in, "Exactly. My sister has always doted on me." Zuo King could only force an awkward smile and nod. "Fine, let Yang have the villa." Her parents and brother cheered again, as if they'd already moved out of their rental and into the luxurious villa, imagining themselves strutting through the neighborhood with their heads held high, looking down on everyone else. But then Zuo King added, "But Wei Ming broke up with me a few months ago." "What? Zuo Fugui nearly slapped her on the spot, his hand trembling as he pointed at her. Are you stupid? Do you want me to beat you to death? Luo Gaifan quickly interjected, it's okay, even if you broke up you can get back together. Our daughter is so beautiful, what man could resist her? King, go find Wei Ming right now and convince him to come back to you. Okay. Zuo King nodded submissively. Although she acted domineering in front of Wei Ming, at home her status was low. If she dared to talk back, she would face either a beating or a scolding. She had long grown accustomed to obedience. After sending their daughter out, Zuo Fugui exclaimed excitedly, let's go see our villa. Yes, let's go. Zuo Yang was even more thrilled. At just 22 years old, he felt like he was already on top of the world, about to live in a luxurious villa. Life couldn't get any better. Wei Ming went straight to the hotel, ensuring he wouldn't cross paths with Zuo King. On the way though, he received a call from Xia Bing, the contractor. Boss, 3 people claiming to be your girlfriend's parents and brother are trying to barge into the villa, saying they want to have a look around. Wei Ming laughed, unsurprised by the Zuo family's antics. In fact, if they hadn't done something like this, it would have been out of character for them. They're lying. I don't have a girlfriend, Wei Ming said. Kick them out. If they make a scene, call the police. Oh, and don't forget to record everything. Some older people love to play the victim. Got it. Leave it to me. Xia Bing didn't need to be polite after confirming the intruders weren't related to Wei Ming. 7 minutes later, Wei Ming received another call. This time, it was Zuo King again. Wei Ming. She yelled. Open the door. I've been knocking for ages. I'm not home. I'm out, Wei Ming replied indifferently, and anyway, we're not in a relationship anymore. Your behavior counts as harassment. If you keep knocking, I'll call the police. You. Zuo King faltered, her bluster momentarily deflated. After a pause, she snapped back, my parents and brother went to check out your villa. They were just trying to make sure the workers weren't slacking off or stealing materials. They were doing you a favor. Why did you have them thrown out? What kind of logic is this? Wei Ming shook his head. What right do they have to enter my villa? The fact that I didn't call the police to report them for trespassing is already polite enough. Zuo King, is something wrong with your brain? We broke up 4 months ago. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Why do you think you have the right to meddle in my life? Or are you just curious about how I got rich? He chuckled. Fine, I'll tell you. I bet on the World Cup and won over 200 million yuan. Then I invested in gold futures in Hong Kong over the past 4 months and made even more. Now I have over 2 billion yuan. Of course, Wei Ming was lying on purpose. Why? To make her squirm with regret. If they hadn't broken up, wouldn't all that money have been hers too? But now? Over 2 billion yuan. She won't be able to sleep tonight. In reality, just the thought of 200 million yuan was enough to make Zuo King's mind go blank. 200 million. That's enough to buy 1,000 luxury handbags. Even if I bought one every day, it would last 3 years. Her face flushed red with excitement, her breathing grew heavy, and she felt like she might faint. Then it hit her, Wei Ming hadn't said 200 million. He said over 2 billion. Her voice instantly softened. Wei Ming, I know you're angry at me, and you're just saying this to upset me. But I was only upset back then, and that's why I said those things about breaking up. These past 4 months, I've missed you every single day, truly. Wei Ming felt a wave of disgust, as if his skin were crawling. Absolutely revolting. He chuckled darkly. If it had been the naive version of himself from his previous life, he might have been swayed by her coy tone. But now, this was the blackened, vengeful Wei Ming. If it weren't for the fact that killing people was still illegal before the apocalypse, he would have subjected her entire family to the most brutal tortures imaginable. You're not worthy, Wei Ming spat, hanging up the phone once again. When the apocalypse comes, you'll finally understand what true suffering feels like. When Liu King received Wei Ming's message, she nearly lost it. Didn't you promise that once you went to Antarctica, you wouldn't bother me again? Indeed, Wei Ming hadn't contacted her for nearly 4 months. While this gave her some relief, she was also inexplicably annoyed. How could he stop contacting me so easily? I'm so beautiful and charming, yet he just cut me off like that. What a scumbag. But now that Wei Ming had reached out to her again, she was furious. How dare you go back on your word and bother me again? Are you determined to ruin my life? As she had realized long ago, once she gave in to Wei Ming's demands, she would never be able to escape. Liu King had already let him take advantage of her several times to keep him quiet. If she broke things off now, it would mean all those encounters had been for nothing. After much deliberation, she turned to Su Jian and said, "Husband, I need to go check on Huan Huan. I probably won't be back tonight." "That's fine," Su Jian replied without looking up from his phone. "Do you know that your wife is about to go offer herself to another man?" Liu King thought bitterly. She couldn't decide if she pitied her husband or was angry at him. This was all his idea. He's the one who was greedy for money. I'm just cleaning up his mess. So why do I have to deal with this alone? But after hiding it for so long, how could she come clean now? No, I have to keep this a secret forever. Otherwise it will destroy our relationship. Even if she was coerced and did it to protect their family, what man could accept such a betrayal? If the truth came out, divorce would be inevitable. With a sigh, she swayed her curvaceous hips and walked out. Only then did Su Jian look up, his eyes lingering on her perky figure. His expression turned complicated. For the past 10 days he had been unable to muster any interest in the bedroom. This gave him an uneasy feeling. He had seen a doctor, who told him he had overindulged to the point of exhausting his kidneys. If he didn't rest and recuperate for at least 5 or 6 years, he'd be permanently impotent. There was no one to blame but himself. His wife was too seductive, and Liu Qing's appetite in bed was insatiable. When they first got married, it was common for them to go 7 or 8 rounds in a single night. His current condition was likely a result of those days. At just 30 years old, he was already on the verge of failure. The thought was humiliating, so he hadn't told Liu King. His biggest fear now was her asking him for intimacy. He had to rely on the little blue pill, but the doctor had warned him that using it further would guarantee permanent impotence. So when Liu King said she wouldn't be home tonight, he was secretly relieved and exhaled deeply. He resolved to have a proper talk with her in a few days. Better to endure 5 or 6 years of abstinence than to spend the rest of his life staring helplessly at such an alluring wife. Coincidentally, his company had hired an external accounting firm to investigate their books. It was only a matter of time before they uncovered the 30 million yuan he and Liu King had embezzled. It was time to move abroad both to enjoy life and escape legal repercussions. He thought of his wife's enchanting beauty and felt a flicker of desire. But his body remained unresponsive, strengthening his resolve to heal himself. After leaving the neighborhood, Liu King couldn't hold back any longer and called Wei Ming, yelling, "Didn't you promise that once you went to Antarctica, you wouldn't bother me again?" Wei Ming didn't bother explaining. He was the one holding the cards, why would he need to explain himself? "It's been so long I missed your flirty side," he said with a chuckle. "Go on, let me hear you moan for me." "Wei Ming, I'm warning you," Liu King ground her teeth, but Wei Ming cut her off. "Should I have a chat with your husband?" Wei Ming said lazily. "You bastard!" Liu King cursed in anger. Wei Ming remained indifferent. This woman had made his life miserable for 3 years, seizing every opportunity to humiliate him, all because he resembled her ex-boyfriend. "You're the one who started this." Liu King had no choice but to comply, letting out soft, coquettish sounds. As always, once a line was crossed, it was impossible to go back. The next morning, Su Jian was preparing to leave for work when his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he was surprised. It was Huan Huan, his wife's close friend. But wasn't Liu King supposed to be with her? He picked up the call. "Brother Su, where's King Kingy?" "I can't reach her phone," Huan Huan asked. Su Jian froze. "Liu King wasn't with you." A terrible feeling of dread crept over him, and his hands began to tremble. But he clung to a shred of hope and forced himself to sound calm. "Maybe her phone's out of battery, by the way. Didn't she want to go to New Zealand with you last November? Why didn't you go?" "Last November?" Huan Huan thought for a moment before laughing. "Oh, I couldn't. I was sent on a business trip." "Buzz." Su Jian's mind went blank. Why had his wife lied to him? Why had she been out all night several times during that period? Could it be? Could it be? "She cheated on me." "Hello? Brother Su?" Huan Huan's voice broke through the silence. "Oh, sorry, I got distracted. By the way, Liu King has been very busy lately. Maybe give her some time to rest before reaching out again," Su Jian said through gritted teeth, hiding his fury. "All right," Huan Huan replied before hanging up. "Slut. Slut." Su Jian set down his phone, his eyes burning with hatred. Last night, Liu King had stayed out again, claiming to be with Huan Huan. But the truth? She was out with another man. Su Jian wanted to find the adulterer and kill him on the spot. But after a moment of thought, he dismissed the idea. He and Liu King were tied together financially. If he pushed her into a corner, she could expose their embezzlement of 30 million yuan, and he'd spend the rest of his life in prison. But just letting her off the hook? Su Jian's eyes darted around as a sinister grin spread across his face. He was already planning to emigrate. Now, he would quietly transfer all their assets into his name. Once he was abroad, he'd send an anonymous letter to the authorities exposing Liu King. Let her rot in prison while he enjoyed a lavish life overseas. If his body were still in good shape, he might not have considered this after all. Liu King was beautiful, seductive, and fiery. But the doctor had said he needed to rest for 5 or 6 years. With 30 million yuan, he could find a younger, prettier, and more alluring wife. This is what you deserve, slut, Sujian muttered coldly. After the storm, Liu King spoke coldly. I know exactly what you're scheming. You keep forcing me to spend nights outside so that my husband will grow suspicious and divorce me. Then, using the leverage you have over me, you'll force me to marry you, right? She was convinced that Wei Ming was lusting after her beauty and body. His insatiable appetite during their encounters was evidence enough. You're really full of yourself, aren't you? Too bad. You're just my plaything. And I quite enjoy this toy. Wei Ming chuckled. Do you believe that one day, even if I told you to get lost, you'd be on your knees, clutching my legs, begging me to take you back? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Liu King laughed so hard that tears welled up in her eyes. Don't think just because a toad got to taste swan meat, you can dream in broad daylight. Me? Kneeling to beg you? Wei Ming, do you even know who you are? If you didn't have dirt on me, you wouldn't even be worthy of kneeling down to lick my shoes. I'd kick you aside in disgust. Wei Ming wasn't angry. Instead, he gave her a thumbs up, smiling. Just wait. The day you beg me to take you back, you'll have to do everything you stubbornly refuse to do now. He glanced down, his smile growing wicked. I've only been through the front door. That's not enough. Liu King sneered. Keep dreaming. Wei Ming, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Even if you expose me and send me to jail, I'll never. She didn't finish. The thought was too revolting. Still acting so high and mighty, huh? Wei Ming burst out laughing. Great. I love your defiant attitude. If you gave in too quickly, where's the fun in that? His mood surged with excitement. All right, let's go again. Later that afternoon. After leaving the hotel, Wei Ming didn't return home immediately. Instead, he went to buy a dog. Why get a dog? First, he figured that after the apocalypse, life would get boring, and a dog could keep him entertained. Second, dogs had keen hearing and could serve as early warning systems. Of course, he didn't buy a pampered pet but had long planned to get a Chinese rural dog, to be precise. Pet dogs were useless, they weren't meant for guarding homes. This one was a black puppy, just recently weaned, with a fierce demeanor. It growled at Wei Ming incessantly. However, after spending some time with the pup, and especially after feeding it, the dog seemed to realize Wei Ming was its new master. It stopped growling and wagged its tail enthusiastically, clearly trying to please him. Time to name it. All black. Wei Ming smirked. From now on, your name is Xiao Hai. Carrying the puppy, he stepped into the elevator. As luck would have it, he ran into Mai Xiaolu again. The moment she saw Xiao Hai, Mai Xiaolu's expression turned sour, and she couldn't help but sneer. You really got such a low-class pet. She clearly looked down on rural dogs. Wei Ming had no intention of indulging her. The Chinese rural dog is called that because it's native to our country. It has nothing to do with your shallow concept of low class. Looks like your brain's been washed silly. You even act superior about owning a dog. Mi Xiaolu wanted to lash out but hesitated, recalling Wei Ming's terrifying strength and the way his burning gaze lingered on her. She didn't dare provoke him. Instead, she retreated back to her apartment, even abandoning her plan to take out the trash. That evening when Guo Hai came home, Mai Xiaolu couldn't help but tell him about her encounter with Wei Ming. She sneered at Xiao Hai, concluding, a low-life like him is only fit to own a mutt. 4 months had passed since the condom incident, and while both of them chose to move past it, the memory remained a thorn in their hearts. Their reconciliation was only surface level. But Guo Hai didn't respond to her mocking. Instead, his brows furrowed, and he looked troubled. What's wrong, honey? Mai Xiaolu asked anxiously. Guo Hai let out a long sigh. Our family is about to owe a huge amount of money. What? How? Didn't all your past investments go well? Mai Xiaolu asked in disbelief. Guo Hai forced a bitter smile. It's precisely because my investments were so successful that I got greedy. I not only put all our money into it but also borrowed a lot. I never expected the polar ice caps to mysteriously disappear, triggering global market panic. Gold prices have skyrocketed, and I shorted gold. If prices don't drop by tomorrow, I'll face a margin call and lose everything. They'd not only lose all their money but also be left with crushing debt. What would they do then? Mai Xiaolu panicked. How could you risk everything? And borrow money too? Guo Hai grabbed his hair in frustration. How was I supposed to know gold would spike like this? Based on the US economic data, prices were on a downward trend. Who could have predicted the polar ice caps would vanish and cause global panic? What are we going to do now? Mai Xiaolu asked, her voice trembling. Guo Hai thought for a moment before a glint of cunning appeared in his eyes. Didn't Wei Ming strike it rich? I heard from the neighbors that he even bought a villa in our complex with full payment. He probably did. I've heard the same, Mai Xiaolu said, nodding. But what does his money have to do with us? Guo Hai stared at her. You should ask him for a loan. I believe if we can just get through this period, gold prices will fall, and not only will we pay off our debts, but we'll also make a huge profit. We won't have to worry about money for the rest of our lives. But Mai Xiaolu refused outright. We're not even friends with Wei Ming. In fact, we've fought with him several times. Why would he lend us money? And why should I be the one to ask? She despised that low life more than anyone. Guo Hai plastered on a smile. My wife is so beautiful. What man could resist your charm? If you ask, he'll definitely agree. Mai Xiaolu couldn't believe what she was hearing. She froze for a moment before snapping, and what if he asks me to sleep with him in return? You've done it before, Guo Hai blurted out. That did it. Mai Xiaolu lunged at him, and the two began to wrestle. Guo Hai, I've told you countless times I have never cheated on you. You promised we'd move past that incident and never bring it up again. Guo Hai retorted. Do you think I enjoy wearing a green hat? But listen, if gold prices rise again tomorrow, I'll be forced to liquidate. We'll lose everything including this apartment, which I've already mortgaged. Without the money to cover the margin call, we'll be out on the street. Do you want to end up homeless? Mai Xiaolu trembled all over. She had always lived a comfortable, middle-class life, priding herself on being part of the elite. If she ended up on the streets, how would her former classmates ridicule her? How could she ever face anyone she knew again? There was only one solution to avoid bankruptcy. She had to beg Wei Ming for money. Let me think about it, Mai Xiaolu said reluctantly, finally loosening up a bit. It has to happen today. Guo Hai insisted. I need to cover the margin tomorrow. If I don't, we'll be forced to liquidate, and we'll be ruined. Mai Xiaolu slumped into her chair, unable to say a word. Guo Hai, sitting beside her, began persuading her. Worst case scenario, just close your eyes and pretend it's me. It'll be quick, just a few minutes, right? But you absolutely have to make him transfer the money first. Hearing this, Mai Xiaolu couldn't help but mock him. Wow, you're such a great man, encouraging your own wife to sell herself. Guo Hai smiled awkwardly, trying to save face. Isn't this all for our family? Mai Xiaolu felt utterly drained. After much deliberation, she finally made a decision. She couldn't bear the thought of being kicked out onto the streets. If her classmates and friends found out, she'd rather die. Fine. I'll go find Wei Ming now. She gritted her teeth and said. She knew Wei Ming wouldn't lend them money for nothing, especially not such a large sum. The price she'd have to pay would be significant. Guo Hai didn't feel great about it either. What man would want his wife to sell herself? But deep down, he couldn't shake the suspicion that Mai Xiaolu had already slept with someone else. If you've let someone else enjoy you for free, why not do it for the sake of our family? He just nodded. Mai Xiaolu was, of course, deeply upset. She knew exactly what her husband was thinking. She had explained countless times that she was innocent and had nothing to feel guilty about. Furious, she deliberately began applying makeup right in front of him. Not only that, but she pulled out several sets of lingerie and tried them on one by one. Honey, you're a man. Give me your opinion. Which one is the sexiest? Guo Hai clenched his teeth in rage. Mai Xiaolu, don't go too far. Huh? Too far? Mai Xiaolu laughed sarcastically. You've already asked your wife to sell herself. What's too far at this point? With that, she swung her hips provocatively as she headed for the door, moving with deliberate sensuality. At that moment, Guo Hai felt a sudden urge to stop her. But when he thought about their massive debt and the fact that Mai Xiaolu had cheated before, he reasoned, what difference does one more time make? So, he stayed rooted to his chair, as if he were glued there, unable to move or speak. Mai Xiaolu paused briefly at the door, giving Guo Hai a chance to call her back. But even when she slammed the door shut with a loud bang, he didn't say a word or make a move. She walked to Wei Ming's apartment, adjusted her mindset, and gathered her courage before knocking on his door. What she was about to do wasn't just for her husband, it was for herself too. The door opened after a moment. Wei Ming was surprised to see Mai Xiaolu standing there. Why is she at my door? It wasn't even the apocalypse yet, and he hadn't tempted her with purified water or food. So, why had this woman come knocking? "What do you want?" he asked, his tone curt. Wei Ming had no intention of being polite to her. "Can I come in first?" Mai Xiaolu asked, biting her lip. Wei Ming wasn't worried about letting a woman into his home. He smirked. "Come in. This should be interesting." Mai Xiaolu entered and sat stiffly on the couch, her back ramrod straight. "Speak," Wei Ming said flatly. After hesitating for a moment, Mai Xiaolu steeled herself. She had to face this head on. "Can you lend me some money?" "Oh?" Wei Ming was intrigued. He remembered that in his past life, even after the apocalypse began, this couple hadn't faced any major financial troubles. So why were they suddenly asking him for money now? "What do you need the money for?" "How much?" he asked. Mai Xiaolu reluctantly explained their financial predicament. She ended with a plea: "If we can just get through this period, once gold prices drop, we'll make a huge profit. Please, lend me 5 million. I'll pay you back 6 million in 2 weeks. She loathed Wei Ming, this pathetic lowlife, so much that she was willing to offer him high interest just to avoid having to degrade herself further. Of course, this was all wishful thinking. Who could guarantee gold prices would fall in 2 weeks? Wei Ming's expression turned strange. So, the root cause of the neighbor's investment failure and looming bankruptcy was him. My actions caused this? His removal of the polar ice caps had triggered global market panic, driving up gold prices. This ripple effect had now ensnared the couple next door. Fascinating. The butterfly effect really is something else. But lending them money? Out of the question. The repercussions of the missing polar ice caps weren't going away anytime soon. Gold prices would only continue to rise, turning their situation into a bottomless pit. Wei Ming shook his head. "No. Why not? Is it the interest? I can increase it," Mai Xiaolu said hurriedly. Wei Ming chuckled. "Your so-called high interest only works if gold prices fall. But what if they don't? Forget interest, you wouldn't even be able to repay the principal. Don't try to sell me dreams." Biting her lip, Mai Xiaolu realized this lowlife wasn't so easy to fool. She was left with only one option. "What if you get me in return?" She tilted her pale neck, her posture exuding a proud elegance like that of a swan. "If you lend me the money, I'll give myself to you." Wei Ming burst out laughing. "Do you know how much it'll cost to fill the hole you're in? As long as gold prices keep rising, 5 million would barely make a ripple. You'll need 20 million, maybe 50 million, just to keep going. Is your body encrusted with diamonds or something?" His earlier words had drained the color from her face. His final remark made her cheeks burn with shame. What a vulgar lowlife. "Gold prices will drop eventually. They can't keep rising forever," she insisted. Wei Ming waved dismissively. "Forget about borrowing money. But if things get so bad you can't survive, I wouldn't mind taking you in. Just like Xiao Hai over there. One more pet won't make a difference." Mai Xiaolu couldn't believe her ears. "Did you just compare me to a dog?" She nearly exploded. Wei Ming smirked. "Aren't you the one degrading yourself? And by the way, if you get so easily offended, how do you think I felt when you humiliated me over and over again? Shouldn't we settle that score?" Mai Xiaolu had no response. In her mind, Wei Ming wasn't even in the same league as her. A pathetic lowlife like him couldn't possibly compare to someone of her elite status. But if Wei Ming refused to lend her money, where else could she turn? Desperate and defeated, she pleaded, "Wei Ming, I'm begging you. If you don't help us, my family is finished." Wei Ming remained unmoved. He laughed. "One night with me, and I'll give you 10,000. That's a high price, isn't it? Do it 1,000 times, and you'll get 1,000,000. Dream on." "Never," Mai Xiaolu snapped, storming out in a fury. She wasn't about to sell herself like some prostitute. Of course, Wei Ming didn't bother to follow after her. His interest in Mai Xiaolu stemmed entirely from her arrogant demeanor. He wanted to crush her pride underfoot, not reverse the roles and humiliate himself by begging or trying to keep her. What would that make him? Reborn just to grovel like a spineless simp? Ha, no way. He was determined to become a collector of goddesses. Women like Mai Xiaolu didn't even qualify for that title at best. She was a toy for him to enjoy. Besides, according to her own words, if gold prices continued to rise tomorrow and Guohai couldn't cover his margin, they'd be forced to liquidate. Gold prices were bound to go up again, which meant bankruptcy was all but guaranteed for the couple next door. Wei Ming simply had to wait. Before long, he heard shouting from next door. Guohai's enraged roars were particularly loud. Hey, he must be blaming his wife, Wei Ming thought, smirking. After all, Mi Xiaolu had just dangled empty promises. She hadn't even bothered to undress, let alone let Wei Ming touch her. To Guo Hai, it would seem like his wife had wasted an opportunity to properly perform. So you'd sleep with another man for free, but when your own family is on the brink of collapse, you suddenly decide to be virtuous? How could Guo Hai not be furious? Wei Ming couldn't help but chuckle. The role that used condom had played in sowing discord between them was beyond his expectations. Content: Wei Ming drifted off to sleep. He slept soundly, as did Xiao Hai, his new puppy, curled up comfortably in its little doghouse in the living room. While Wei Ming enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, chaos erupted in the Zuo household. When Zuo Qingqing's parents found out she hadn't convinced Wei Ming to take her back, and that the construction workers had thrown them out, even threatening to call security, they were livid. "You useless girl. You can't even keep one man happy, what good are you?" Luo Gaifen, her mother, shrieked. She raised a hand to slap her daughter but stopped at the last moment. After all, Qingqing's face was her most valuable asset. "You're so stupid. The second you step into his house you should have stripped. If he agrees to take you back, great. If not, accuse him of rape. Let's see if he dares defy us then." This woman was ruthless. Zuo Fugui, her father, grinned and chimed in. "No man can resist temptation. Daughter, I guarantee if you strip naked, that boy will pounce on you like a wolf." "Exactly, sis." Her brother Zuo Yang added. "Sometimes you have to risk something to catch a big fish. And if we end up as one family in the end, you won't lose anything anyway." Zuo Qingqing wasn't surprised. To her family she was nothing more than a tool for serving her brother. If a wealthy 70-year-old man wanted to marry her, her parents would probably force her into it without a second thought. After years of being conditioned to put her brother first, she had accepted this as her fate. She nodded reluctantly. "Fine. I'll try again." Without further discussion, she went straight to Wei Ming's door. She banged on the door loudly, waking Wei Ming from his sleep. He checked the peephole and, seeing it was Zuo Qingqing, immediately called the property management office. Within 5 minutes, security arrived and escorted her away. Wei Ming then switched his phone to airplane mode, chuckling to himself as he returned to bed. Let her go crazy on her own time, he had no interest in losing sleep over her antics. The next morning, Wei Ming felt refreshed. Not in the mood to wait for delivery, he took some food out of his alternate space and began to eat. As for Xiao Hai, he wasn't about to feed the pup store-bought dog food. Whatever Wei Ming ate, the dog ate too. Xiao Hai was far from picky and gobbled down the food with enthusiasm. After breakfast, Wei Ming took Xiao Hai out for a walk around the neighborhood. As they strolled, everyone they passed smiled at him or greeted him warmly, as though he were some sort of VIP. Wei Ming couldn't help but marvel at the change. Wasn't I invisible to these people before? Who would have given me a second glance back then? But now, thanks to his newfound wealth, everything was different. Even though they couldn't possibly get any money from him, people were still eager to curry favor. Human nature was truly fascinating. After a lap around the block, Wei Ming sat on a bench to let Xiao Hai rest. Just then, an older woman approached with a chihuahua on a leash. The small dog, despite its size, was fully grown and fiercely aggressive. As soon as it saw Xiao Hai, it began barking wildly, baring its teeth in a show of ferocity. Xiao Hai, though just weaned, was every inch a true Chinese rural dog bred to guard and protect. Unintimidated, he responded with a low growl of his own. This only enraged the chihuahua further. Unleashed, it lunged at Xiao Hai, and the two dogs began to fight. Wei Ming glanced at the scene but didn't intervene. Despite Xiao Hai's small size, his natural instincts as a rural dog made him a match for the chihuahua. The older woman didn't bother to pull her dog back, clearly believing her chihuahua had the upper hand. But within moments, the chihuahua yelped and retreated, injured, while Xiao Hai stood his ground, growling triumphantly. Wei Ming laughed and gave Xiao Hai a pat on the head. "Good boy. You're getting steak tonight as a reward." "Ah, my baby. You're hurt," the older woman cried, cradling her dog and noticing a scratch near its eye. Furious, she turned on Wei Ming. "Your dog hurt my baby. How are you going to compensate me?" "Your baby?" Wei Ming thought. "You'd think my dog had attacked an actual child." Unfazed, he replied calmly. "First of all, you didn't leash your dog or control it, it was the one that attacked first. Second, Xiao Hai is still just a puppy. If your dog can't even beat a weaned pup, how is that my problem?" "Oh, so you're refusing to take responsibility?" she snapped. Wei Ming shrugged. "I'll take responsibility if you compensate me first. Your dog scared Xiao Hai." Fuming, the woman pulled out her phone to call for backup. "Son, Get down here now. Baby's heard I'm at the front of building 14. Wei Ming, seeing her determination, made himself comfortable on the bench. There was no point leaving now, she'd just make a scene to stop him anyway. A short while later, a burly man stormed over, anger etched across his face. Wei Ming recognized him immediately. Oh, so it's them. This was Liu Kundong, a notorious neighborhood bully, and the older woman was Ma Yulan, his mother. When Ma Yulan explained the situation, Liu Kundong turned to Wei Ming. Pay up. We paid 30,000 yuan for this dog, and it's eaten tens of thousands worth of premium dog food. My mom treats it like her own child, so you'll also need to cover emotional damages. How about this 20,000 yuan? You're rich anyway, right? He cracked his knuckles threateningly, making his intent clear. Wei Ming remained unimpressed. This is extortion. Oh? Then maybe I'll use a less polite approach. Liu Kundong lunged, reaching for Wei Ming's chest. Wei Ming sighed, ready to put him in his place. Thud. One punch. Thud. A second. Liu Kundong staggered back, dazed, and collapsed onto the ground. Ma Yuan immediately began wailing. Help! Someone call the police, this man's a killer. Her cries grew louder as she smirked triumphantly at Wei Ming. Pay up, or you're going to jail. This family only cares about one thing, money, Wei Ming thought, amused. Unbothered, he took out his phone and called the police. Hello, I'd like to report an attempted extortion. Ma Yulan didn't seem fazed. She had plenty of experience twisting the truth to her advantage. When the authorities arrived, she wasted no time. This man's dog wasn't on a leash and attacked my poor baby. And when I tried to reason with him, he assaulted my son. Liu Kundong chimed in, clutching his head. I feel dizzy. Hey, claiming a concussion classic. Wei Ming could only laugh internally. Although Ma Yulan kept on rambling, the security officers wouldn't rely solely on her and her son's version of events. They had to hear Wei Ming's side too. Wei Ming smiled faintly. Here's what happened: she didn't leash her dog, and it got into a fight with mine. I didn't intend to ask for compensation, but she insisted I pay. When I refused, she called her son, who came over demanding 200,000 yuan. When I still didn't agree, he tried to attack me. Naturally, I had to defend myself. He glanced at Liu Kundong with mock concern. Who would have thought someone his size couldn't take a hit? He just collapsed on the spot. Frankly, I suspect he's faking it to scam me. Liu Kundong, still groggy from the blows, quickly retorted. I'm not faking. I really am dizzy. He had faked injuries before, but Wei Ming's punches were so heavy that he genuinely felt dazed. The officers found themselves stuck in a he said, she said situation. What could they do? Wei Ming offered a solution. When the dogs started fighting, I didn't have time to react, but when this big guy came over with clear hostility, I had the presence of mind to record everything on video. What? Both Liu Kundong and Ma Yulan froze in shock. Wei Ming had recorded the whole incident. What now? Initially, it seemed like the lack of concrete evidence meant both sides would stick to their claims. Wei Ming might have to pay up, or even risk being taken into custody. But if there was video evidence showing Liu Kundong's aggression, the tide would turn instantly. Wei Ming took out his phone and prepared to show the recording to the officers. Panicked, Liu Kundong suddenly snatched the phone and smashed it onto the ground. With a loud crack, the device shattered into pieces. Being tall and burly, Liu Kundong easily overpowered the security officers, who hadn't expected such a brazen move. Feigning regret, Liu Kundong said, Oops, I lost my grip. My bad. Don't worry, I'll pay for the phone. A phone wasn't worth much, and as long as he could continue claiming to have a concussion, Liu Kundong hoped to extort a hefty sum from Wei Ming. The security officers were frustrated. Without the phone, the evidence was gone. What now? Wei Ming, however, remained calm. He smiled, reached into his pocket, and pulled out another phone. Oh, I must have grabbed the wrong one earlier. The video is actually on this phone. Looking at Liu Kundong's rapidly paling face, Wei Ming added, Care to accidentally smash this one too? Don't worry, I've already uploaded the video to cloud storage. You've got to be kidding me. Liu Kundong considered lunging again but decided against it after Wei Ming's warning. Wei Ming handed the phone to the officers. Had he actually been so cautious as to use a decoy phone? Not quite. When Liu Kundong had smashed the first phone, Wei Ming used his spatial gate to swiftly switch it with a backup phone, tossing the decoy in its place. Anyone paying close attention might have noticed a brief bulge in Wei Ming's pocket, the original phone, still intact, being teleported back. The officers watched the video and quickly pieced together the truth. Indeed, Liu Kundong had been the aggressor. Wei Ming's actions were clearly in self-defense. With a calm smile, Wei Ming said, "I'm not demanding compensation for emotional distress. All I want is an apology from these two. And perhaps this madam should reflect on her behavior. She really ought to leash her dog in the future. Oh, and I'll need compensation for the damaged phone, of course." Realizing there was no way to extort money from Wei Ming, Ma Yulan and her son resorted to playing the victim. "Apologize? Never. Throw us in jail if you dare. Go ahead, arrest us." Their defiance left the officers exasperated. Wei Ming hadn't been injured, so arresting them over such a trivial matter wasn't realistic. Why were they so brazen? Because the cost of attempting extortion was so low. If it worked, they could score big. If it didn't, all they had to do was apologize, hardly a punishment. Wei Ming smirked. His mind flashed with an idea, and through his spatial gate, he slipped a potent laxative into the stomachs of both Liu Kundong and Ma Yulan. He said lightly, "Fine, I won't insist on an apology. Your kind of apology is about as meaningful as a fart anyway. But you still owe me for the phone." Liu Kundong scowled but couldn't avoid paying. He had smashed the phone in front of the officers. Refusing to compensate would likely land him in jail. "Fine, I'll pay," he growled. Wei Ming smiled. 1,000 yuan WeChat or Alipay? What? Liu Kundong exploded. That's daylight robbery. Wei Ming shrugged. It's the latest Pura 70 Ultra. You can check the price online, 10,999 yuan for the high-end version. I'm already giving you a 999 yuan discount. You should be thanking me. One of the officers chimed in. He's right. This is Huawei's latest model. The high-spec version costs 10,999 yuan, and due to high demand, scalpers are charging an extra 1,000. Seething, Liu Kundong reluctantly transferred the money. Even Ma Yuelan's attempts to protest were silenced by her son, who knew they had no choice. After transferring the payment, Liu Kundong glared at Wei Ming and hissed, "You'd better spend that money wisely." His tone was full of unspoken threats. Wei Ming, of course, wasn't intimidated. Given his newfound strength, he could easily take on 10 men like Liu Kundong. And once the apocalypse arrived, Wei Ming wouldn't hesitate to eliminate threats like him entirely. For now, though, Wei Ming chose to let them off lightly. He smirked and continued walking Xiao Hai. Meanwhile, Ma Yulan and her son returned home in a fury. "What happened? Why are you back so early?" asked Lu Feng, Ma Yulan's husband. "Don't ask." Ma Yulan fumed. "That little punk. I swear I'll ruin his reputation in this neighborhood." But before she could elaborate, Liu Kundong suddenly clutched his stomach. With a loud groan, he bolted to the bathroom. Moments later, Ma Yulan's stomach began to churn as well. Desperate, she pounded on the bathroom door. "Son, hurry up, I need to go." "No. I'm not done," Liu Kundong shouted back between agonized groans. Unable to hold it in, Ma Yulan ran to the balcony, pulled down her pants, and squatted over the laundry basin. The sound that followed was explosive. From the living room, Lu Feng, utterly disgusted, could only retch. The next day, Ma Yulan didn't even get a chance to spread rumors about Wei Ming before she herself became the laughingstock of the entire neighborhood. Someone had taken a photo of her squatting in the laundry sink on her balcony and posted it in the residents' group chat. It instantly turned into the neighborhood's biggest joke. What kind of person does that? Pooping in the laundry sink? Do their clothes smell like sewage now? Yikes. Better keep our distance from them. Don't want to get contaminated by the stench. Even if Ma Yulan wanted to spread false rumors to defame Wei Ming, no one would take her seriously now. The neighbors avoided her like the plague. Some even pinched their noses when they saw her. Ma Yulan was livid with rage. When Wei Ming heard about it, he chuckled. He had only given her and her son the laxatives as a minor punishment. Since the apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, he couldn't afford to take more drastic action. The last thing he wanted was to draw suspicion, be called in for questioning by the police, and end up stuck at the station when the world ended. That would be a disaster. But Ma Yulan's antics had provided an unexpected bonus, a surprise with a particularly pungent flavor. Serves her right. 3 days later, Wei Ming was suddenly startled by the loud bang 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 of someone knocking on a door. However, it wasn't his door, it was the one next door. Curious, Wei Ming opened his door to check. Outside stood 4 men, all of them thuggish and intimidating. When they noticed Wei Ming, they glared at him with hostile expressions. "This is a debt collection matter. Stay out of it and go back inside," one of them barked at Wei Ming. Wei Ming immediately understood. Guo Hai's gamble on gold futures must have resulted in a margin call. The borrowed money had come due, and now the online loan sharks were here to collect. These platforms were polite when lending money, but ruthless when collecting it. Borrow like a king, repay like a coward. The man who had spoken earlier sneered as he pounded on Guo Hai's door again. You can dodge us for now, but we'll come every day. Today we're being polite. Tomorrow? The day after? We'll start splashing paint and filth on your walls. And we'll put up banners around the neighborhood so everyone knows you're deadbeats. After this tirade, the door finally opened. Out stepped Mie Xiaolu, her face pale with fear. We don't have the money right now. Please give us some more time. I promise we'll pay it back. Oh look, a beauty. The four men's leering gazes landed on her. Nice figure. TSK. She's gorgeous. She could easily be the top girl at Crown nightclub. The leader, clearly the most brazen of the group, grinned wickedly. Every day you don't pay, the interest piles up. Forget the principal, just the daily interest is over 2,000 yuan. How are you going to pay it? But I do have an idea. You sleep with us each night to cover the interest. What do you think? Ha ha ha. Mie Xiaolu's face turned ghostly white. She always saw herself as part of the elite class, associating only with well-dressed, affluent people. The idea of dealing with these lowlifes terrified her more than it angered her. And the worst part, after his investment imploded, Guo Hai had run off. That's right, he had disappeared, leaving Mie Xiaolu to face everything on her own. Biting her lip, she said, "We'll pay back the money. Please leave now, or I'll call the police." The four men burst into laughter, completely unfazed. Go ahead and call, the leader said dismissively. We haven't laid a finger on you or forced our way in. Debt repayment is a moral obligation. What are the police going to do? Stop us from collecting what's owed? Mie Xiaolu hesitated. He was right. They hadn't harmed her or broken any laws. Even if the police made them leave, they'd just come back. Was she going to call the police every day? In desperation, her eyes landed on Wei Ming, who was standing nearby with his arms crossed, watching the scene unfold like a spectator at a theater. She clung to this last hope like a drowning person grabbing a lifeline. Wei Ming, please help me. I'm begging you. The leader glanced at Wei Ming, his impatience evident. Didn't I tell you to get lost? Don't make me hurt you. Wei Ming ignored him, turning instead to Mie Xiaolu. Simple. Come into my apartment, and I guarantee they won't dare knock on my door. But he gestured at Jiao Hai, his black dog. The implication was clear: entering his home meant submitting to him, just like the dog. Mie Xiaolu bit her lip, torn. She couldn't bring herself to agree. Damn it. The leader growled, striding toward Wei Ming with menace. He reached out to shove him back into his apartment. Wei Ming responded by grabbing the man's wrist with a firm grip. Ah. The man screamed, his face contorted in pain. It felt as though his wrist were caught in an iron vice. The other three men rushed at Wei Ming. Thud, thud, thud. In a flash, Wei Ming delivered 3 swift kicks, sending all 3 men sprawling to the ground. They knelt on the floor, clutching their stomachs, sweat dripping from their foreheads like raindrops. It hurt. Aren't you listening? Sit quietly over there. Wei Ming patted the leader's shoulder before releasing his wrist. His calm demeanor made the man recoil in terror, as if he'd seen a ghost. Wei Ming turned back to Mie Xiaolu. When she still hesitated, he shrugged and began to retreat into his apartment. Wait! Mie Xiaolu hurried after him. She paused at the doorway, hesitating one last time, but ultimately followed him inside. Wei Ming glanced at the 4 men. I don't care what you do to collect from my neighbors. But if you disturb me again, or if I smell anything foul, let's just say you won't like the consequences. The 4 men, though unwilling, knew better than to challenge him again after witnessing his strength. Bang! Wei Ming shut the door. The sound made all 4 men flinch. What do we do now, boss? One of them asked. Should we call the cops? Another suggested. Smack. The leader slapped him hard. Have you forgotten who we are? Debt collectors calling the police? Are you stupid? Let's go find the man who borrowed the money. He's the one who signed the IES. If anyone owes us, it's him. Mie Xiaolu sat nervously on the couch, her posture tense and reserved. At the same time, a small trace of admiration began to creep into her thoughts. When confronted by debt collectors, what had her husband, Guo Hai, done? He ran. Yes, he abandoned her and ran away. But Wei Ming? It had nothing to do with him, yet he stood his ground and even drove away the 4 thugs. Women naturally admire strength, and Mi Xiaolu couldn't help but feel a tiny sliver of admiration for Wei Ming. Just a sliver, though. She still saw herself as a high-class beauty, a Bai Fu Mei rich and beautiful woman, and Wei Ming as a lowly loser who had inexplicably struck it rich. Even with money, he was nothing more than a nouveau riche in her eyes, someone beneath her status. This mindset was also why she refused to let anyone see how far she had fallen. Even if it meant paying a steep price, she was determined to maintain the illusion of her happiness. I can't let anyone laugh at me. The mere thought of those who once envied her looking down on her now made her scalp tingle with fear. No, she'd rather die than let that happen. Wei Ming asked casually, "Where's your husband?" At the mention of Guo-hai, Mi Xiaolu felt not guilt, but anger. She snorted. He ran. The moment his positions were liquidated, he left the house and hasn't come back. He won't answer calls or reply to messages. Ha, a man with no backbone. Wei Ming chuckled. I have a way to make him come looking for you. How? Mi Xiaolu's interest was piqued. For her, the humiliation she was facing now was entirely Guo-hai's fault. If not for his reckless investments, she wouldn't be in this mess. Wei Ming smirked, picking up her phone. Unlock it, he said. Reluctantly, Mi Xiaolu unlocked her phone. Wei Ming opened her WeChat app, navigated to her chat with Guo-hai, and selected the option to send a photo. With one arm wrapped around her waist, he snapped a picture and hit send all in one fluid motion. Ping! Within 3 seconds, Mi Xiaolu's phone rang. It was Guo-hai. She answered. Mi Xiaolu, you shameless tramp. Guo-hai yelled furiously. I've only been gone a few days, and you're already with another man. What's this supposed to mean? Are you trying to force me into a divorce? Let me tell you, the money was borrowed while we were married. Even if we divorce, it's still joint debt. You can't escape it. And when I told you to sleep with Wei Ming to borrow money, you refused. Now that I've lost everything, you just throw yourself at him? Hearing Guo-hai's hysterical rant, Mi Xiaolu felt a rush of vindictive pleasure. She replied coldly, You racked up this debt and ran away, leaving me to deal with the debt collectors alone. And you still have the nerve to lecture me? Get back here and fix the mess you made. Otherwise, I really will sleep with Wei Ming. And I'll do it in our bedroom, on our bed. You wouldn't dare. Guo-hai shouted, his voice trembling with rage. Wouldn't she? When a woman goes dark, there's no limit to what she's capable of. Mi Xiaolu hung up the call and immediately started a video chat. When Guo-hai picked up, she leaned over, kissed Wei Ming on the cheek, and rested her head against his chest, staring provocatively into the camera. See? Think I won't? She taunted. Guo-hai was livid. She called him just to flaunt her affair in front of him? Fine. 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 He yelled through gritted teeth. Wei Ming, she's just a used-up tramp with debts piling up. You can have her if you want. Wei Ming chuckled. Isn't she still your wife? Guo-hai was speechless. Mi Xiaolu, incensed, turned to Wei Ming and said, I was married with a proper ceremony and a hefty dowry. Consider yourself lucky. Guo-hai couldn't bear to hear or see more. You shameless bitch. He shouted before ending the call. Would he dare to come back and confront them? With so much debt hanging over his head, returning would only mean facing the wrath of the debt collectors. Yet, the thought of the humiliation his wife with another man in their own home drove him mad with rage. But what could he do? Why? Why did the polar ice caps have to disappear? He wailed, his voice breaking into sobs. If not for that global anomaly, his investments wouldn't have gone bust. Now his wife was cheating on him in their bed, and he couldn't even muster the courage to go home and confront her. Hatred consumed him. Wei Ming struck a deal with Mi Xiaolu. Every time he helped her fend off the debt collectors, she'd have to show her gratitude. Of course, this was just for now. Once the apocalypse came, things would be different. Then, a single bottle of purified water would have her groveling and calling him master. In fact, when the end came, countless people, whether celebrities, socialites, or wealthy heiresses, would beg to be his pets. When survival is on the line, status becomes meaningless. Mi Xiaolu wasn't bad though. She was gorgeous, even slightly more beautiful than Liu King, though her figure wasn't as curvy. Still, a C cup was perfectly acceptable. Time passed. Wei Ming alternated between spending time with Liu King and Mi Xiaolu. He kept their relationships separate, meeting Liu King at hotels and entertaining Mi Xiaolu at home. Once the apocalypse arrived, he'd move them both to his villa. The apocalypse would be boring, and he'd need some entertainment. Taking Xiao Hai for a walk, Wei Ming headed downstairs. He hadn't gone far when a middle-aged woman approached, holding someone's hand. Xiao Wei. I've brought my daughter. You two should sit down and have a chat, she called out enthusiastically. It was Aunt Cheng. Wei Ming was speechless. He had brushed her off last time and thought she'd forgotten about it after a few days of no contact. Yet, here she was, bringing her daughter straight to his doorstep. Was this the allure of 25 million yuan? If 25 million had this effect, what about 2 billion? Unfortunately, in just over a month, everyone's wealth would be wiped out. Money and status would all be reset. At that point, whoever had the most food and clean water would hold true wealth. And those with the strongest combat abilities would rewrite their fates, becoming rich through force and plunder. Aunt Cheng eagerly pushed her daughter forward and introduced her. This is my daughter, Zhao Cece. She's 28, has a master's degree, and works at a bank. Zhao Cece flashed a reserved and haughty smile. Hello. Wei Ming gave her a quick once-over. She was about 167 cm tall, very slender, too slender, really, and as flat as a board. Cover her face, and it'd be hard to tell her front from her back. Her looks? Even with makeup, she barely scraped a passing grade of 60, just enough to qualify as a beauty. Wei Ming greeted Zhao Cece briefly, then turned to Aunt Cheng. Aunt Cheng, I'm not looking to date right now. It's a bit early for that. Early? What are you talking about? Aunt Cheng replied with domineering enthusiasm. Men should marry, women should wed. You two talk and get to know each other. Wow, she was relentless. Woof, woof, Xiao Hai barked impatiently. What's with these humans? They're interrupting my walk. If the master hadn't ordered me to behave, I'd bite them both. Ignoring the two women, Wei Ming tugged on Xiao Hai's leash and walked forward. Zhao Cece frowned, clearly displeased, but under her mother's insistent nudging, she caught up and walked alongside him. After a few steps, she spoke in a condescending tone. A lot of people are chasing me, you know. But my mom insisted I give you a chance, so consider yourself lucky. Wei Ming chuckled. Where did this confidence come from? Fine. Let's see how ridiculous you can get. What's your ideal man like? Wei Ming asked. Height of at least 178 cm, a local household registration, under 30 years old, owns a car and a house with no mortgage, and at least 2 million yuan in savings, Zhao Cece stated matter-of-factly. Wei Ming blinked in disbelief. Are you making a wish? Zhao Cece rolled her eyes. That's not funny. Don't you know? The gender imbalance in this country means there are 30 million men who can't find wives. With my qualifications, is it too much to ask for these conditions? Seriously? What makes you think you can pick and choose among 30 million men? Forget it, forget it. She's probably been brainwashed by all that toxic empowerment nonsense. Why bother arguing with her? The so-called 30 million leftover men and 10 million leftover women narratives were just tactics to stir up gender conflict and manipulate unmarried men and women. But in the coming apocalypse, none of this would matter. Survival would be humanity's only priority. And once societal order collapses, would the current marriage system even exist anymore? Wei Ming responded calmly. I don't want to waste your time. And I'm not interested. You should save your chance for someone else. Zhao Cece's anger flared. She stomped her foot, but unfortunately, her flat chest barely moved, leaving Wei Ming thoroughly unimpressed. As he walked away, she hurried to catch up. Don't think that just because you've got some money, you can look down on people. I handle billions at work every day. Oh, come on. That's something to brag about? Wei Ming snickered. No matter how little money I have, it's mine. The money you handle, does any of it belong to you? Zhao Cece was about to retort when someone rudely shoved her aside. It was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She opened her mouth as if to scold but stopped when two men squeezed past her. Son-in-law. When are you marrying our king? The woman Luo Gaifen asked with a beaming smile, ignoring Zhao Cece entirely. Hearing this, Zhao Cece froze mid-complaint, her expression turning furious. So, you're engaged to someone else, and yet you came to flirt with me? Scumbag. I have to expose him. Not that she considered it was her mother and herself who had approached Wei Ming, not the other way around. Wei Ming glanced coldly at Luo Gaifen. Her shrewd, calculating demeanor was downright repulsive. He waved dismissively. I broke up with your daughter 4 months ago. Don't call me son-in-law. What? They'd already broken up? Zhao Cece felt a twinge of disappointment. If they'd broken up, Wei Ming wasn't too timing after all. But wait. Jumping straight from one relationship to another? Shameless. Zuo Yang, Luo Gaifen's son, fumed and lunged forward, but Zuo Fugui, the father, held him back. She dated you for 6 months, and you think you can just dump her? Dream on. Zuo Fugui snapped angrily. Wei Ming had no interest in engaging with this family. He frowned and said curtly, move. Of course the Zuo family refused. Zuo Fugui put on a conciliatory tone. Son-in-law, young couples always quarrel. It's normal. A few days of cooling off is enough. You're not getting any younger. Just go get your marriage license. Marriage license? With Wei Ming having no parents, they'd have full control over him afterward. 20 billion yuan. Thinking about what their daughter had said about Wei Ming's newfound wealth, the Zuo family trembled with excitement. They were going to hit the jackpot. That 25 million yuan villa? Too small. Once they got his money, they'd move to a luxury mansion in the city center worth hundreds of millions. Anything less wouldn't suit their newfound status. Move, Wei Ming said again, forcing his way through. He couldn't even stand another second with this family. Afraid his growing murderous intent might boil over and drive him to kill them all. This was still a lawful society. Wei Ming reminded himself repeatedly, suppressing his anger. Once the apocalypse hit though, the Zuo family chased after him, refusing to give up. 20 billion. 20 billion yuan. What use was dignity compared to that kind of money? As they trailed him, chattering incessantly about marriage, Wei Ming made his move. Unseen portals opened, dropping 3 large stones in their path. Ah! Ow! The entire family tripped and fell simultaneously. If Wei Ming hadn't thought it too gross, he might have arranged for them to land face first in cow dung. Dazed, the Zuo family lay on the ground, bewildered. How could there be 3 large stones in the middle of the clean, paved pathway? What was the property management even doing? Though they wanted to keep chasing, their bruises and scrapes were too painful. All they could do was sit and nurse their wounds. Time passed day by day. The Zuo family continued to pester Wei Ming relentlessly. Sometimes one member would show up, other times the whole family would come together. Wei Ming, on the other hand, made full use of his spatial gate to teach them lessons repeatedly. The first time, he wasn't fully prepared, but that changed quickly. He specifically stocked up on large quantities of dog feces and bird droppings for their benefit, giving the Zuo family a literal shower of misfortune. The Zuo family was completely dumbfounded. Getting hit by bird droppings could be written off as bad luck, but why was there dog poop too? What kind of despicable neighbor would let their dog poop on a balcony? Fortunately, it wasn't human feces. Otherwise, they might have suspected Ma Yulan. After all, she had a criminal record for defecating in her balcony's laundry sink. If she could do that, why not hurl it down from above? Yet, for the sake of 2 billion yuan, the Zuo family pressed on undeterred. Even though they kept ending up covered in filth, they didn't give up. Their strategy was persistent companionship, fully believing that, sooner or later, Wei Ming would give in. More than 2 weeks later, Wei Ming received a call from Jia Bing. Boss, everything's done. You can come inspect it. Wei Ming immediately headed over. The Qudangcheng residential complex had 3 villas in total. Despite being connected, they were numbered 8, 18 and 28, clearly an attempt to cash in on the lucky number 8. Interestingly, while villas 8 and 18 were identical in size to villa 28, they sold for an additional 1 million yuan each at the time of purchase, simply because 8 sounds like prosperity in Chinese, and 18 evokes certain prosperity. Meanwhile, 28 sounded less auspicious. Wei Ming couldn't help but find it ridiculous. Jia Bing was already waiting at the entrance. The two walked into the villa, and Wei Ming began his inspection from the basement level. He was meticulous, his life depended on it. Once the apocalypse came, this villa would be his safe haven, and there could be no room for error. From the basement to the 3rd floor, Wei Ming carefully examined every detail. He was thoroughly impressed and promptly paid the remaining balance. Not only had Jia Bing met all his requirements, but he'd also made significant improvements. For instance, Wei Ming had planned to install hollow copper pipes in the walls for placing ice blocks to cool the villa. Jia Bing had refined this idea by creating insulated cavities around the walls, making it easier to insert ice blocks. Drainage holes at the base would funnel melted water into a storage tank in the basement. Of course, this was redundant for Wei Ming. He could simply use his spatial gate to place ice wherever he wanted, without needing any openings. Overflow? Not a problem, he could store excess water in the spatial dimension. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. The only issue was a faint smell from the new materials, despite being eco-friendly. Wei Ming decided to leave the villa to air out for another 20 days before moving in. Xie Bing left after assuring Wei Ming that any non-human related damages would be repaired for free. Wei Ming stayed behind to connect the villa's surveillance cameras to his phone, enabling him to monitor the property remotely. Once everything was set up, he walked to the front gate. He logged out all secondary user accounts and reset the master password, ensuring only his fingerprint and facial recognition could unlock the system. With that done, he prepared to leave. Just then, a Mercedes pulled out of Villa 18 next door. The driver's side window was rolled down, revealing a stunning woman in her early 20s with a side profile so gorgeous Wei Ming couldn't help but give her a 91/100. From his brief glance, her figure was just as impressive, curves in all the right places. Her chest alone was easily a D cup, if not an E. But before he could admire further, the car turned a corner, leaving him with only a view of its rear bumper. The owner of Villa 18? Curious, Wei Ming asked a security guard. At first the guard was hesitant to share, but after Wei Ming handed him a pack of Huazi cigarettes, the man became a fountain of information. Yes, that beauty is indeed the owner of Villa 18. Her name is Yu Chutong. She's reportedly a wealthy heiress who bought the villa 2 years ago. She drives an S-Class Mercedes, wears luxury brands from head to toe, and never spares us security guards a second glance. Wei Ming also asked about the owner of Villa 8. According to the guard, Villa 8 housed a prominent businessman who divorced his first wife 2 years ago and recently married a college student at campus belle with impossibly long legs. The guard even gestured to his waist to illustrate their length. Having learned about his new neighbors, Wei Ming returned home. Time continued to pass. Wei Ming's bank balance dwindled at an astonishing rate, now down to less than 20 million yuan. He was delighted. The faster he spent the money, the more supplies he acquired. At this point, he was only splurging on banquets since he'd already stockpiled all other essentials during his $0 shopping sprees. If he spent it all and the apocalypse didn't come? Well, with his vast reserves of resources, he could live comfortably regardless. A few more weeks went by. Wei Ming officially moved into the villa. After setting up his bedding and other essentials, he went to the third-floor balcony. The balconies were cantilevered, which Wei Ming considered a security risk. However, the tempered glass was 5 cm thick, serving as the first line of defense. Beyond that, the entrance from the balcony to the interior could be sealed with a 10 cm thick alloy steel door, capable of withstanding explosives unless an absurdly large quantity was used. In fact, the villa's walls were all reinforced with alloy steel, essentially turning it into an impenetrable fortress. What's the point of a safe house if it can be breached easily? Its only vulnerability was fire. Even with insulation, prolonged exposure to flames could turn it into an oven. But Wei Ming had an endless supply of icebergs in his spatial dimension. With those, he could control the temperature. If it exceeded 30 dC inside, he'd consider it a personal failure. Seated on the balcony, bathed in sunlight, Wei Ming sipped tea in complete tranquility. Who else would dare enjoy such leisure under the sun once the apocalypse began? Wait. He noticed someone on the balcony of Villa 8, a young woman, likely the new wife of the businessman. Sitting under a sunshade, she held a cup, presumably of coffee. She was stunning, with skin so radiant it seemed to glisten. Could she really be under 20? No, if she was married, she had to be at least 22. Sensing his gaze, the woman glanced his way briefly before returning to her coffee, completely unfazed. Hey! Let's see how long this serenity lasts. Wei Ming looked away. By his calculations, only 11 days remained until the apocalypse arrived. The phone suddenly rang. Wei Ming glanced at the caller ID. It was Liu King. That was rare. She rarely initiated calls to him. Wei Ming had planned to contact her in a few days and bring her to his villa, keeping her hidden until the apocalypse arrived. As long as he did it discreetly, there would be no issues. And once the world descended into chaos, well, who would bother with trivial accusations of theft then? He could hardly wait to see Liu King grovel at his feet in the post-apocalyptic world. He answered the call. Wei Ming. Save me. You have to save me. The moment the call connected, Liu King's panicked voice came through. Don't panic. Speak slowly, Wei Ming replied calmly. Liu King took a deep breath but still sounded tearful. Sujian, that bastard. He took all the money and fled to Malaysia. He said I have 2 hours, and at 4:30 p.m., he'll send an email to the company exposing how we embezzled 30 million yuan together. Huh? Wei Ming was taken aback. How did this happen? In his previous life, it wasn't until 4 days later that Liu King and Sujian's secret marriage and theft of company funds were exposed. Both were arrested together. But now, things were unfolding differently. Not only was the timeline accelerated by 4 days, but Sujian had managed to flee to Malaysia. Smart move, choosing a country without an extradition treaty with China. Should he help Liu King? If he helped her, he would assume some risk. Once the case was exposed, he might be brought in for questioning. And what if that coincided with the apocalypse? However, as long as he disguised his involvement well enough, hiding Liu King until the world fell apart shouldn't be a problem. In fact, his plan had always been to bring her to the villa in a few days. He just needed to move up the timeline. I'm in. Leave your office immediately and head to Yufun Mall. Wait for me at the entrance of Bread Talk, he instructed. Okay. Liu King stammered. She was utterly panicked, her mind focused solely on one thing: avoiding prison. Wei Ming took a moment to prepare himself, checking his reflection and changing into an inconspicuous outfit. Then, he left the neighborhood and hailed a taxi to Yufun Mall. In less than 30 minutes, he spotted Liu King. She was pacing back and forth, her anxiety written all over her face. Even in her flustered state, her beauty and figure caught the attention of passing men, their eyes lingering on her curves. Wei Ming approached her, discreetly opening his spatial gate to spray ink over all nearby surveillance cameras. This was a simple trick. He only needed to toss the ink into his spatial dimension beforehand. Then, using the spatial gate, he could release the ink directly onto the cameras, which he pinpointed with precision within the 5-meter range of the gate. Stopping beside Liu King, he spoke softly, "Follow me." Startled, Liu King didn't recognize him at first, but his voice quickly registered. She hurried after him. Wei Ming continued to disable surveillance cameras along their route before leading Liu King into a restroom. Handing her a bag, he said, "Change into these clothes and put on the mask, sunglasses and hat." Liu King nodded quickly, finally relaxing a little. Wei Ming thought of everything. 10 minutes later, Liu King emerged, looking like a completely different person. Wei Ming had also changed his outfit. They tossed their old clothes into a trash bin, or so it seemed. In reality, Wei Ming stored them in his spatial dimension. Now, it was foolproof. Wei Ming wrapped an arm around Liu King's waist, and she naturally leaned her head on his shoulder. Both wore masks, sunglasses, and hats, making them unrecognizable. Exiting the mall, Wei Ming hailed a taxi to Wanda Plaza. There, they switched to another cab and returned to Qdongcheng. Entering through the underground parking garage, they finally reached the sanctuary of Villa 28. Inside, Liu King couldn't hide her surprise. "This is your home?" As a senior financial manager at a large company, Liu King's discerning eye immediately recognized the value of the villa. It was worth at least 20 million yuan. How could Wei Ming afford something like this? Still curious at a time like this? Wei Ming chuckled. Liu King's expression darkened, quickly giving way to anger. Sujian, that bastard. He had not only fled with all their money but was now trying to throw her under the bus. How could a man be so vicious? People say that even a single night of marriage fosters 100 days of affection. How could Sujian be so heartless? Wei Ming shared her curiosity. In his past life, the two had never turned on each other and had been arrested together. Was this because of his own interference? Had Sujian discovered their frequent hotel meetups and grown suspicious? That must be it. Otherwise, there was no better explanation. After some thought, Wei Ming said, "For now, you'll stay here, but only on this floor." This was the second floor. He had already locked all doors and windows. Thanks to the villa's soundproofing, no one outside would hear a thing, even if Liu King screamed her lungs out. She couldn't access the first or third floors, and was confined to this level. "Am I supposed to hide like this forever?" she asked, her voice trembling. Wei Ming smiled. "Don't worry. I've contacted a smuggler. Stay here for about 2 weeks, and I'll arrange for you to leave the country." In truth, with the apocalypse just 11 days away, she'd be staying as his pet. Liu King looked genuinely moved. If Wei Ming had said this outright, she wouldn't have believed him. How could a poor loser like him pull off something so elaborate? But seeing this luxurious villa had shifted her perception. This man could actually do it. "Thank you so much, Wei Ming," she said sincerely, her emotions welling up. Her husband had betrayed her. But the man she once looked down upon had saved her in her darkest hour. The contrast left her overwhelmed. "How will you thank me?" Wei Ming asked with a sly grin. Meanwhile, Little Black, the dog, was curious about the new arrival. After being fed a sliced steak by Wei Ming, the pup happily settled down to eat. Wei Ming, seated on the balcony, enjoyed the cool evening breeze while Liu King stayed inside watching TV, not daring to step out. Across the way, the wealthy heiress from Villa 18 had returned. Her lights were on, and soon she stepped out onto her balcony. When she noticed Wei Ming sitting on his own balcony looking her way, she quickly turned her head with an air of aloofness. Wei Ming didn't take her attitude to heart. She could only afford to act high and mighty for now. In a few days, he took out a bottle of pure water, wondering would she beg for it, wagging her tail? He was genuinely curious. Just then, the doorbell rang. 3 security guards stood outside Villa 28, pressing the button. Why did Su Jian call Liu King and specifically give her 2 hours of warning? It wasn't out of kindness, it was to torment her. 2 hours? Could she erase all evidence or flee abroad in that time? Impossible. She wouldn't even make it to the airport. So, while it seemed like Su Jian was giving her a grace period, his intentions were malicious. To make matters worse, after just 1 hour, he sent the incriminating email to the company using his own account. The email detailed how he and Liu King had collaborated over the past 3 years to embezzle 30 million yuan. This email immediately raised alarms at the company. Security was instructed to locate and detain both Liu King and Su Jian, but neither was present. Su Jian had been on leave for several days. Liu King, however, had been at work that afternoon but had left not long before. With no other choice, the company called the police. When law enforcement officers arrived and discovered the embezzlement amounted to 30 million yuan, they treated the case with the utmost seriousness. They immediately went to the homes of Su Jian and Liu King but found them both empty. The police concluded that the couple had fled out of fear of being arrested and issued a nationwide warrant for their capture. However, one thing puzzled the police: why had Su Jian turned in his own wife? If he wanted to atone for his crimes, why had he fled as well? Su Jian's whereabouts were easy to trace. His travel records showed he had left for Malaysia, a country without an extradition treaty with China. But Liu King? She was likely still in Haidu. The police activated their AI-powered surveillance system, scanning footage for facial recognition. It didn't take long to track Liu King leaving her office and heading to Yufan Mall. The officers rushed to Yufan Mall and quickly identified her on security footage. However, shortly after, the cameras went dark. Initially, the police thought it was a network issue, but the mall management informed them that someone had sprayed ink on several cameras. The trail went cold. Surveillance systems couldn't locate Liu King again. It was as though she had vanished into thin air. What now? The police had another lead. Before disappearing, Liu King had made a phone call. While her phone couldn't be located, they could retrieve her call records from the telecom provider. Thus, 3 officers appeared outside Wei Ming's building. Wei Ming remained calm as he pressed a button on his remote control. Then, casually, he went downstairs and opened the door. "What's the matter?" he asked. One of the officers smiled. "We're on official duty and need to ask you a few questions." Wei Ming nodded. "Come in." The 3 officers entered. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The first male officer, in his 30s, had a serious demeanor. The second, in his 20s, looked like a rookie with particularly thick eyebrows. As for the female officer, Wei Ming almost whistled. She was stunning, an absolute knockout. Her facial beauty easily scored over 90, and her figure was nothing short of spectacular. Her full chest strained against her uniform, as if the buttons were barely holding on. Her waist, however, was slender enough to be encircled with one hand, creating an exaggerated hourglass shape with her curvy hips. What a sight! Wei Ming almost wanted to give her a perfect score. Wei Ming invited them to sit down and handed each a bottle of pure water. He chuckled inwardly, knowing that in a few days, these bottles would become extremely valuable. Even though it was only April, the effects of the vanished polar ice caps were becoming apparent. The room temperature had already climbed to 30 degrees Celsius. Wei Ming turned on the air conditioner, sat down, and smiled. "I'm happy to cooperate." One of the male officers asked, "Did you receive a phone call from Liu King this afternoon?" "Yes," Wei Ming replied without hesitation. "What did she call you about?" Wei Ming hesitated. "Do I have to answer?" "Of course." The voluptuous policewoman declared haughtily. "This concerns a major case. If you withhold information, we can arrest you for obstruction of justice." Wei Ming chuckled. "I'm happy to cooperate, as it's every citizen's duty. But threatening a law-abiding citizen isn't very professional, don't you think?" "You." The policewoman slammed her hand on the table, causing her chest to bounce. "What of you?" Her colleagues quickly calmed her down. "Relax," the older officer said. "He's wealthy enough to own a villa like this. There's no need to antagonize him." "We appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Wei," the senior officer continued. "This is a major case involving a large sum of money." Wei Ming nodded and awkwardly admitted, "Liu King and I are romantically involved. She called me this afternoon saying she was in trouble. She briefly mentioned embezzling company funds, and I advised her to turn herself in." "She didn't?" The officers exchanged skeptical glances. After all, Liu King had gone to Yufun Mall right after the call, where the security cameras had been suspiciously vandalized. "Where were you this afternoon?" the senior officer asked. "At home," Wei Ming replied. "Liar." The voluptuous policewoman snapped. "Confess." Wei Ming sighed. "If you're this aggressive in my own home, I can only imagine how you'd treat me at the station." "You." The policewoman's chest heaved with anger again, and Wei Ming made no effort to hide his appreciation of the view. The rookie officer interjected with a smile. "Do you have anyone who can vouch for your whereabouts?" Wei Ming shook his head. "I live alone." "There's no one to confirm." The senior officer asked, "May we search the premises?" Wei Ming smirked. "Technically you need a warrant, and I could refuse. But since I'm a good citizen with nothing to hide, go ahead." The officers spread out to search the villa. Wei Ming, meanwhile, turned on the TV and leisurely watched a show. After 30 minutes, the officers returned, empty-handed and frustrated. Could Wei Ming be telling the truth? Had he only advised Liu King to surrender? "Wait." The policewoman suddenly exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. "You have another property." She thought she had caught him. "Oh, would you like to search that one too?" Wei Ming asked, perfectly composed. "Fine. I'll take you there." He led the officers to his other apartment, a smaller property. It took them less than 5 minutes to search it, and again, they found nothing. The senior officer apologized. "Sorry for taking up so much of your time." "No problem." "Happy to help," Wei Ming replied, then turned to the policewoman. "By the way, what's your name? Can I have your contact info?" "I'm Song Kyung Yun. If you decide to confess, mention my name," she snapped, still convinced Wei Ming was hiding something. Wei Ming parted ways with the officers at the building entrance and returned to his villa. As he passed Villa 18, he noticed Yu Chutong sitting on her balcony. She shot him a disdainful glance. Clearly she had seen him leaving with the officers and assumed he was involved in some shady business. Why didn't the 3 officers find Liu King? It was simple, there was a hidden room. The officers weren't familiar with the layout of the villa, and with such limited time, it was impossible for them to notice the discrepancy in space, or suspect the presence of a secret chamber. When Wei Ming returned, he opened the hidden door and found Liu King inside, her face full of tension. "Did they leave? Are they gone?" she asked, clearly terrified. She couldn't bear the thought of going to prison. Wei Ming nodded. "They're gone." Liu King let out a sigh of relief but then looked at Wei Ming with incredulity. "Who are you?" A hidden room in someone's house wasn't exactly normal. Wei Ming merely smiled. "The person who saved your life and kept you out of prison." Liu King hesitated but quickly dismissed her doubts. After all, she planned to leave in just over half a month. What did it matter who Wei Ming really was? Deciding that she needed to ensure Wei Ming remained happy and cooperative, she resolved to repay him for his kindness. Better to keep him pleased than risk him changing his mind and refusing to help her escape. "Thank you, Wei Ming," she said softly, swaying her alluring body as she slowly began to remove her clothing. Those twin peaks were dazzlingly white and impressively large. Wei Ming smiled faintly. It was going to be a fiery night. The night passed. Wei Ming was thoroughly satisfied. As he glanced at the woman lying beside him, he mused about how tirelessly Liu King had worked to please him the night before, desperate to keep him on her side. What she didn't realize was that she had no chance of leaving. In truth, escaping the villa would be her misfortune. Outside, she would face starvation, dehydration, or worse, being enslaved and abused by others. And it wouldn't just be by one person. After the apocalypse, morality would collapse, and everyone's base desires would be unleashed. Wei Ming got up, leaving a prepared breakfast for Liu King before heading out. Naturally, Liu King couldn't leave the house. Wei Ming hadn't brought her there to create unnecessary problems for himself. There were only 10 days left until the apocalypse. With about 1,000,000 yuan remaining in his bank account, Wei Ming planned to spend it all that day. He spent the entire day out, returning home late in the evening. As he approached his villa, he saw the entire left family, Zuo King and her parents, along with her younger brother, standing neatly at his gate. They were greedily staring through the iron bars at his 3-story villa, their expressions so full of longing they resembled a group of beggars. Wei Ming sneered. He had deliberately boasted to Zuo King about his 20 billion yuan fortune just to turn them into a pack of starving dogs, scrambling after him without shame. What a pathetic sight. "Move," he said coldly. "Oh, Wei Ming, you're back." Zuo King's mother, Luo Gaifan, greeted him with a beaming smile, pretending not to notice his obvious disdain. "Our King hasn't seen you for days. She's been so heartbroken she can't even eat or sleep." "What thick skin." No, scratch that. This family had no shame at all. Brother-in-law, stop being mad at my sister and just get the marriage certificate already. Zhuo Yang chimed in, eager to push things along. He couldn't afford to wait. A villa worth 25 million yuan? No, compared to 20 billion yuan, this villa was nothing. He wanted the money, all of it. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhuo King spoke in a pleading tone. Wei Ming, I was wrong before. Please forgive me just this once, okay? Wei Ming waved them off impatiently. Move, or I'll call security. Son-in-law, don't be so petty. Zhuo King's father, said with a forced smile, pushing his daughter toward Wei Ming. Meanwhile, Zhuo Yang took out his phone ready to snap photos. If they could capture a moment of intimacy between Wei Ming and Zhuo King, they could use it to spread rumors and force him into compliance. Leverage public opinion? Threaten him with accusations of abandonment? They were prepared to do anything for that 20 billion yuan. But as Zhuo King stumbled toward Wei Ming, he elegantly sidestepped her. Thud. Zhuo King fell hard onto the ground. Seeing this, Zhuo Fugu's eyes darted around before he began to shout dramatically, domestic abuse. Wei Ming is abusing his wife. Everyone, come and see this injustice. His loud cries naturally attracted a crowd, including the residents of Villas 8 and 18. Yu Chutong and the young trophy wife both appeared on their respective balconies to watch. Zhuo King's fall had been quite painful, and she lay on the ground for some time, unable to get up. However, her family members completely ignored her, and instead loudly accused Wei Ming of heartlessly abandoning her after gaining wealth, hoping to sway public opinion in their favor. The onlookers, while uninterested in intervening, thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle. The Zhuo family's antics were nothing short of laughable. Wei Ming, uninterested in being the center of attention, pushed past the Zhuo family, entered his villa, and firmly shut the gate. Bang! The gate slammed shut. Look at this. Look! Luo Gaifan cried, wailing loudly. How can someone be so heartless? Oh, the injustice of it all. But no one paid her any mind. After causing a scene for a while longer, the Zhuo family realized Wei Ming wasn't coming back out. Dejected, they slunk back home. But the thought of Wei Ming's supposed 20 billion yuan haunted them. They were restless, unable to eat, unable to sleep, tossing and turning all night. At this rate they might literally collapse from exhaustion and anxiety. Wei Ming, of course, was entirely unaffected. Watching the Zhuo family's desperate performances over the past few days had provided him with some minor amusement. But for the real punishment, that would come after the apocalypse began. Back inside, Wei Ming turned on the news. After the apocalypse, the news would only last 2 more days before all TV signals went dark. Better enjoy it while it lasted. Huh? A report caught his attention. Scientists had detected unusual solar activity through satellite monitoring, which could potentially affect Earth. Some experts speculated that the disappearance of the polar ice caps might have been caused by earlier solar anomalies that had gone undetected. The scientist on TV spoke with great confidence, presenting their theories as if they were absolute truth. Wei Ming nearly burst out laughing. Should I invite this expert to peek inside my spatial dimension? Let's see how they'd explain that. Still, it turned out that the world had already noticed solar irregularities. What they hadn't anticipated was the cataclysm these changes would bring. After a while, Wei Ming went upstairs. Liu King greeted him eagerly, doing her best to serve him well before cautiously asking about the snakehead smuggler's progress. Wei Ming repeated the same lie, telling her it would take about half a month, leaving her to count the days herself. She wouldn't live to see that day. He had saved her for one reason only: to toy with her. For 3 years she had treated him like dirt. Why would he develop feelings for someone like her after a few nights together? The days passed, and the temperature continued to rise. Soon, it was May 2nd. That evening Wei Ming stepped out to have dinner at a nearby restaurant. Tomorrow, the apocalypse would arrive. He wanted to savor his last normal day. The restaurant's air conditioning was on. It was only early May, but temperatures had already exceeded 30-day G. Everyone was wearing short sleeves, and the women had started competing to show off their long legs and slim waists, creating an almost overwhelming visual feast. Wei Ming sat alone. He ordered 2 dishes and a soup, along with a bottle of beer, and began eating slowly. However, the restaurant was extremely noisy. A brat was banging a spoon against a plate, producing an incessant, grating noise. This naturally annoyed many patrons, and a server approached to try and mediate, but the child's parents responded by berating her instead. Does your restaurant have a rule against making noise while eating? Even the law doesn't forbid it. Besides, our little Bao is only 13 years old. Isn't it normal for him to be playful? The couple launched into a tirade, forcing the server to retreat in frustration. But as she turned to leave, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her leg, as if she'd been pricked by a needle. She spun around, disbelief written all over her face. The father was sitting across from her, too far away to reach her, and the mother was unlikely to have done it. That left only the child. The server confronted the parents. "Your child poked me with a needle." The parents burst out laughing. "How shameless can you get, accusing a child of something like that?" the mother yelled, standing up and flinging her cup of water in the server's face. Luckily, because of the hot weather, it was just lukewarm water. Had it been boiling, the consequences could have been dire. The father, his expression menacing, joined in. "You wretch. Are you looking for trouble?" The server was overwhelmed with injustice. She had indeed been poked by a needle, and only the child could have done it. Yet the parents were being utterly unreasonable, responding with insults and even violence. Unable to stand up to their bullying, the timid server began to cry, covering her face as she ran toward the kitchen. But the parents weren't satisfied. They called over the restaurant manager and launched into a loud complaint. The manager, running a business and not wanting to upset the other diners, tried to smooth things over and promised to have the server apologize. Not long after, the server reappeared, her eyes swollen from crying. Whether the manager had promised her a raise or threatened her with dismissal, she reluctantly offered an apology to the child. "That's it?" the mother said arrogantly. "You've sullied my son's reputation. If this rumor spreads and people badmouth my Bao, how will he live?" The father chimed in. "Our little Bao is sensitive. You need to kneel and apologize to restore his dignity." Now this was too much. Everyone turned to look at the brat. Was this really a 13-year-old kid? The boy was at least 1.6 meters tall and had shifty eyes, constantly ogling the female diners' chests and legs. Kids these days grew up fast. 13? He was clearly old enough to understand plenty and to act on it. Even if the server had wrongly accused him, demanding that an adult kneel to apologize to a child was pure humiliation. The server refused. She had already swallowed her anger and apologized to the child despite being the victim. Now they wanted her to kneel? "I quit," she shouted, ripping off her apron and throwing it to the ground before storming out of the restaurant. What kind of person is this? Accuses a child and doesn't even apologize properly. Ridiculous. I hope she gets hit by a car as soon as she steps out. The mother continued spewing insults, oblivious to the rising ire of those around her. But she was clearly a shrew, sparring verbally with the crowd without losing ground. The father, meanwhile, pulled up his shirt to reveal a tattoo of a tiger on his back. The tattoo was intimidating, and many began to wonder if he was a gangster or an ex-convict. With the server gone and no one wanting to escalate the situation, the other patrons gradually quieted down and resumed their meals. Wei Ming, seated further away, overheard the couple at the neighboring table discussing the family. Listening in, Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. It turned out this family also lived in Qidong City. Oh, that explained why they were dining here. They lived nearby. The man, Lu Delong, wasn't a gangster as some had guessed. He owned a car rental business, but he was known for his shady practices. After renting out vehicles, he would often vandalize them at night to force customers to pay hefty repair fees. And why the large tattoo? And to intimidate people, of course. When customers refused to pay, he'd flash the tattoo, grab a kitchen knife, and start banging it on the table. Who wouldn't cough up the money after that? He was a notorious thug and troublemaker, often involved in fights. Known as Brother Dragon, he had a stocky, muscular build and had clashed with nearly everyone in his building, threatening them with knives. He'd been jailed a few times, but each time he was released, he became even worse. The residents of Building 15 despised him to their cores. Wei Ming had no intention of getting involved. This was his last restaurant meal before the apocalypse, and he wanted to savor it. Wei Ming thought the drama was over, but the brat didn't stop. When a young woman passed by their table, the boy struck again, jabbing her with his needle. "Ah!" The woman screamed in pain, startled and unprepared. She was in her early 20s, and she stared at the boy in disbelief. "What's wrong, babe?" her male companion quickly asked. "He poked me with a needle," she said, pointing at the boy. Her voice was loud, and many diners heard her. The first time, when the server had accused the boy, some people had been skeptical. But now, two unrelated people accusing the same child of the same behavior? The crowd erupted in anger, voicing their disapproval. Brother Dragon slammed the table and glared at everyone. "What are you yelling about? Anyone who dares make a sound, I'll kill you." His ferocity was intimidating, and most people didn't want to provoke him. They urged the young couple to call the police instead. The boy, emboldened, stood up and mimicked his father's demeanor. "Whoever calls the cops, I'll kill you. I'm underage, so even if I kill someone, I won't go to jail." Everyone was stunned. A 13-year-old kid making such vicious threats, how could they not be shocked? What's wrong with kids these days? He was using his underage status as a shield for violence. And honestly, people were intimidated. Though the brat was only 13, he was nearly as tall as an adult, with a sturdy build much like his father's. He clearly had considerable strength. If anyone fought back, they'd have to be cautious about hurting him, while the kid would have no such reservations. And what if he really stabbed someone? As he said, there'd be no death penalty for him, only financial compensation at most. This thought made everyone sit back down. Forget it. Why bother with such a little devil? Sooner or later, society would teach him a lesson. The real issue, though, was that the boyfriend of the woman who'd been stabbed also backed down. He was just a few centimeters taller than the brat, but he was scrawny and wore glasses, hardly the type to put up a fight. Frankly, the kid probably had more strength than he did. The boyfriend quickly tried to placate his girlfriend. "Let it go. It's not worth it. Someone will take care of him eventually. Let's just leave." Smack. Before he could leave, the brat slapped him hard across the face, nearly knocking him over. "Who's going to take care of me? Huh? Who?" the brat shouted, chasing after the man and raining punches on his head. The girlfriend screamed, "Help! Somebody help!" But no one stepped in to help. However, someone did call the police. Within 10 minutes, law enforcement officers arrived, though by then the boyfriend's face was bruised and swollen. Even in front of the officers, the brat showed no fear, acting as defiant and unruly as ever. The officers, knowing the complications of dealing with an underage offender, ultimately pressured the family into compensating the young couple 1,000 yuan for medical expenses, with further costs to be settled later. As for the stabbing incident, naturally, it was brushed aside. He's underage, what can you do? At most, a verbal reprimand and some educational guidance. The girlfriend was furious. As soon as they stepped outside, she broke up with her boyfriend on the spot and stormed off in anger. The young man, forgetting about his injuries, scrambled to chase after her. Soon after, the officers left, and the matter seemed resolved. But Liu Delong and his family didn't leave. Though the brat escaped any real consequences, he seemed upset after being scolded by the officers. He stood up, walked to a neighboring table, and spat into someone's food. How could anyone eat after that? What were they supposed to do, fight the brat? Judging by how the police had just handled things, what good would it do? Call them again? Endure another round of the same drama? Forget it. If they couldn't afford to provoke him, they could at least avoid him. The diners at that table decided not to eat anymore. Even though the restaurant owner offered to replace their food, they'd lost their appetite. "Let's just go," they muttered, grabbing their belongings and leaving. But the brat wasn't done. He moved to another table. Spit. Once again, food ruined. Instead of stopping their son's appalling behavior, Liu Delong and his wife looked on with pride, as if their son were demonstrating some kind of triumph. Like parents, like child. As the brat continued his rampage, more and more diners left. Some paid their bills, others walked out without saying a word. What could the restaurant owner do? At least no one was demanding compensation yet. The owner, desperate and furious, could only call the police again. At this point, the brat approached Wei Ming's table. He cleared his throat, ready to spit. Wei Ming had planned to stay out of it. Tomorrow, the apocalypse would begin, and with it, all notions of justice, morality, and order would collapse. Getting involved didn't seem worth it. But now the brat was targeting him. Absolutely not. Bam! Wei Ming kicked out, sending the brat flying. The brat had been about to spit, mouth wide open, but the sudden force of the kick made him instinctively close his mouth, and he bit down hard on his own tongue. The kick happened so fast that Liu Delong and his wife, who had been gleefully watching their son's antics, didn't even react before their son landed on the ground, wailing in pain, his mouth filled with blood. Wei Ming hadn't even kicked him that hard. It was the brat's own fault for almost biting off his tongue, leaving his mouth a bloody mess. Liu Delong couldn't stand it. He leapt to his feet, grabbing a chair and charging at Wei Ming. "You bastard! How dare you kick my son? I'll kill you!" Wei Ming could think of 1,000 ways to kill this man. But with 12 hours left until the apocalypse, was it worth spending that time in a standoff with the police? Actually, maybe it was. Liu Delong swung the chair at Wei Ming, but Wei Ming sidestepped and countered with a kick, sending him stumbling back. While Lu Delong was heavy and didn't fall, the impact was enough to unnerve him. Oh! Lu Delong's wife, however, was undeterred. Seeing her husband and son hurt only enraged her further. Screaming hysterically, she charged at Wei Ming, her hands clawing for his face. Smack! Wei Ming slapped her across the face, stunning her into silence for a few seconds. When she recovered, she went berserk and tried to slap him back. Smack! Smack! Wei Ming slapped her again. This pattern repeated itself slap after slap until her face was red and swollen. But given her already plump features, the swelling only made her look more grotesque. By now both Lu Delong and the brat had recovered. They retreated to the kitchen and returned with knives. Oh, you brought knives? Don't blame me for defending myself then. Wei Ming's gaze turned icy, his killing intent evident. But just as things were about to escalate further, the police arrived. Having stayed nearby after the earlier call, they quickly responded to the new report. Seeing the knives, the officers drew their batons and one even unholstered a gun, ordering Lu Delong and his son to drop the weapons. Lu Delong wasn't bold enough to face a gun. He quickly dropped his knife, but the brat, fearless as ever, refused to back down until his father wrested the knife away and tossed it aside. The officers heaved a sigh of relief and began taking statements. The situation wasn't hard to piece together. The officers, who had already dealt with this family earlier, were naturally biased against them and harshly criticized their behavior. Still, Lu Delong had attempted to hit Wei Ming with a chair, and Wei Ming had retaliated with a kick. To the officers, it looked like mutual aggression, and they prepared to take both parties to the station. If they concluded it was a case of fighting in public, Wei Ming could face at least 3 days of detention. But with the apocalypse looming tomorrow, there was no way Wei Ming could spend time in a cell. His mind raced, formulating a plan, one that would let him cut loose a little and still gain an advantage. He moved like lightning, snatching the gun from the officer's hands. Everyone was stunned. In the US, where guns are a common sight, it's no big deal for ordinary people to carry firearms. But in China, firearms are strictly prohibited. When Wei Ming snatched the security officer's gun, it was a massive shock to everyone. The security officer whose gun was taken instinctively tried to grab it back, but when Wei Ming pointed the gun at him, he froze in place. Another security officer quickly tried to calm the situation. Don't be impulsive. Please don't be impulsive. This was just a minor incident. If you put the gun down now, we can pretend this never happened. Of course, he was trying to de-escalate the situation. However, before Wei Ming could respond, Long Sao Mrs. Long jumped in and shouted, "Are you deliberately shielding a criminal? He just stole a gun. Hurry up and shoot him, he has to be shot." This made all 3 security officers silently curse her in their heads. What the hell is wrong with you? Are you stupid? The guy has a gun pointed at us, and you're deliberately escalating the situation? Do you have a death wish? Sure enough, Wei Ming smiled coldly at her and said, "Before I'm shot dead, I'll make sure to take care of you first." At that, Mrs. Long visibly trembled, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. She, her husband, and her son were now among Wei Ming's hostages. Her mouth opened and closed a few times, but she didn't dare utter another word. Compared to everyone else's tension, Wei Ming was completely calm. The moment he seized the gun, he had already worked out his plan, and it was flawless. So now, he was even in a playful mood. A security officer's radio crackled to life as the station inquired about the situation. But the officer was too scared to respond, fearing it might provoke Wei Ming. Wei Ming, however, seemed indifferent and said, "Go ahead and answer. It doesn't matter. They'll figure out something's wrong, even if you stay silent." The security officer hesitated but followed orders, explaining the situation briefly over the radio. This immediately sent shockwaves through the police station. Gun theft. A major incident. An extremely serious one. Immediately, the police deployed reinforcements to the scene and reported the matter to higher authorities. Guns were involved, no one dared to take this lightly. Meanwhile, Wei Ming pointed the gun at one of the security officers and smiled. "Would you kindly lock the front door and draw the curtains?" The security officer had no choice but to comply, locking the door and closing the curtains. Inside the restaurant, the owner, waitstaff, and several unlucky customers who hadn't left yet were inwardly cursing their bad luck. Why did we have to run into something like this? As they glanced toward the Long family, their gazes brimmed with blame. If it weren't for you 3, we wouldn't be stuck in this mess. Wei Ming chuckled. You all seem to dislike those 3. Well, go ahead, give them a good beating. However, the crowd hesitated, unsure whether to act. Knew it, Wei Ming's voice turned cold. Bang. He fired a shot into the ceiling. Startled, everyone immediately rushed at the Long family, punching and kicking them. Initially, the crowd was hesitant and merely going through the motions. But as they continued, their suppressed anger and frustration boiled over. Damn it! This is all your fault. If not for you, we wouldn't be hostages right now. Since they were forced to act, even causing serious injuries wouldn't be held against them. Long Sao and Long Ji, Mr. Long didn't dare to fight back. Their son, however, was still as defiant as ever, but no matter how strong he was for a 13-year-old, he couldn't stand up to a group of adults. Before long, he was crying and screaming in pain. Long Ji and Long Sao were heartbroken but powerless to help. That's enough, Wei Ming finally said, raising a hand to stop the beating. Then he tossed 3 rolls of duct tape to the security officers. Bind everyone. The security officers were stunned. Where the hell did he get these? Despite the tape's thinness, just a few layers could bind someone so tightly they couldn't break free. The security officers dared not disobey. Wei Ming was clearly using the hostages as leverage for negotiations, demonstrating a chilling level of rationality, though they privately thought, what kind of rational person turns a simple scuffle into a full-blown hostage situation? This guy is insane. But they didn't dare provoke an insane man. Once everyone was securely tied up, Wei Ming had one security officer bind the other 2. Then, he personally tied up the last officer. Humming a tune, Wei Ming headed into the kitchen for a moment. When he returned, he was carrying several explosive vests. What the hell? The 3 security officers were utterly stunned. Wei Ming wasn't escalating things over a minor brawl, this had clearly been premeditated. Wei Ming fitted each hostage with a vest and smiled. These explosive vests are connected to my heartbeat. If my heart stops, the bombs will go off. Got it? The hostages frantically nodded, their faces pale with fear. The Long family, notorious for their bullying ways, were so terrified they wet themselves. Finally, Wei Ming blindfolded everyone. This was a simple task, he just used sleep masks. Before long, one of the security officers' radios buzzed again. Hello, hello! Wei Ming picked up the radio. This is the boss here. Who am I speaking to? This is Ma Tao, chief of the 4th Division. Wei Ming, you're surrounded. Release the hostages immediately, came the stern reply. Finding the voice too loud, Wei Ming moved the radio slightly away from his ear. Then he handed it to a security officer and said, "Explain everything to him properly." The security officer complied, explaining the situation in detail. Ma Tao, on the other end, was dumbfounded. Explosive vests? Are we in a Hollywood action movie? How could something like this happen in China? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ma Tao softened his tone. Wei Ming, tell us your demands. We'll do our best to meet them. All right, my first request is for a durian, Wei Ming replied. Before long, a durian was delivered. Wei Ming didn't eat it. Instead, he stashed it in his dimensional space, knowing the blindfolded hostages wouldn't notice. After confirming it was safe, he swapped it for another durian and resumed negotiating with Ma Tao via video call, casually eating the fruit. Ma Tao played along, trying to coax Wei Ming into revealing more demands. What did Wei Ming really want? Time. He just needed to stall until sunrise. And he wanted one specific person. After making a series of food and drink requests, Wei Ming finally said around 3 a.m. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Switch to someone else, Song Kyungyun. From now on, I'll only negotiate with her. You have 30 minutes to bring her here, or else. He ended the call. That had been his goal all along. Ma Tao was furious. I've been talking to you for 6 hours. You've made over a dozen demands. But with Wei Ming refusing to speak further, Ma Tao had no choice. Song Kyungyun? He asked, signaling his team. One officer quickly pulled up her information. She's with the Lunan police station. Call her. Get her here immediately, Ma Tao ordered. Yes, sir. After a tense wait, a police car sped toward the scene, screeching to a stop. Song Kyungyun stumbled out of the passenger seat, looking like she was about to vomit. Before she could catch her breath, she was ushered to Ma Tao. Long story short, Ma Tao began. Inside is a suspect named Wei Ming. He's taken multiple hostages and fitted them with explosive vests connected to his heartbeat. If his heart stops, the bombs will detonate. He specifically requested to negotiate with you. Do you know him? Wei Ming. Song Kyungyun exclaimed, stunned. She never imagined Wei Ming was capable of something so extreme. But this only confirmed her suspicion Liu King must be hiding with Wei Ming. Ma Tao frowned slightly, clearly displeased. Song Kyungyun realized her misstep and quickly corrected herself. Sir, I don't personally know Wei Ming. However, a few days ago, there was a commercial theft case. Wei Ming is suspected of helping one of the female suspects escape and providing her with a hiding place. Ma Tao was mildly surprised. If that's true, Wei Ming was no ordinary individual. Let's set that aside for now. Our top priority is rescuing the hostages, he said. You're up, you'll negotiate with him. Understood. Song Kyunjin immediately took the radio. Hello, this is Song Kyunjin speaking. Officer Song, it's been a while. Wei Ming's relaxed voice came through. Why don't you come in so we can catch up? Without hesitation, Song Kyunjin agreed. All right. No way. Ma Tao objected. We can't give him more hostages. This objection came when Song Kyunjin had not yet pressed the radio's transmission button, ensuring Wei Ming couldn't hear it. But Wei Ming's voice quickly followed. If you come in, I'll release your 3 colleagues first. 1 for 3, a good deal. This left Ma Tao hesitant. Song Kyunjin, however, was resolute. Seeing no better option, Ma Tao relented. Song Kyunjin donned a bulletproof vest, covering her police uniform. Her previously commanding figure now looked bulky and awkward. Once you're inside, you're on your own. Adapt to the situation, Ma Tao cautioned her. Whatever you do, don't provoke the suspect. He's incredibly dangerous. Someone capable of preparing so many explosive vests couldn't be a regular person. At first, Song Kyunjin had been fired up with righteous zeal, but now, weighed down by the bulletproof vest, a camera, and a discreet earpiece, she was feeling increasingly nervous. Righteousness and bravery wouldn't stop bullets or shield her from an explosion. She was facing a ruthless and dangerous criminal. It'll be fine, Song Kyunjin. You've got this. She encouraged herself. Under the watchful and encouraging gazes of her colleagues, she slowly approached the restaurant. At the door, she knocked. I'm here. Inside, Wei Ming smiled faintly. He calmly removed the explosive vests from the 3 security officers, casually tossing them aside. They were nothing more than fakes, mere props. He removed their blindfolds, stepping out of the shadows into the harsh light. The sudden brightness made the 3 officers squint involuntarily. Wei Ming cut the tape binding one of them. Go open the door. The officer complied, and as the door opened, Song Kyunjin peeked inside. Just as she'd been told, every hostage was wearing what looked like a bomb vest. Her heart sank. This wasn't a movie. This was real life. You 3 can leave now, Wei Ming said with a wave of his hand. The 3 security officers hurriedly exited, while Song Kyunjin took a deep breath and stepped inside. Close the door, Wei Ming instructed. She turned back to shut it. Through the camera mounted on her vest, Ma Tao and the others outside watched everything unfold. When they saw Wei Ming calmly sipping a cola, they felt a surreal sense of disbelief. This man was absolutely insane. Wei Ming grinned at Song Kyunjin. Take off that bulletproof vest. With your figure, wearing that is a crime against nature. Song Kyunjin had no intention of complying. But when Wei Ming aimed the gun at one of the hostages, she immediately relented. Fine, I'll take it off. She moved quickly, shedding her jacket, and then the bulletproof vest to reveal a crisp white shirt underneath. Her curves were, indeed, impressive. Admiring her figure, Wei Ming asked casually, What are your measurements? Wei Ming. Song Kyunjin was so furious she nearly lost her composure. But she knew that showing anger would only embolden him. What if he demanded something even worse? What if he tried to violate her? With the hostages as leverage, how could she refuse? Suppressing her rage, she gritted her teeth. You haven't harmed anyone yet. There's still a chance to turn back. Surrender now, and you might receive leniency. Wei Ming simply chuckled. Here's a deal, answer my questions, and I'll release 1 hostage every half hour. Huh? Song Kyunjin looked at him in surprise. Wei Ming shrugged. I keep my word. To show my sincerity, I'll release 1 hostage right now. But if you break our agreement, his voice turned cold, I'll kill a hostage immediately. Without hesitation, Song Kyunjin agreed. All right. Wei Ming promptly released the first hostage, a middle-aged woman. He removed her bomb vest and blindfold, and allowed Song Kyunjin to guide her to the door. The woman, trembling with fear, stumbled outside. By the time the SWAT team helped her to safety, her back and pants were soaked. She'd wet herself. Understandable. Song Kyunjin closed the door behind her. Wei Ming smirked. Your turn now. Gritting her teeth, Song Kyunjin reluctantly answered, 36E, 22, 33. Wei Ming let out a low whistle, impressed. No wonder her figure was so stunning, it was practically unattainable perfection. A slim waist, curvy hips, and, what a shame, he said teasingly. What was your first time? Wei Ming asked suddenly. First time what? Song Qingyan blinked, looking genuinely confused, almost endearingly so. Feigning shock, Wei Ming asked, No way. Are you still a virgin? Her face flushed bright red as realization dawned. You're shameless. Wei Ming raised a hand to silence her. Remember your role here. Do you really want to provoke me? Song Qingyan froze. Taking deep breaths, she fought to steady herself, her chest heaving noticeably before she finally calmed down. I've never been in a relationship, she admitted through gritted teeth. If looks could kill, Wei Ming would have been torn to shreds on the spot. Wei Ming's eyes lit up. A rare gem indeed. Why not? You're not unattractive, he said casually. Not just not unattractive. Song Qingyan was a bona fide beauty, scoring well over 90 points. Her sultry figure and striking looks could easily earn her a 95. Officer Song, don't let him lead you on. A voice suddenly crackled in her earpiece. Song Qingyan straightened, regaining her composure. Half an hour for each hostage? That's too long. You could ask far too many questions in that time, it's not fair. Oh? Wei Ming leaned back. What do you propose? One question, one hostage, she countered. Wei Ming chuckled darkly. I'm the one holding the detonator here. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll start killing hostages. The bound hostages immediately began shaking their heads furiously, their faces pale with fear. Left with no choice, Song Qingyan muttered bitterly. I think men are disgusting. Why? Wei Ming asked, genuinely curious. Song Qingyan bit her lip, trembling slightly, unable to respond right away. It seemed she had a story to tell. But truth be told, I'm not interested at all, Wei Ming thought. Instead of pressing the issue, he changed the subject. Do you think the world might end? Song Qingyan quickly regained her composure and let out a scoff. Just because the polar ice caps have melted, you think the apocalypse is coming? That justifies you disregarding the law and doing whatever you want. Oh my! Such a strong sense of justice and morality. But the stronger her resolve, the harder she'd fall when society inevitably collapsed. When order was obliterated, would she crumble too? Wei Ming wondered. Officer Song, don't provoke him. Ma Tao's voice came urgently through her earpiece. He was genuinely concerned that Wei Ming might lose his temper and detonate the bombs. If that happened, Ma Tao's career would be over by morning. Fanatics obsessed with doomsday theories were notoriously unpredictable. They often had no qualms about taking others with them into oblivion. Realizing she had let her emotions slip, Song Qingyan took a deep breath and steadied herself. I don't believe in it. Even if the apocalypse came, I still believe we could survive together. Clap, clap, clap. Wei Ming mockingly applauded. Beautifully said. Applause for your naivety and optimism. Was that a compliment? It was clearly sarcasm. She was already 23 years old, and being called naive? If that wasn't mockery, what was? Ignoring her anger, Wei Ming continued calmly. Do you really think the apocalypse would be as simple as you imagine? That all it takes is teamwork to survive? He shook his head before Song Qingyan could reply. Experts have already said the sun's activity this time is abnormally intense, causing Earth's temperatures to soar. Let me ask you this: in extreme heat, when most plants are scorched to death and it's too hot to step outside, how exactly do you plan to survive together? Food and clean water will become scarcer and scarcer. Money? Worthless. It'll be nothing but scraps of paper. He paused, locking eyes with Song Qingyan. In that kind of world, a single loaf of bread or a bottle of clean water might be enough to make a woman willingly strip off her clothes. You're disgusting. Song Qingyan's face turned bright red, equal parts anger and embarrassment. Wei Ming burst out laughing. If it's you, I'd double the price. And if it's your first time, I'd offer 3 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of water. Song Qingyan clenched her fists, barely resisting the urge to punch him. Of course, she hadn't brought a gun for the negotiation. Even if she had, Wei Ming would have made her hand it over before entering. Why deliver a weapon into his hands? Still, if Wei Ming revealed the contents of his arsenal, Song Qingyan would likely be too shocked to speak. In that case, I'd rather die, she said firmly. Wei Ming shrugged, his lips curling into a sly smile. Why had he insisted Song Qingyan come to negotiate? Simple. If she didn't come, how would he get her later during the apocalypse? No way was he going to risk venturing out in scorching heat, radiation, or flesh-corroding acid rain just to find her. But now that he had made a big enough scene, luring this rare beauty into his grasp, how could she possibly escape? Right now her words were defiant. But when the apocalypse truly struck, When hunger and thirst gnawed at her for days on end, and he stood before her with a bottle of clean water, would she still hold out? Wei Ming wasn't in a rush. He'd let the apocalypse humble her. When she came crawling back, desperate for the safety of his shelter, she'd understand how luxurious even the simplest food and drink could be. "Half an hour is up. Release a hostage," Song Qingyun suddenly said, her voice steady. Wei Ming nodded and casually picked someone to set free. Then, turning back to Song Qingyun, he smiled mischievously. "Let's play a bigger game." "A bigger game?" Song Qingyun tensed instinctively. Wei Ming's grin widened. "Take off one piece of clothing, and I'll release one hostage." "You." Song Qingyun was so furious her chest heaved. Wei Ming shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm not forcing you to play." After a moment's thought, Song Qingyun spoke decisively. "Fine, I'll play. But I need to prepare first." "Go ahead." Wei Ming's tone was casual. "Just don't overexert yourself. It's hot today, you might get heatstroke if you wear too much." Ignoring his sarcasm, Song Qingyun put her jacket back on and slowly backed out of the restaurant. The moment she returned to the command vehicle, Ma Tao erupted. "Song Qingyun, you're a law enforcement officer. How can you agree to such a condition?" Song Qingyun stood firm. "Director Ma, if I wear enough layers I can free all the hostages. Once they're safe, we'll take down that lunatic." Ma Tao shook his head. "He's a lunatic, sure, but he's not stupid. He'd never release all the hostages." Song Qingyun remained resolute. "Then I'll take their place as his hostage. When the time comes, you can storm the building and take him down. Don't worry about me, Director Massachusetts, just focus on stopping that madman." Her determination left Ma Tao no choice but to relent under the immense pressure to save the hostages. Thus, Song Qingyun began gathering clothes. The more, the better. It took nearly half an hour for her to prepare. By the time she approached the restaurant again, she was gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. The heat was unbearable. As soon as she entered, she began shedding layers. Her outer jacket alone consisted of 3 layers. Beneath those, she wore several shirts, peeling them off one by one until only her original shirt remained completely soaked and clinging tightly to her curvaceous figure. But she didn't stop there. She began removing skirts. 1, 2, 3. Each layer loose enough to fit over her waist. Thankfully, her slim figure allowed her to wear so many. For most people, 4 layers would have been the limit. But for her, 9 layers. Finally, she reached her uniform. Surely that was the end? Nope. She had on several pairs of stockings. 1 pair counts as 2 hostages, she negotiated. While Wei Ming had the final say, he didn't object, nodding in agreement. 4 pairs of stockings later, she hesitated. By her calculations, Wei Ming should release 24 hostages, but there were 32 in total. That left 8 remaining. The problem was, she only had 4 pieces of clothing left: her shirt, bra, pants and underwear. Even if she stripped completely, 4 hostages would still remain. What now? Release the 24 hostages first, Song Qingyun demanded. She'd figure out what to do about the rest later. All right. Wei Ming promptly released the 24 hostages. He wasn't a real criminal. When he was accidentally caught up in this incident, he immediately devised a plan to use the opportunity to lure Song Qingyun here. Now that his goal had been achieved, all he needed to do was stall a little longer, just until sunrise. Hostages? What use were they to him? Oh, as for the Long family trio, there was no way he'd let them go. What good was it to keep such scum alive? The moment the sun rose would also be the moment their lives ended. That was Wei Ming's promise. The 24 hostages had their blindfolds removed and their bomb vests taken off. One by one, they were escorted out of the restaurant. Wei Ming turned his gaze to Song Qingyun, who still seemed hesitant. Unfortunately, it was already past 5 a.m., and the sun would rise any moment. He no longer had time to play games with her. Fine. Keeping such a rare prize in this restaurant was too wasteful. He would enjoy her later at his leisure. Wei Ming freed the last 5 hostages, except for the Long family, and smiled. Go ahead, you're free now. The 5 individuals froze in disbelief before hurriedly scrambling out. Song Qingyun, thinking he had surrendered, quickly said, "Your willingness to turn back from the brink will be truthfully reported." Wei Ming chuckled. "You misunderstood." With that, he locked the restaurant door again. Song Qingyun frowned. "Wei Ming, how long do you plan to keep resisting?" Wei Ming smiled faintly and pointed at the Long family. "Do you know these 3 are all scum?" Song Qingyun hesitated for a moment. Wei Ming then recounted the events that had unfolded earlier. Any decent person would have been infuriated upon hearing it. Song Kingjun didn't doubt his words and looked at the Long family with visible disgust. Still, she said, even so, you can't justify stealing a gun. And what's more, preparing so many bomb vests clearly shows premeditation. Hey! Wei Ming smirked and casually removed the bomb vest from the bratty child, tossing it toward Song Kingjun. Song Kingjun froze, her mind going blank in an instant. Thud. The vest hit the ground. Wei Ming sighed. Is that all the courage you've got? Song Kingjun's face flushed, but her rationality quickly returned. An idea struck her as she picked up the vest and examined it. It's fake. It was just a toy. Wei Ming had fooled everyone. But who could blame them? Wei Ming's earlier actions grabbing a gun and firing had all the hallmarks of a hardened criminal. Naturally, everyone believed the vests were real. After all, who would prepare so many toy bomb vests? In truth, Wei Ming hadn't prepared them specifically. They were just items he'd picked up during his earlier $0 shopping spree. Conveniently, they served their purpose here. Song Kingjun stared blankly at Wei Ming. This man had played an entire police precinct like a fiddle. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from outside. And it wasn't just one scream after the first. Others followed in rapid succession, like a chain reaction, creating a cacophony of despair. It was as if the world had suddenly descended into hell. Song Kingjun's hair stood on end. She had no idea what was happening outside. Hello? Director Ma? Supervisor Liu? She called out loudly. Her micro earpiece allowed for easy communication, but now all she could hear were the agonizing screams. She moved to open the door and check, but Wei Ming stopped her. I wouldn't recommend that. Unless you want me to kill a hostage. Song Kingjun froze in her tracks. The sun had risen. In Wei Ming's mind, he thought, history hasn't deviated. The apocalypse has arrived, right on schedule. He sighed softly. The collapse of human civilization begins now. It was a while before Song Kingjun received an update on the situation outside. As sunlight touched their skin, people screamed in agony, as if doused in acid. The pain was indescribable, forcing them to seek shelter. Their exposed skin turned black and shriveled, as though it had necrotized. If she hadn't heard this from her colleagues, Song Kingjun would have thought it was nonsense. But how could sunlight suddenly become as lethal as poison? Could this really be the end of the world? Song Kingjun abruptly lifted her gaze to Wei Ming. This man had mentioned the apocalypse several times. Could he have been right all along? Wei Ming smiled faintly. Well, I suppose it's time for me to head home. You're not getting away, Song Kingjun thought. She reached for her gun, only to find it missing. Her firearm had been confiscated before entering. How could she stop him? Oh. Wei Ming raised his gun. Bang! He fired a shot. Bang! Long Ji collapsed. Song Kingjun was stunned, her body stiff with fear, her eyes wide in disbelief. Earlier, Wei Ming had taken hostages but refrained from harming anyone. When it was revealed that the bomb vests were fake, Song Kingjun assumed he was just a cunning criminal, not a killer. But now, she realized she had been wrong. Wei Ming was fully capable of killing. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out. He finished off the Long family. This family would have been the worst of the worst in the apocalypse. Wei Ming had no regrets. Casually stowing the gun, he smiled. Miss Song, let's keep in touch. And don't forget to charge your phone. With that, he turned and walked toward the kitchen. Song Kingjun froze for a moment before snapping out of it and chasing after him. Even if Wei Ming was armed, she was a law enforcement officer. Apprehending criminals was her duty. Fear. Of course she was scared. But she couldn't let that stop her now. However, when she entered the kitchen, Wei Ming was nowhere to be found. Where did he go? Song Kingjun searched everywhere, but there was no trace of him. The restaurant was part of the commercial area in the Qdongcheng residential complex. Above were residential units, with no second floor to access. Below was the underground parking garage. There was no passage leading there. And there wasn't even a back door. So, where was Wei Ming? How could a living person vanish into thin air? Was this a dream? Had her mind conjured this absurd scenario because she saw Wei Ming as a villain? Where did Wei Ming go? He was now in the underground parking garage. How? Simple. Since the restaurant was directly above the garage, Wei Ming had opened a portal just beneath the floor. Using the portal's interaction with the ground, he precisely aligned it with the garage's floor. Next, he pressed a point on his body, transporting himself into the portal. Moments later, he emerged in the garage, hidden from view. Was he worried about being seen? Please. The apocalypse had already begun. What was there to fear? The garage wasn't empty, but there were few people around. And as luck would have it, Wei Ming appeared behind a column, avoiding detection. He smiled faintly. Time to go home. Wei Ming returned to the villa. On his way back, he overheard the residents in the neighborhood discussing the breaking news about sunlight suddenly becoming harmful. However, most of them seemed more curious than alarmed, clearly not grasping the gravity of the situation yet. He opened the hidden room and let Liu King out. Did you watch the news? Liu King's face was filled with terror. Wei Ming, fully aware of the situation, asked casually, "What happened?" "The sunlight now. How should I put it? It's like poison. If it touches your skin, it quickly starts decaying. Even wearing clothes doesn't help much, it just slows the process a little," Liu King said hurriedly, her voice trembling. "It started in Japan. And now the sun has risen here too. Does this mean?" She didn't finish her sentence but looked petrified. The altered sunlight affected Earth sequentially as the planet rotated. Japan was the first to suffer, serving as a grim warning to the rest of the world. Now, as the sunlight reached China, its devastating effects were becoming apparent. Wei Ming nodded and turned on the television. All the channels were broadcasting an emergency report. Even the notoriously stubborn Channel 6 had joined the coverage, underscoring the severity of the crisis. The situation was, in fact, far worse than anyone could imagine. Right now, people were only contending with harmful radiation. Soon, global temperatures would start to rise. When they exceeded 50-day GAC 122 def, true despair would set in. Even though the sun had just risen, the temperature was already climbing. Wei Ming checked his phone. The outside temperature was 35 degrees Celsius 95 degrees Fahrenheit, while the indoor temperature was a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius 79 degrees Fahrenheit, thanks to the air conditioning. On TV, experts repeatedly urged people to stay indoors and avoid going outside at all costs. Those already outside were advised to find shelter immediately and avoid staying in cars, as rising temperatures could turn vehicles into ovens, literally cooking anyone trapped inside. Alerts were not limited to television. Radio broadcasts, text messages, and app notifications repeated warnings every 10 minutes, urging people to remain indoors. Air raid sirens blared across cities as the entire nation went into a state of emergency. Though Wei Ming had expected this, he still let out a long sigh. The apocalypse had arrived inevitably. "What's going on, Wei Ming?" Liu King's voice trembled. "First, the polar ice caps suddenly disappeared, and now the sunlight feels poisonous. Even the temperature is rising. Is the world ending?" Wei Ming nodded. "It's possible." Liu King collapsed onto a chair, overwhelmed by the enormity of the revelation. She struggled to process it. Wei Ming tried to console her. "Look on the bright side, your husband might have taken all the money and fled. But now, he probably can't even spend a single penny." Liu King's eyes lit up at the thought, finding a small, bitter comfort in the situation. She immediately reached for her phone to call Su Jian. But Wei Ming stopped her. "Malaysia's sunlight arrives later than ours. If you warn him now, he might still have time to stock up on supplies," Wei Ming said with a sly grin. Liu King thought for a moment, then nodded and cancelled the call. Wei Ming led her downstairs for breakfast. He deliberately let Liu King see the storage room on the first floor, which was packed with rice, flour, preserved foods, and freezers stocked with vegetables and frozen goods. The sight eased her anxiety. With such a stockpile, the two of them could survive for at least a month. After breakfast, Liu King went to do yoga. She had no access privileges in the safe house. All the doors were double locked and could only be opened with Wei Ming's fingerprints, whether from the inside or outside. Wei Ming took out his phone and sent a message to Song Qingyun. "Miss Song, have you had breakfast?" A moment later, Song Qingyun replied, "Where are you? Where are you?" She was on the verge of losing her mind trying to find Wei Ming. "Of course I'm at home, having breakfast," Wei Ming replied. Naturally, Song Qingyun didn't believe him and immediately initiated a video call. Wei Ming chuckled and accepted the call. On screen, Song Qingyun's beautiful but tense face appeared. She froze for a moment, clearly recognizing the familiar background behind Wei Ming. She had been to his home just a few days ago and remembered it vividly. She couldn't believe it. "You're at home? How is that possible?" she demanded. Wei Ming smirked mischievously. "Dance for me a striptease and I'll tell you. Bastard." Song Qingyun hung up immediately. Feisty, Wei Ming thought with amusement. He wondered if she would maintain that defiance after a few days of hardship. The restaurant should have plenty of food, bottled water and beer, right? Wrong. Wei Ming had already moved all the supplies into his alternate space. He left Song Qingyun with nothing but 2 small bottles of Wahaha water. Let's see how cheerful she'll be drinking those. Let her endure some suffering first. It'll temper her stubbornness. Wei Ming set his phone aside and resumed watching the news. The situation was growing increasingly dire. The temperature was rising rapidly. By 9 a.m., it had reached 40 degrees Celsius 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Such temperatures were rare even in the peak of summer in High City. And this was far from the peak. By 10 a.m., the heat wave intensified. Even with the air conditioner on, a searing heat wave could be felt. The outside temperature had soared to 50 degrees Celsius 122 degrees Fahrenheit. At such extreme temperatures, standard air conditioners ceased functioning. Only premium systems continued to operate, albeit with significantly reduced efficiency. Indoor temperatures inevitably began to climb. Wei Ming's safe house was no exception. Its excellent insulation caused the temperature differential to overload the air conditioner, which started blowing warm air instead of cooling. Liu King, drenched in sweat, came running downstairs. "How can anyone practice yoga in this heat?" she complained. Wei Ming chuckled and turned off the air conditioner. "Why is it so hot?" "Wei Ming," Liu King asked, sweat dripping from her face. "The outside temperature is too high. The air conditioner is blowing hot air," Wei Ming replied. "Come on, let's check out the parking garage." "What?" "No way," Liu King hesitated, remembering her fugitive status. Wei Ming laughed. "You think anyone's coming to arrest you in this heat?" Liu King thought for a moment and nodded. He was right. Given the circumstances, no one would be coming after her. Having been cooped up in the villa for days, Liu King was thrilled at the prospect of leaving, even if only for a little while. The two changed into summer clothes and entered the underground parking garage. Surprisingly, it was crowded. With air conditioning failing in homes, many residents sought refuge in the slightly cooler underground garage. People cursed the scorching weather, unaware that this disaster would last far longer than they could imagine. Wei Ming didn't bother playing the prophet. He had brought Liu King down here merely to give her a taste of the outside world's misery, so she would appreciate how lucky she was to have the villa. "This is unbearable. Let's go back," Liu King said, wiping her sweat. Wei Ming nodded. Right now, sweat still provided some relief. When the temperature rose past 50 degrees C, sweat would evaporate instantly, leaving no respite. The two returned to the villa. As the door to the basement opened, a wave of refreshing coolness swept over them. Liu King shivered at the sudden chill and widened her eyes in amazement. "Why is it so cool in here?" Liu King widened her eyes in disbelief. Even in a basement, the temperature should have been over 40 degrees Celsius 104 degrees Fahrenheit, but here, it was almost chilly. She stared at Wei Ming in astonishment. Wei Ming smiled, casually closing the door behind him. "Oh, I just added some ice around the house. Naturally, it brought the temperature down." "Ice?" Indeed, when air conditioning fails, ice becomes an excellent way to cool down a space. It's gentle, unlike dry ice, and far less extreme than liquid nitrogen. But Liu King was still puzzled. "Where did you get so much ice? Surely not from a freezer?" She knew that freezers consumed energy to operate, generating heat as a byproduct. Without proper external cooling, creating ice would inevitably increase the room's temperature instead of lowering it. Despite having graduated years ago, her basic understanding of physics was still intact. Wei Ming simply smiled. "All you need to know is that living here is a privilege." Liu King shivered inwardly at his words. To have become a financial supervisor, she was clearly no fool, sharp and resourceful. Wei Ming's meaning was obvious. "The outside world is in complete chaos now," Wei Ming continued with a grin. "No one's going to care about your embezzlement charges anymore. You're free to leave." Had she not stepped outside earlier, Liu King might have been overjoyed to hear this. There's no place more comfortable than one's own home after all. But now, she had no such thoughts. Under this blistering heat, where every room felt like an oven, even with air conditioning, it wasn't just discomfort but a life-threatening ordeal. For someone accustomed to climate control, temperatures of 40 degrees C or 50 degrees C 122 def might as well be a death sentence. Leave? Not until Wei Ming's stash of ice was exhausted. She wouldn't go, even if she were thrown out. And to stay, she was willing to pay any price. "I want to stay," she said, looking directly at Wei Ming. "But this is my house. Why should I let you stay?" Wei Ming replied nonchalantly. Liu King obediently dropped to her knees and looked up at him. "I'll do anything for you." "Anything?" Wei Ming smirked. "Anything," Liu King said, biting her lip. Wei Ming leisurely opened his phone and glanced at the neighborhood group chat. Unsurprisingly, the unread messages were over 999 plus. He chuckled. "Pi? Scanning the chat, he saw residents venting about the extreme weather and wondering how long it would last. Some questioned why the government didn't use cloud seeding technology to induce rain. After all, rain would certainly lower the temperature. But others quickly pointed out that with temperatures this high, even artificially induced rain would evaporate immediately. High temperatures combined with high humidity would create a true pressure cooker environment. Still, thanks to the earlier global news about the polar ice caps mysteriously vanishing, many Chinese citizens known for their preparedness had already stocked up on supplies. While not every household had reserves, at least 90% of them had some food stored. Wei Ming chuckled. His own actions seemed to have caused a butterfly effect, giving the entire neighborhood a bit more time to survive. For now, everyone was merely complaining about the heat and malfunctioning air conditioners. Panic hadn't yet set in. Most people believed this strange weather was temporary and would soon pass. Just endure it a little longer, they thought. Wei Ming had no intention of shattering their illusions just yet. Instead, he sent a video call request to Song Qingjun. Within seconds, she answered. As the camera focused on the policewoman's face, Wei Ming greeted her. "Miss Song, have you had breakfast?" Breakfast? Despite being in a restaurant, the place was eerily devoid of food. The fridges were all empty, leaving her speechless. She hadn't turned off the fridges, instead keeping their doors open to release whatever cold air remained. While this might cause the ambient temperature to rise, at least the immediate area near the fridges offered a tiny bit of relief. That is, assuming the electricity didn't go out and the fridges didn't break under the relentless heat. Even with the government prioritizing power supply, how long could these appliances last? Song Qingjun glared at Wei Ming in frustration. But her expression quickly changed to surprise as she noticed he was wearing a bathrobe. "Isn't he hot?" But Wei Ming appeared perfectly calm and composed, showing no signs of overheating. "Oh, perhaps I should ask if you're ready for lunch," Wei Ming quipped, walking over to his dining table. The camera tilted to reveal a spread of dishes, including Song Qingjun's favorite mapo tofu. During their earlier truth or dare game, Wei Ming had learned quite a few of her preferences. Having skipped breakfast after a long, busy night, Song Qingjun was starving. Seeing her favorite dish on display made her instinctively swallow hard. At that moment, Wei Ming's dog, Little Black, trotted over. He generously gave it a piece of steak and poured it a bowl of milk, making sure Song Qingjun saw everything. Her frustration boiled over. Even a dog was eating better than her. Wei Ming then tilted the camera to show his indoor temperature display. 24 degrees Celsius, 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Song Qingjun finally understood why he could comfortably wear a bathrobe. "Would you like to move in?" Wei Ming asked with a grin. "I don't need." Song Qingjun spat out each word through gritted teeth. Wei Ming clapped his hands. "Miss Song, your determination is truly impressive. I wonder how long you'll last. Remember what I said earlier? I'm willing to offer 3 bottles of water and 3 loaves of bread for your first time. The offer stands indefinitely. I think it over and call me when you're ready." With that, Wei Ming didn't hang up but instead placed the phone down and started eating. Song Qingjun watched helplessly as he sipped cola, bit into succulent lobster, and savored steaming mapo tofu. Unable to bear it any longer, she ended the video call. Wei Ming chuckled to himself. He was curious how long Song Qingjun would hold out. There was also the haughty CEO next door, Yu Chutong. She always looked down on him with disdain. How long could that arrogance last? And then there was Zuo King. The time for revenge had finally come. But Wei Ming wasn't planning to let her family die quickly. He wanted them to experience endless torment first. Let them roast under the high temperatures for a few days, Wei Ming thought. Then I'll flaunt my comfortable life to crush their spirits. Right. There's also my Xiaolu. Should I bring this toy back too? Wei Ming thought for a moment but decided to hold off. After all, my Xiaolu was different from Liu King. Liu King was utterly cornered. If she were thrown out, she would have no food, no water, and no place to stay. But my Xiaolu was different. She at least still had a home to return to. No rush. The apocalypse had just begun. After a few more days in this new reality, anyone would come to terms with it. Throw out a bottle of water or a loaf of bread, and they'd be on their knees groveling. At that moment, Liu King walked downstairs. She was wearing a tight-fitting set of loungewear. In the 24 degrees Celsius 75 degrees Fahrenheit indoor temperature, such attire was perfectly suitable, not too hot nor too cold. However, the snug outfit accentuated her stunning figure, highlighting her curves in all the right places. When it came to physique, Liu King was indeed remarkable. At this moment, the only one who could outshine her was Song Qingjun. Wei Ming felt his heart stir and beckoned to Liu King with a finger. Having been with him for several days, Liu King already knew what he wanted. But she hesitated slightly. There was no way to buy contraceptives anymore. If she got pregnant? Wei Ming chuckled, placing a bottle of pills on the table. It was Yuding emergency contraceptives. Liu King recognized it immediately, having taken it several times already. She smiled bitterly and cursed in her heart. This bastard. How much did this bastard prepare in advance? She wondered. She understood well that Wei Ming had no affection for her. The root cause was clear. During the 3 years they'd worked together, she'd often humiliated and targeted him. And yet, she couldn't muster any defiance. Before today, stepping outside meant being arrested by the police. But now, she had personally experienced the unbearable heat and the deadly radiation in the sunlight. Even the news advised people to stay indoors and avoid venturing out. If Wei Ming kicked her out, where would she live? Would she simply die of heatstroke? For now, she was completely at his mercy. Whatever Wei Ming said, she had no choice but to comply. An hour later, the food was naturally cold. Wei Ming could have reheated it, but he wasn't wasteful. Cold food? So what? In the future, people would kill each other over a piece of bread. Who would care about the temperature of their meal? If he wasn't picky, how could Liu King dare to be? She hastily gobbled it down. After eating, thoughts of her treacherous husband, Su Jian, crossed her mind, reigniting her spirits. She turned to Wei Ming and asked, "Can I video call Su Jian now?" "Go ahead," Wei Ming replied casually. Excitedly, Liu King initiated the video call. Within seconds, the call connected. Su Jian's face appeared on the screen, filled with shock. "You're not in jail?" "Impossible. Impossible." After reporting her to the company, he had tried calling and video messaging her the next day. But her phone had been off, and video calls went unanswered. Naturally, he assumed Liu King had been arrested, and her phone battery had run out. Liu King's phone had actually been stashed in Wei Ming's alternate space to prevent tracking by the authorities. Now, Wei Ming had returned it to her. Liu King sneered, "Su Jian, we're husband and wife. Why did you betray me?" "Betray you?" Su Jian scoffed in return. "You betrayed me first. Who's that bastard you're sleeping with?" Liu King didn't answer. Instead, she moved the phone's camera around, showing the storage room filled with food and the cool indoor temperature. Then, she sneered, "So what if you took all the money? Can you eat money? Can money keep you cool? Oh, I just remembered, you're in Malaysia, aren't you? A tropical country. It must be even hotter there." She let out a mocking laugh. "You're really something, running to one of the hottest places on earth." Su Jian was furious, but more than that, he was curious about his wife's whereabouts. "Are you with that bastard?" Liu King shook her head. "He's my master. That's right, I'm living under my master's protection now. He's the one who helped me escape the police and avoid prison. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not suffering in a cell." "Who is he? Tell me who that bastard is," Su Jian shouted, his voice cracking with hysteria. Wei Ming, who had been listening nearby, found the situation amusing. He leaned into the frame, his face now visible on the screen. "You! I think I've seen you before." Su Jian's face twisted with anger as he tried to recall. Then it hit him. "You're from Liu King's department. Your name's Wei Ming, right?" "Yeah, Wei Ming." He remembered his wife complaining about someone in her department who resembled her ex-boyfriend. Out of spite, she'd constantly made life difficult for him. Never in a million years did he think she'd end up with that very person she despised. Wei Ming smiled faintly. "That's right. I'm Wei Ming. Fuck you." Su Jian jumped to his feet. "You bastard. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you." Even though he and Liu King were no longer on good terms, she was still technically his wife. What man could tolerate such humiliation? Why had he cruelly betrayed her? To punish her for cheating on him. But now? Liu King wasn't suffering. Instead, she was living comfortably with the man she despised. Her situation was far better than his own. What revenge had he accomplished? Nothing. Liu King, equally enraged, spat, "Su Jian, you're the real bastard." She explained how Wei Ming had blackmailed her into submission. She had no choice but to comply with his demands. Hearing this, Su Jian was stunned into silence, then broke down in tears. "Darling, I was wrong. I was wrong." He sobbed. He regretted everything. First, he'd misjudged Liu King, essentially handing his beautiful wife to another man. Second, he had fled to a tropical country at the worst possible time, effectively jumping into the fire himself. Liu King's confession wasn't out of lingering affection for Su Jian. She only wanted to make him regret his decisions even more. seeing her goal accomplished, she smirked coldly. Wei Ming, meanwhile, added salt to the wound. Don't worry, Su Jian. I'll take good care of your wife for you. Unsurprisingly, Su Jian, all the way in Malaysia, erupted in rage, spitting blood. Slut. Tan. Adulterers. You'll both die horrible deaths. He cursed for a while longer before breaking down into more sobbing. Nightfall arrived quietly. The temperature finally stopped rising. 59 degrees Celsius. However, as night fell and the sun disappeared temporarily, the temperature gradually began to drop. Especially when it started to rain, the cooling effect became more noticeable, stabilizing at around 45 degrees Celsius. Though still unbearably hot, the cooler conditions allowed air conditioners to resume functioning. As long as the power supply held, at least people could get some sleep. Some residents thought to take advantage of the sun's absence to venture outside and replenish supplies. Yet, as the sun disappeared, a light drizzle began to fall. The moment the rain touched exposed skin, screams rang out. It was acid rain. Highly corrosive to organic matter, it had a severe impact on human skin, though objects like umbrellas, raincoats, and buildings were unaffected. The daring individuals quickly retreated indoors. News reports immediately warned the public that the rain after sunset was corrosive. Officials urged people to stay inside unless absolutely necessary. Anyone venturing out was advised to take full protective measures. Moreover, the government recommended stockpiling water, as the acid rain would inevitably contaminate natural water sources. In the future, even basic tasks like washing hands could become impossible, let alone consuming untreated water. Wei Ming shook his head. The public didn't need to worry about water contamination for long. Lakes and rivers would soon dry up, leaving no water for purification. Turning on the taps would yield nothing. Could drilling ultra-deep wells for groundwater help? Wei Ming wasn't sure. After all, in his previous life, he hadn't lived long enough to find out. Despite the acid rain, there were still bold souls willing to take risks to venture outside. How? By car, of course. But when they reached the parking garage, they were dumbfounded. The intense heat during the day had caused all the car's tires to explode. What now? Walk out in rain gear? Who would dare? At least for now, no one. Until faced with utter desperation, no one would gamble their life. A bidding war for resources begins. Wei Ming noticed a post in the residents' group chat. Someone was offering high prices for food and water. It was Yu Chutong. A wealthy second-generation heiress who owned her own company. Yu Chutong began offering 100 yuan for a bottle of water. Food started at 100 yuan as well, with varying prices for items like vegetables, rice, and other goods. Surprisingly, some residents were willing to sell. They gambled on the idea that this disaster would pass quickly, and that the government wouldn't abandon them. Officials would surely distribute supplies soon to help everyone get through the crisis. If that happened, these sellers could make a fortune. Not long after, another resident joined the bidding. This time, it was Zhang Shi from Villa 8, a wealthy businessman. As a man of means, Zhang Shi wasn't shy about spending money in times of crisis. Even if government aid was expected soon, spending tens of thousands or even millions on peace of mind seemed worthwhile. With two wealthy individuals vying for resources, competition naturally drove prices up. Before long, a single bottle of water was being sold for 1,000 yuan. This unexpected price spike caused other residents to hold back from selling. What if the price goes up to 10,000 yuan? Selling now would be a loss. Wei Ming observed the developments with an amused smile. Buying supplies through the group chat was essentially painting a target on oneself. In just a few days, as food and clean water dwindled and government aid failed to materialize, people would begin to understand the grim reality of the situation. This wasn't a temporary disaster. And as the harsh truth set in, it would become evident that rescue wasn't coming. Law enforcement would disappear, and societal order would crumble. At that point, those who hoarded large quantities of supplies would become easy targets. Without the means to defend themselves, how could they fend off desperate, starving residents? Wei Ming smirked at the thought. When the time came, saving these people would certainly earn him their undying gratitude. Perhaps even Yu Chutong would offer herself to him in exchange for protection. After all, Wei Ming thought, she's just as stunning as Song Qingyun. Of course, Wei Ming could force himself on her now if he wanted to. But he knew that coercion lacked sweetness. Using his supplies to make her submit willingly would be far more satisfying. Even in this apocalyptic world, even as he embraced his darker instincts, Wei Ming still clung to a shred of humanity. He didn't want to be a beast. entirely devoid of morality. He just wanted to be a selfish man who played by his own rules. For now, he would bide his time. Supplies were as precious as life itself, and there wasn't a woman he couldn't have with a simple gesture. Checking on Song Kyungjun. Don't rush, Wei Ming muttered to himself. It's only the first day. Most people are still clinging to hope. Let reality teach them a lesson first. With that, he decided to check in on Song Kyungjun. He sent her a video call request. This time, it took a very long time for her to answer. What do you want? Song Kyungjun snapped, visibly irritated. You, Wei Ming replied with a smile. Song Kyungjun froze for a moment before realizing he was toying with her. She huffed, don't get cocky. This disaster is temporary. Once it's over, I'll personally lead a team to arrest you and bring you to justice. Wei Ming chuckled. He appreciated her fiery determination. It made things much more entertaining. And what if this disaster doesn't end? Wei Ming asked. What's your plan then? Song Kyungjun hesitated briefly before responding with unwavering confidence, it will end. And even if it doesn't, we'll find a way to overcome it. Wei Ming laughed at her optimism. A whole day had passed, yet her resolve remained untouched. All right then. I'll wait for your little cops and robbers game, Wei Ming said with a smirk. Song Kyungjun seized the opportunity to scold Wei Ming, only to end the call in frustration mainly because she was lightheaded from hunger. Watching the city's lights dim, Wei Ming stepped onto his third-floor balcony. The glass shielded him from the acid rain, though the light drizzle barely made any sound. Raindrops trickled silently down the glass panes. The city lights still shone as brightly as ever, but how much longer would they last? In just a few days, electricity, gas, and water would cease to flow. By then, Wei Ming shook his head. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the balcony next door. There, he saw Yu Chutong, wearing a floral dress and sipping red wine. Her balcony was also glass enclosed, otherwise, she wouldn't dare stand outside in such conditions. When Yu Chutong noticed Wei Ming, she instinctively shot him a disdainful glance before turning away. Hey, Wei Ming thought. You've probably stocked up on supplies and attracted attention. Once order collapses, a wealthy, beautiful, and single woman like you will be the first target. Her arrogance didn't bother him. Soon enough, she'd bow her head and do whatever was necessary to survive. Returning inside, Wei Ming scrolled through his phone, noticing that many long-dormant group chats were suddenly buzzing with activity. Wei Ming scrolled through the group chats. Of course, there were groups for elementary school, middle school, high school, and university classmates, as well as work groups and the homeowners group. Additionally, since he enjoyed fishing, there was also a fishing group filled with hardcore enthusiasts, some of whom would scale the treacherous Shu Road just to cast a line. And by far, the liveliest group was the fishing group. We had plans to go fishing tonight. What now? Exactly. I've been saving up for this for days. Was it all for nothing? Same here. Unlike the other groups complaining about the unbearable heat, the anglers focused solely on their thwarted fishing plans. Wei Ming shook his head, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. With acid rain falling, even if the lakes and rivers hadn't dried up, would there still be any fish left to catch? Yet here he was, in the middle of the apocalypse, wondering about fishing. He brushed the thought aside and glanced at Yu Chutong next door. Still so proud and aloof, are we? Fine. Time to make her envious. Wei Ming returned inside, ostensibly to grab something. In reality, he retrieved several trays of fresh fruit from his pocket dimension, carefully placing them on a small outdoor table. Then he lounged on a deck chair, leisurely enjoying grapes, cherries, and scoops of watermelon. Had it been any other food, Yu Chutong might have ignored him with disdain. But fresh fruit? That was another story. Her fridge had contained some fruit earlier, but in the intense daytime heat, she had already consumed it all. Watching Wei Ming indulge in cherries, her favorite, made her unconsciously swallow her saliva. Unable to resist, she picked up her phone. A few seconds later, Wei Ming received a friend request. The note read, Yu Chutong, Building 18. Hey? Wei Ming accepted the request. And Yu Chutong immediately sent a message. I want to buy your fruit. Not for sale, Wei Ming replied curtly. Clearly irritated, Yu Chutong sent another message. Name your price. Oh? You said it. Wei Ming's response was brief. One night. There was a pause before he saw movement from next door. Yu Chutong abruptly stood up, glaring furiously at him through the glass window. Wei Ming smirked, casually waving his phone at her. You asked for my terms. Seething with anger, Yu Chutong stormed back inside, slamming the door. Wei Ming chuckled softly and continued enjoying his fruit. and nighttime reflections. After finishing his snack, Wei Ming returned indoors. He didn't share a bed with Liu King, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. That night, while others tossed and turned, haunted by thoughts of what tomorrow might bring, Wei Ming slept soundly. Living in his fortified safe house, with an abundance of supplies, what did he have to fear? Day 2 of the apocalypse. Morning arrived. Many were jolted awake not by alarm clocks but by the oppressive heat. As the sun rose, temperatures climbed rapidly, soon surpassing 50 degrees Celsius. For many, air conditioners began spewing hot air, making it impossible to sleep. Covered in sweat, people rose groggily from their beds, finally realizing that yesterday's nightmare wasn't a dream. The good news? No one had to go to work today. The bad news? The heat was so unbearable that some would have preferred the distraction of a job. Wei Ming's morning routine. Wei Ming got up and checked the surveillance monitors. Liu King was still asleep. Unlocking her door remotely with his phone, he began pondering a pressing question. What should I have for breakfast? Too many choices. The abundance was almost annoying. He decided to keep it simple: donkey meat sandwich paired with savory soy milk. Savory soy milk wasn't just a matter of adding salt instead of sugar. It required shrimp flakes, pickled vegetables, and a richer, thicker consistency. By the time Wei Ming finished eating, he was sweating from the warmth of the meal. A glance at the thermostat revealed the room temperature had risen to 31 degrees Celsius. His ice reserves were nearly depleted. Time to restock. He added more ice, collecting the melted water into a basement reservoir, which he promptly stored in his pocket dimension. Clean water had become an invaluable resource. The ice, harvested from polar glaciers, might carry ancient viruses, but within his pocket dimension, such threats were neutralized. After all, Wei Ming controlled every aspect of that space. It was as easy as thinking. By now, no water flowed from the taps. Drones surveying the landscape would reveal that every river, stream, and lake had dried up, leaving only cracked, barren beds. Even massive bodies of water were reduced to mere puddles. By the end of today, there wouldn't be a single flowing river or intact lake left on land. Government news: save yourself. Wei Ming turned on the TV as he ate, catching the latest updates. The authorities had noticed the vanishing water supply, a fact impossible to conceal. News anchors repeatedly urged the public to conserve water, advising against non-essential uses like washing hands or bathing. Drinking water was now the sole priority. Efforts to drill deep wells for groundwater were underway, though success remained uncertain. Meanwhile, people were encouraged to collect acid rain at night, filtering or distilling it for use. Desperate times called for self-reliance. Hearing this, many viewers felt a sinking dread. Self-reliance? It was a tacit admission that no rescue was coming. At least not anytime soon. Who could brave the deadly rays of the sun to deliver aid? Tanks might shield occupants from radiation, but what about the blistering heat inside? It would be like riding in an oven. Despair took hold as realization set in. With no help on the horizon, many began to panic. Survival at any cost. Desperation turned to madness. To survive, people needed water and food. Those who couldn't buy or borrow supplies began resorting to theft and worse. If someone blocks me, I'll kill them. Watching the chaos unfold, Wei Ming shook his head. The government's advice for self-reliance would ignite a wave of violence and looting, marking the true collapse of societal order. In his previous life, Wei Ming had been too naive to grasp the implications of such announcements. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, he understood the grim truth. An unexpected message. Liu King eventually woke and came downstairs for breakfast. Wei Ming didn't bother preparing anything for her. Instead, he allowed her free rein over the refrigerator, instructing her to cook whatever she wanted. She doesn't need to know my secrets just yet. Suddenly, Wei Ming's phone buzzed. It was a message from Zuo King. Haha, you scumbag. What good is 2 billion if you can't even spend it? Oh, here to gloat, are we? Wei Ming chuckled. Too bad for you, you'll be disappointed. He casually snapped photos of the remaining food on the table, then headed to his storeroom. He took more pictures, this time of the mountain of supplies stacked high, and the freezer filled with frozen food and fruits. Finally, he captured the thermostat reading. 24 degrees Celsius. I've added too much ice. It's getting a bit chilly. Better take some out. Once satisfied, he sent the photos to Zuo King. Naturally, Wei Ming wouldn't block her. The apocalypse was just beginning, and it would be a waste not to torment her a little longer. Seconds later, a video call request. The screen lit up with Zuo King's name. Wei Ming smirked mockingly before answering. Brother Wei. Zuo King's voice was saccharine sweet. I was just teasing you earlier. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Brother, how is it only 24 degrees where you are? Her disbelief was evident. But the screen showed Wei Ming sitting calmly in casual clothes, clearly unaffected by the heat. She watched as he poured himself a glass of cola, dropped in a few ice cubes, and took a satisfying gulp. The sound of the fizzing drink and his refreshed expression made her mouth water involuntarily. Her throat was parched, so dry it felt like all her saliva had evaporated. When she saw Wei Ming pouring a bowl of milk for his dog, Xiao Hai, she couldn't contain herself any longer. You're feeding milk to a dog? She exclaimed. Wei Ming smiled faintly. It's my milk. I'll give it to whomever or whatever I want. This finally convinced Zuo King that Wei Ming wasn't bluffing. His villa wasn't just a cool haven, he clearly had an abundance of resources. No one who lacked supplies would casually feed milk to a dog. Her tone softened immediately. Oh, Brother Wei, I was wrong, okay? I've been reflecting these past few days. I realize now that I truly like you. The way I acted before wasn't because I'm materialistic. It's just that I care about you and wanted to test you. Please believe me. I'm not a gold digger, she added quickly. I care about you, not your money. Then, blushing as though summoning courage, she said, Can I come to your place? Her voice softened further. Before. When you wanted to. I held back because I wanted to see if you were serious about me. But now, with the world ending, I don't want to die. A virgin. Wow. What a performance. Wei Ming scoffed internally. If she's still a virgin, I'll write my name backward. Wei Ming, of course, didn't believe her. But watching her pathetic attempts at deception amused him, so he played along. He pretended to hesitate before responding, too late. I already have someone else. What? Zuo King was stunned. She nearly erupted, wanting to curse him out for finding someone new so quickly. But recalling Wei Ming's abundant resources, she swallowed her anger and shifted gears. But this whole disaster happened so suddenly. She's probably not with you now, right? Brother Wei, we're all stuck in this neighborhood, and you must be feeling lonely. Let me come keep you company, okay? Wei Ming feigned surprise. Oh, but she is with me. Switching his phone to the rear camera, Wei Ming aimed it at Liu King. There she was, dressed in an outfit so skimpy it could only be found in certain films. At that moment, Zuo King nearly exploded with rage. She didn't like Wei Ming, not one bit. But she had kept him as her backup plan for nearly a year, and now this backup had become unexpectedly valuable only to fall into someone else's hands. Worse yet, Liu King had prepared a sumptuous breakfast along with the main dish. There was a fresh fruit salad, vegetables, and even a carton of chilled milk. Zuo King's envy reached new heights. Adding insult to injury, Liu King looked impeccable, fresh and clean. In stark contrast, Zuo King hadn't showered the previous day, hadn't brushed her teeth or washed her face that morning, and looked utterly disheveled. She's so clean and I'm disgusting. Her jealousy only deepened when she remembered the photos Wei Ming had sent earlier, showcasing his vast supplies. It was clear now Wei Ming must have access to a large reserve of water. Her anger boiled over. In her mind, Wei Ming was still hers. Anything he owned, supplies, comfort, even the luxurious environment, was rightfully hers. But now, another woman was enjoying it all. Wei Ming, this is too much. She finally snapped. We only just broke up. How could you already move on to someone else? Oh, look who's playing the victim now. Wei Ming switched the camera back to himself, his expression indifferent. We broke up. What right do you have to question me? Zuo King faltered, quickly changing tactics. I'm just worried about you. You have so much money, and there are women out there who'll target you for it. I'm different, I only care about you. Wei Ming nearly laughed out loud. He barely managed to suppress his disgust. Don't contact me again, he said coldly. I don't want her getting jealous. Also, I'm busy. With that, he ended the call. A game of cat and mouse. Wei Ming smirked. By handling Zuo King like this, he knew she wouldn't give up. Instead, she would cling to the faint hope of winning him back. The lure of his supplies was simply too strong. She would keep falling for his bait, humbling herself over and over until she was completely humiliated. Eventually, when he tired of the game, he would deal with her entire family in one final stroke. For now, though, he had plenty of free time. Wei Ming's transformations. Wei Ming couldn't help but notice something strange about himself. Since his rebirth, his physical needs had surged dramatically. If he had lived in ancient times, he would have been a hedonistic emperor, doomed to an early death before 30. Yet despite his indulgences, Wei Ming felt perfectly fine. In fact, He had even entered his pocket dimension to conduct a full examination of himself. The result? He was as strong as a bull. No signs of physical decline whatsoever. It seemed his rebirth and the acquisition of his pocket dimension had altered not just his abilities but also his body. The changes in my body must be linked to the dimension, Wei Ming speculated. But there's no way to prove it. Still, his newfound powers intrigued him. New capabilities. His dimension wasn't just a storage space, it had additional functions. For one, it allowed him to teleport. By first pulling himself into the dimension, and then stepping out through another portal, he could effectively move through walls. The only limitation was the range, no more than 5 meters. There was also a healing function. Before his expedition to the polar ice caps, he had tested it on himself. Injuries healed instantly. Could it work on others? Could it cure diseases like cancer or AIDS? If so, that would make life very interesting. Wei Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. The possibilities were endless. Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi were once again trying to purchase supplies in the neighborhood group chat. But this time, neither of them had any success. The heat wave showed no signs of relenting, and now no water came from the taps. The government had issued repeated announcements urging everyone to find ways to survive on their own. If anyone didn't understand what that meant yesterday, today the message was unmistakable. Even with Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi offering 10,000 yuan for a single bottle of water, no one was willing to sell. What did food and water represent now? Life. Whose life was worth only 10,000 yuan. Most importantly, what good was money anymore? Cash was nothing but a pile of worthless paper too rough even for toilet use. And bank transfers? Nothing more than meaningless numbers on a screen. The few who had sold food and water to Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi yesterday were now regretting it. They tried to buy their supplies back, but of course the two weren't willing to sell. Arguments erupted in the group chat, with insults flying freely. Wei Ming felt no sympathy for any of them. Serves you right for being greedy. Can Song Kyunjin hold out another day? Wei Ming decided to check in on the stunning police officer, sending her a video call request. After a long delay, she finally answered. Wow. It's only been a day. And look at her now, Wei Ming thought. Song Kyunjin looked completely haggard. Dark circles under her eyes suggested she hadn't slept well, her lips were cracked from severe dehydration, and after going without food for over a day, she was visibly weak. Wei Ming. I surrender. Come save me. The voluptuous officer pleaded, her voice feeble. Oh? Surrendering already? Wei Ming smirked, quickly piecing together her plan. Ah, trying to play games? Fine, let's play. He headed down to his underground garage, navigating toward the restaurant where Song Kyungyin was trapped. Using his space gate ability, he opened a portal through a wall and tossed in a small camera, checking the scene on his phone. The coast was clear. Pressing his hand to his chest, Wei Ming disappeared from his original spot. Because he had chosen to hide behind a column, no one noticed his sudden disappearance. No one was watching him anyway. If people were observing anyone, it was Song Kyungyin or Zhang Shi. Their conspicuous attempts to buy supplies had drawn all eyes. The heat was suffocating. Wei Ming was dressed in a sleeveless shirt and beach shorts, but even wearing so little made no difference. With the temperature at 60 degrees Celsius 140 degrees Fahrenheit, his sweat evaporated before it could even form. He emerged from the restaurant kitchen and saw Song Kyungyin lying on the floor in her police uniform. The bodies of Long Ji and his family were gone. She must have disposed of them, Wei Ming thought. Understandable. Sharing a room with 3 corpses in this heat would be unbearable. The stench alone would be enough to knock you out. Wei Ming approached Song Kyungyin. As he neared, she suddenly sprang into action, grabbing his legs and trying to trip him. Instead, Wei Ming deliberately let himself fall right on top of her. Wow. You're this eager for intimacy. He teased with a grin. He wasn't fooled by her supposed surrender. He knew Song Kyungyin was trying to set a trap for him. But what was her plan? She had no gun and was too physically weakened to overpower him. With my current strength, I could handle her with one hand tied behind my back. Still, he couldn't help but appreciate her figure. Even through her clothes, her soft curves pressed against him, tantalizingly inviting. If she feels this good through her uniform, how amazing will it be when? Wei Ming's thoughts trailed off, and his anticipation grew. Get off me. Song Kyungyin struggled, pushing at him. But after more than a day without food or water, she had almost no strength left. Her efforts were more like light pats than actual resistance. Having fun? Wei Ming smirked. You call that a push? Feels more like you're giving me a massage. Her face turned pale as she sensed the danger in his tone. Wei Ming laughed and got up, sparing her for now. Song Kyunjin slowly dragged herself into a chair, gasping for breath. She looked defeated. She had hoped to lure Wei Ming out and subdue him, but she had grossly underestimated his strength and overestimated her own. "How did you get in here?" she asked, frowning. Earlier, Wei Ming had mysteriously disappeared. Now, he had just as mysteriously reappeared. She had thoroughly checked the restaurant and knew there was no secret passage. "Through a hidden tunnel," Wei Ming replied casually. "Where is it?" Song Kyungyin pressed, her frustration evident. Wei Ming grinned slyly. "Kiss me, and I'll tell you." Song Kyungyin glared daggers at him. Clearly this flower had thorns. "Here I am, trying to be nice, and this is the thanks I get." Wei Ming shook his head. He walked to the kitchen and retrieved a plastic bag filled with pre-cut fruit. Pulling out a box of watermelon slices, he popped one into his mouth. The heat's ruining everything," he complained. "I just took these out of the fridge, and they're already warm." His tone was full of disdain, but Song Kyungyin couldn't take her eyes off the fruit. It had been over 24 hours since she last ate, and with no water left she had finished the 2 bottles Wei Ming had left her yesterday. The sight of the juicy watermelon was torture. "Want some?" Wei Ming held out the bag, revealing apples, pears and cantaloupe alongside the watermelon. "If you come with me, you can eat this every day," he said with a sly smile. Song Kyungyin stared longingly at the fruit. Her parched throat and empty stomach screamed for relief. But after a moment she turned her head away, her resolve unshaken. So principled, Wei Ming thought, giving her a sarcastic thumbs up. "Fine. Here, take the watermelon. On the house." He left the watermelon on the table, packed up the rest of the fruit, and prepared to leave. "You're leaving?" Song Kyungyin asked, her voice tinged with unease. "Unless you're coming with me?" Wei Ming teased. She turned her head away again. By the time she looked back, Wei Ming was already gone, having disappeared into the kitchen. She chased after him, but her weakened state made her slow. By the time she reached the kitchen, he was nowhere to be found. No matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find any hidden tunnels or secret doors. Dejected, she returned to the dining area. Looking at the box of watermelon, she hesitated. "This is from Wei Ming. I shouldn't eat it." But hunger and thirst won out. She grabbed the box and devoured its contents in seconds. The watermelon eased her thirst slightly, but it only made her hunger worse. Her resolve began to crumble. "How much longer can I hold out?" she wondered despairingly. Wei Ming returned to the underground garage, walking briskly toward his home. Although Song Kyungyin was still putting up a strong front, it was clear her resolve had already begun to waver. At most, in 2 or 3 days, he could expect to reap the rewards of his patience. Wait, is this reward even legitimate? Wei Ming chuckled at his own thoughts. Better to head home quickly. Being outside, even briefly, was unbearable. Even though the temperature in the underground garage was slightly cooler than above ground, it was still far from comfortable. Unless you dug a hole tens of meters deep to escape the sun's oppressive heat, finding a truly livable temperature seemed impossible. Could it be cooler in a mountain cave? As he walked, he overheard the conversations of others in the garage. Anxiety and dread were written all over their faces. What if this damn heatwave doesn't end soon? What will we do for food? For water? And the heat, it's terrifying. At least it cools down a bit at night, and the AC can bring it down to around 35 degrees Celsius. If the power stays on. But what if the electricity goes out? How could we possibly survive? Suddenly, a group of people dashed past, each carrying bags. The sound of their hurried steps quickly disappeared into the distance. Robbery. Someone's stealing my stuff. A voice came moments later, and a middle-aged man, around 50, stumbled into view. A large bleeding gash marred his forehead, though some of the blood had already dried. Wait, isn't that old he from the delivery station? Who hurt him? Didn't a few guys just run past here? Ah. The bystanders pieced it together. The man, He Chengguang, managed the neighborhood's delivery depot. Since many residents came by daily to collect their packages, he had stocked snacks, cookies and drinks to sell for a bit of extra income. But now, it seemed his delivery station had been ransacked. The realization hit the crowd hard. Their faces darkened. Robbery? Already? This world's really falling apart. Hey, with no officers or guards around, if people are hungry or thirsty, what else can they do? They'll steal if it means staying alive. Are you saying you support robbery? If I couldn't survive any other way, I'd steal too. The group's discussion quickly turned into a heated argument. No one stepped forward to help old He. Instead, some of them began to entertain darker thoughts themselves. Would we even face punishment for breaking the law now? Even if the heat wave ended, how many people would be left alive by then? Would the authorities really bother going after every crime committed during this disaster? Most likely, no. Laws existed to restrain the inner demons within people. But now, those demons were slowly being unleashed. The robbery of the delivery station was just the beginning. Soon, theft and murder wouldn't just be the plots of novels, they would become grim realities. Wei Ming sighed. The news had urged people to find ways to survive, and some had clearly taken that advice quite literally by robbing others. Society is crumbling faster than I expected. He shook his head. Then another thought struck him. Should I check on my Xiaolu? This woman was another toy he had his eyes on. He hadn't had the chance to enjoy her yet, and wasn't about to let someone else snatch her away. With that, he headed toward his old apartment building. Inside the elevator, Wei Ming scanned his access card as it began its ascent. Taking the elevator was a risky choice. At any moment, the power could go out. If that happened, the heat trapped inside the elevator could cause severe heatstroke. But Wei Ming wasn't worried. With his teleportation ability, as long as the walls weren't thicker than 5 meters, nothing could trap him. The elevator chimed, and the doors slid open. Wei Ming stepped out and made his way to Mai Xiaolu's apartment. Just as he was about to knock, he heard loud arguing coming from inside. There's a man inside? Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. Was Mai Xiaolu being unfaithful? No, the voice wasn't unfamiliar. It belonged to Guohai, her legitimate husband. When did he come back? Wei Ming paused to eavesdrop. Before long, his expression turned odd. Guohai was trying to persuade his wife to sell herself. Old Wang upstairs is willing to pay with a bottle of clean water and a pack of instant noodles. Uncle Zhang downstairs is offering 3 pounds of rice. And then there's someone from the building next door. Wei Ming wasn't surprised that so many men in the neighborhood were willing to trade food and water for Mai Xiaolu. She was undeniably attractive, with a tall, curvy figure, a slender waist, and alluring hips. Many men in the community fantasized about her, much like the way Wei Ming's colleagues fantasized about Liu King. What did surprise him was Guohai's willingness to act as her pimp. How can a man sink so low? Mai Xiaolu, meanwhile, was furious. I'm not a prostitute, she screamed, hurling insults at Guohai. What kind of husband does this? Guohai scoffed, unfazed by her anger. Don't act all innocent. You've already slept with God knows how many men. Now you're trying to play the part of a saint? Listen, I already made arrangements with old Wang. He'll be here soon. If you know what's good for you, entertain him properly. If not, I'll gladly help hold you down. Mai Xiaolu was on the verge of a breakdown. Guohai had returned home the day before the heatwave began. She had thought he wanted to reconcile and was even touched by his apparent change of heart. She had resolved to cut ties with Wei Ming. But now, her husband had turned out to be scum. Bang bang bang. The sudden knock on the door startled Mai Xiaolu, who let out a shriek. She wasn't a prostitute, and couldn't bear the thought of being passed around like one. Guohai, on the other hand, sneered. Whether she slept with one man or many, what difference did it make to him? He'd already been cuckolded, why not make some supplies out of it? He walked over to open the door. But when it swung open, the person standing there wasn't old Wang. It was Wei Ming. Huh? Why are you here? Guohai was stunned. Then, as if realizing something, he turned to Mai Xiaolu with a smirk. Wow. Your popularity's off the charts. Another guy who wants a turn here? Guohai looked Wei Ming up and down, then said, the price is 1 bottle of water and no less than half a pound of grain. An overnight stay costs triple. But you're late, get in line. I'll call you when it's your turn. Wei Ming's lips twitched in disbelief. Your first time pimping, and you're already this skilled? When people abandon their morals, they truly become shameless. Wei Ming shook his head, looking past Guohai and directly at Mai Xiaolu. Do you want to come with me? Be my woman? He asked her. God damn it. Guohai raised his fist to strike. But the moment he saw Wei Ming's icy gaze, his hand froze in midair. This was someone dangerous, someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Mai Xiaolu looked at her husband with despair. She had come from a privileged background, never enduring hardship in her life. Her beauty meant she had no shortage of suitors. Guohai wasn't the most outstanding among them, but he had been the most devoted, which ultimately led her to choose him, believing they would enjoy a lifelong bond of love and happiness. But now, just a year into their marriage, Guohai had become someone she no longer recognized. Clenching her teeth, she slowly walked over to Wei Ming. Being used by one man was still better than being treated like a prostitute. You dare. Guohai didn't have the guts to stand up to Wei Ming, but he wasn't afraid to be rough with his wife. He raised his hand to slap Mi Xiaolu. But before it landed, Wei Ming caught his wrist in a firm grip. Wei Ming smiled faintly. Even a dog knows its master. Where do you get the courage to act like this? Guohai, furious, growled, she's my wife. And so? Wei Ming scoffed, delivering a swift kick. With a thud, Guohai was sent flying, rolling across the floor in pain. Watching her husband's miserable state, Mi Xiaolu felt no sympathy, only satisfaction. She spat in his direction. From this moment on, my husband is dead. Guohai groaned in agony, feeling as if Wei Ming's kick had shattered his insides. He couldn't even get up. All he could do was glare at Wei Ming and Mi Xiaolu with eyes full of venom. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Someone was coming, their urgency evident. The fire door creaked open, and out stepped a man. It was Wang Xingjian, the old Wang Guohai had mentioned. A man in his 40s, unattractive, and still single. His ugly appearance meant no woman wanted to even entertain the idea of being with him, despite years of matchmaking attempts. But now he finally had the chance to sleep with one of the most beautiful women in the community. He couldn't contain his excitement. He was even grateful for this disaster. Without it, he'd never have had this opportunity. However, upon stepping into the corridor, he froze in confusion. There was another man here. Had they already finished? He didn't mind taking over after someone else. It wasn't like Mi Xiaolu was a virgin. Smiling, he approached her and reached out to grab her hand. But Mi Xiaolu immediately darted behind Wei Ming, her face full of visible disgust. Wang Xingjian's expression darkened. He turned to Guohai and said, "What's going on here? I already paid you. Are you trying to cheat me?" In these times, a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles were invaluable enough to sustain someone for a day. You've taken something so precious from me, and now you want to back out? Guohai's stomach churned from the pain, leaving him unable to respond. Mi Xiaolu coldly said, "Guohai took your payment, go ask him for it. If he can't pay you back, you're welcome to try him instead. As for me, I'm done with all of this. Wei Ming, let's go." Her voice carried nothing but disappointment. Wang Xingjian, though a lifelong bachelor, wasn't interested in Guohai. He quickly moved to block Mi Xiaolu. "I don't care. I've already paid, and tonight, I'm getting what I paid for." Wei Ming finally stepped in, delivering a powerful kick that sent Wang Xingjian sprawling on the floor. Debt lost. Debt lost. He opened the elevator and stepped inside with Mi Xiaolu. "Slut. Give me back my food and water." Wang Xingjian screamed, but the elevator doors closed, leaving him to shout futilely in the empty corridor. The elevator descended to the underground garage. Qudong City was a sprawling community with thousands of residents, and the underground parking lot was enormous. Walking to Wei Ming's villa at number 28 took several minutes. As they walked, Mi Xiaolu overheard snippets of conversations from other residents. Her face grew paler with every step. Society was falling apart faster than she could have imagined. Was there even any hope left? What would happen if Wei Ming ran out of food and water? Would he sell her off too? Fear and uncertainty gnawed at her as they finally reached Villa 28. Wei Ming unlocked the door with his fingerprint. As the door swung open, a wave of cool air washed over them. Comfortable. Mi Xiaolu's eyes widened in disbelief. Her reaction was almost identical to Liu King's the previous day. Predictable. Wei Ming smirked, nudging her inside before closing the door behind them to keep the cool air from escaping. "I can't believe how cool it is in here," Mi Xiaolu finally said. She was wearing a light dress, and the temperature was low enough to make her feel slightly chilly. Wei Ming smiled. "I'm using ice blocks for cooling, not air conditioning." Mi Xiaolu understood but quickly realized the implications. How many ice blocks would it take to cool an entire villa in this scorching heat? Ice? Her eyes lit up with hope. Melted ice meant water, didn't it? And enough ice to cool a villa must mean an abundant water supply. "Can I have some water?" she asked, her voice tinged with both excitement and trepidation. Wei Ming laughed. "I thought you'd ask for something more extravagant. The fridge has drinks and fruit, help yourself." Help herself? For the first time, Mi Xiaolu felt a surge of happiness. Wei Ming led her to the kitchen. Every door in the villa required fingerprint access, both to enter and exit. When Mi Xiaolu opened the fridge and saw it fully stocked with fruits and drinks, she couldn't hold back her tears. They were tears of relief. She immediately started eating and drinking. Once she was finished, Wei Ming told her to go shower. After enduring the sweltering heat for at least a day and a half, even the most beautiful woman would start to smell. But halfway through her shower, Wei Ming entered the bathroom. He didn't bring her here just to give her food and shelter. Did she really think he was a nice guy? It wasn't long before his dream of a threesome came true. Later, Wei Ming brought out more food. Mai Xiaolu was overjoyed. She'd only eaten some fruit earlier, and after Wei Ming had kept her busy for over an hour, she was ravenous. As she wolfed down the food, her phone suddenly rang. She looked at the screen, then turned to Wei Ming. "It's a video call from Catfish. Should I answer?" "Go ahead," Wei Ming said with a smirk. Mai Xiaolu accepted the call. The moment Catfish's face appeared on the screen, he looked ready to explode. Of course he saw Mai Xiaolu too. She was wearing a bathrobe, and the red marks on her neck made it all too clear what had just transpired. "You slut. You're nothing but a filthy whore." He spat, seething with rage. Safe in his apartment, he no longer feared Wei Ming and let his anger flow freely. "Wei Ming, she's nothing but leftovers I've grown tired of. You're just picking up my scraps." It seemed Catfish was desperate to convince himself that he'd somehow come out ahead. Mai Xiaolu didn't get angry. She simply sneered, switched to the rear camera, and showed Catfish the lavish spread of food on the table and the temperature reading inside the villa. Without saying a word, she ended the call. Let him see the with envy. After Mai Xiaolu finished eating, Wei Ming took her upstairs. Weaponizing Liu King was watching TV. When she turned and saw Mai Xiaolu, she froze. The moment their eyes met, both women immediately understood that they were in the same situation. Wow, she's so beautiful. Her figure is amazing. The same thoughts crossed both of their minds, stirring feelings of hostility and tension. The villa was spacious, but its stored resources were finite. Adding another person meant consuming more food and water. Short term, it wasn't a problem, but in the long run? What could last 3 months for 2 people would now be reduced to just 2 months. Wei Ming, of course, saw their concerns. He said calmly, "Don't worry about the supplies. As long as I'm here, you won't go hungry or thirsty. But if you want to stay here, there's one rule: obey me." Both women nodded quickly, competing to appear more obedient. What scared them most right now? Being kicked out by Wei Ming. Having seen firsthand the chaos outside, they knew what it was like out there. The abundance of food and water here was already a miracle, but the villa's cool temperature alone was enough to make them abandon all pride and cling to this place. Wei Ming adjusted the indoor temperature, raising it slightly by removing some ice blocks. He set it to 29 Celsius, comfortable enough to go around unclothed without feeling cold. TSK, if I were in ancient times, I'd definitely be a tyrant. If Wei Ming wanted to, he could easily buy the loyalty of everyone in the neighborhood and make himself their ruler. But he had no interest in leading a group. Managing people was a hassle. It was much better to lock the door and enjoy life on his own terms. During dinner, Wei Ming sent a video to Song Qingyun, showcasing the lavish spread on the table, complete with 3 bottles of chilled drinks. "Get lost. Go away," Song Qingyun shouted, refusing to look at him. She closed her eyes, knowing her willpower was waning. Another glance at the feast, and she feared she would surrender. No, she would rather die than yield to a criminal. Wei Ming smirked. This woman had already subconsciously surrendered. If not, she could have simply ignored his call. Why accept it? Wasn't that already a form of submission? By tomorrow, he thought, she'll definitely raise the white flag. Hungry, thirsty, and enduring unbearable heat, how could anyone hold out? "If you can't take it anymore, you're always welcome to call me," Wei Ming said before Song Qingyun abruptly ended the video. Then she let out a loud sob, but not a single tear fell. She was too dehydrated to cry. Her cries were filled with frustration, despair, and fear. Fear that her resolve would crumble, forcing her to surrender to Wei Ming. She curled up on the floor. Though the setting sun had brought cooler temperatures, and the air conditioning was functioning again, the lowered heat couldn't ease her hunger or thirst. Licking her dry, cracked lips, she realized there wasn't even enough saliva to moisten them. Would she really die here? Or should she reach out to Wei Ming? "Stay alive. Stay alive. Stay alive." She repeated the words to herself, falling in and out of consciousness, plagued by nightmares. Her mind was unraveling. Catfish finally calmed down from his earlier rage. He replayed the scene he had seen in his mind. The abundance of food. The comfortable, cool temperature. Wei Ming has a huge stockpile of resources, and somehow, he even has a way to keep the temperature down. Catfish's heart raced. If I could take it for myself. Controlling food and water meant holding everyone's lives in his hands. Just as he had tried to sell his wife, wouldn't others offer their wives or daughters in exchange for survival? But I can't take him on alone. Twice now, Wei Ming had easily overpowered him, making it clear that Guo Hai was no match. But was he willing to give up? No. Desperation was pushing him to take risks. Old Wang might be useful. He's bitter about being humiliated by Wei Ming and missing out on my wife. He'll definitely want revenge. But 2 people aren't enough. We'll need at least 1 more. Guo Hai racked his brain. Old Zhang? No, he's almost 70. A single hit would knock him out. He was good for petty scams in the past, but not for this. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Liu Kundong. Liu Kundong was known as a ruthless thug in the community, someone even the boldest residents feared. And he had a personal grudge against Wei Ming. 3 people. That should be enough. But Liu Kundong is unpredictable. I need to form an alliance with Old Wang first, to make sure Liu doesn't take everything for himself once Wei Ming is dead. Guo Hai made up his mind. He immediately sought out Wang Xingjian. Although Old Wang initially berated him, he quickly grew intrigued upon hearing the plan. You're one cruel bastard, Wang Xingjian remarked, drawing a sharp breath. He stole my wife. Isn't it only fair that I kill him? Guo Hai replied coldly. Wang Xingjian thought to himself, you sold your wife like a prostitute. You're no better. Still, his own grudge against Wei Ming and his desire for Wei Ming's resources made him a willing accomplice. The 2 men quickly agreed and headed to Liu Kundong's apartment. Liu Kundong was cautious. Even after their persistent knocking, he questioned them for a long time before finally opening the door. Does Wei Ming really have that much food? Liu asked for confirmation. Guo Hai thumped his chest confidently. I'm certain. My wife showed me a video there was Australian lobster steak. Think about it. If Wei Ming is willing to feed a slut like her such high-quality food, imagine how much he must have in reserve. Liu Kundong nodded slowly. Everyone in the neighborhood knew Wei Ming had won over 200 million yuan from gambling. Stockpiling luxury frozen foods out of a nouveau riche mindset wouldn't have been surprising at all. Even though Liu Kundong still had some supplies at home, who wouldn't want more during times like these? Let's do it, he said. Liu Kundong glanced at Guo Hai and sneered. Once this is over, your wife is mine. No objections, right? Emai Xiaolu was one of the most attractive women in the neighborhood, and Liu Kundong had long desired her. He didn't bother hiding his intentions. The veins on Guo Hai's forehead bulged, but he forced a smile. No objections. Liu Kundong and the other 2 carried kitchen knives and moved stealthily under the cover of night. They had each been bested by Wei Ming in one-on-one confrontations, but with 3 of them together, would Wei Ming really stand a chance? Besides, they had knives. What sets humans apart from animals is the ability to use tools, isn't it? Without weapons, a human is just prey to a tiger. But with weapons? Even in the days of cold steel, tigers stood no chance against hunters, ending up as tiger skin rugs. Now, with 3 men armed with knives, how could they fail to deal with Wei Ming? The only problem was how to get him to open the door. They couldn't just smash their way in. For one, it would alert Wei Ming ahead of time. For another, modern doors were so sturdy that breaking one down would be no easy task. Simple. Just knock and say we need to talk. Once he opens the door, we'll smash his head with the knife, Liu Kundong said viciously. Guo Hai and Wang Xingjian nodded in agreement. There was no need to overcomplicate things. They planned to kill Wei Ming, but he wouldn't know that. With societal order just beginning to collapse, who would suspect that they dared to commit murder? The underground parking garage was still sweltering at around 35 dC. Tolerable but still uncomfortable. Within minutes, the 3 were drenched in sweat. Finally they arrived. You go knock. Liu Kundong instructed Guo Hai. Use your wife as an excuse. Say you want to discuss something with Wei Ming. Despite his rough appearance, Liu Kundong was surprisingly cunning when it came to underhanded schemes. Guo Hai nodded and stepped forward to knock on the door. Wei Ming was asleep on the 2nd floor. The villa's excellent soundproofing should have made it impossible for him to hear the knocking. However, his phone, connected to the surveillance system, notified him of the activity. He opened the app and saw 3 men standing near the basement door. One was at the door, while the other 2 hid on either side, each holding a kitchen knife. Those 2 thought they were out of the camera's range, unaware that Wei Ming had installed 3 cameras at different angles. They're here to kill me? Wei Ming wasn't scared in the slightest. Instead, a smile crept across his face. Guo Hai, Wang Xingjian, and Liu Kundong. How did Liu Kundong end up joining forces with them? Wei Ming found it curious but ultimately didn't care. It's only the second day of the apocalypse, and people are already coming for me with knives? That's quick. Chuckling, Wei Ming decided to play along. If they wanted to court death, he'd oblige. He went to the basement and made a few preparations before speaking into the intercom. Who is it? It's me. Guo-hai, came the reply through the speaker. The door's soundproofing was excellent, shouting would never have reached inside. Wei Ming decided to have some fun. What do you want? You stole my wife. Can't I come to settle the score? Guo-hai shouted angrily. But since you've already had her, I don't want her anymore. Just give me 10 boxes of instant noodles and water, and she's yours. Otherwise, tomorrow I'll tell everyone in the neighborhood what a pair of shameless dogs you two are. Wei Ming smirked. 10 boxes is too much. How about 5 of each? 5 boxes of water and instant noodles. Hearing this, the three men could hardly contain their excitement. Wei Ming's willingness to settle for 5 boxes suggested that he had far more resources than just that. Feigning consideration, Guo-hai replied. All right, 5 it is. Once he opens the door, we'll kill him and take everything he has. A moment later, there was a faint click as the door unlocked. Guo-hai quickly pushed the door open. As soon as it swung wide, the three men charged in, knives raised, slashing wildly. But Wei Ming wasn't there. What the hell are you doing? Wei Ming's voice rang out. He was seated at least 4 meters away, grinning mischievously. He had unlocked the door remotely. This guy is cunning. Liu Kundong was about to speak but paused, suddenly noticing the temperature. It's so cool in here. He was right. Guo-hai had seen the temperature display in the video Mai Xiaolu had sent, but experiencing it firsthand was something else entirely. How did you manage this? Wang Xingjian asked. Wei Ming, ever gracious, decided to satisfy their curiosity. I'm using ice blocks. See those metal panels along the walls? Behind them are copper pipes filled with ice water. The melting ice naturally cools the space. You actually have ice? No, wait, you're using precious water to cool the room? The three were stunned. Liu Kundong snapped out of it and laughed. Well, Wei Ming, thank you for the gift. I'll be taking this villa and your women off your hands. Wei Ming, unperturbed, used the remote to lock the basement door behind them. Smiling, he said, Oh, just the 3 of you and those dull knives? That's all we need to kill you. Liu Kundong snarled. Let's get him. The 3 advanced, their faces filled with greed and malice. Kill Wei Ming, and everything he owned would be theirs. But as they moved forward, Wang Xingjian suddenly gasped, and then vanished into thin air. What the? The brightly lit basement offered no place to hide, yet Liu Kundong and Guo-hai felt a chill run down their spines. A living person had just disappeared. What's going on? Guo-hai stammered, his voice trembling. Was it you? Did you do this? Wei Ming chuckled. Of course it was me. This is my home after all. He grinned maliciously. Guo-hai, I wasn't planning to kill you. Knowing you were still alive made playing with your wife all the more satisfying. But since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. With a flick of his wrist, a phone appeared out of nowhere in Wei Ming's hand. What the? Guo-hai's eyes widened in terror. He stumbled backward instinctively, but the moment he moved, he, too, disappeared just like Wang Xingjian. Now only Liu Kundong remained, trembling uncontrollably. 2 people had vanished right before his eyes. Where did they go? He stammered, barely able to form words. Wei Ming smirked. Care to guess? Liu Kundong's unease only grew after Wei Ming's response. Wei Ming was clearly standing far from the other 2, how had he made them disappear? Wei Ming remained calm. With a casual gesture, a bottle of cola appeared in his hand. He unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and frowned slightly. Drinking something sweet at night is fattening. Oh well, it doesn't matter. After all, he could always enter his spatial dimension and burn off the fat at will. Liu Kundong stared in disbelief. Where did that cola come from? You're performing some kind of magic trick. Liu Kundong suddenly felt enlightened. Guo-hai and Wang Xingjian must still be nearby. You're just using some optical illusion so I can't see them. You're trying to confuse us into panicking and retreating without a fight. You're so confident in your guess that even I'm starting to believe you, Wei Ming thought with a smile. Then, how about you take a few steps? Wei Ming suggested. But Liu Kundong didn't dare move. Guessing was one thing, but what if he was wrong? That wasn't a risk he was willing to take. Wei Ming shook his head. Do you think you can just stand there and escape? Let me help you out. He focused his thoughts, and suddenly, a large rock appeared mid-air, hurtling toward Lu Kundong. What? Before Lu Kundong could react, the rock struck him, sending him stumbling backward. But as soon as he stepped back, he vanished, just like the others. Simple. Wei Ming had opened a spatial gate in front of himself, sent the rock flying through, and opened another gate behind Lu Kundong. The force of the impact pushed Lu Kundong straight into the dimension. Wei Ming peeked into the spatial dimension. Guo Hai and Wang Xingjian were already dead. Lu Kundong was still alive, but his heart had stopped, and his blood had ceased flowing, his body frozen in a state of stasis. Hey, just 1 minute, and he'll be dead too. Wei Ming's curiosity flared, and he decided to enter the dimension himself. He approached Lu Kundong and willed something into existence, a heart. Strangely, though the heart appeared bloody and severed, no blood spurted from its exposed vessels. Ah, of course. There's no time here. Physical principles like pressure don't apply. Even an open wound won't bleed without the flow of time. Wei Ming experimented further, methodically removing each of Lu Kundong's organs. With every piece he took, he paused to observe. Then, just before the 1 minute mark, he carefully restored every organ to its original place. Moments later, both he and Lu Kundong reappeared in the basement. Lu Kundong, still carrying the momentum from the rock's impact, rolled across the floor before coming to a stop. Dazed, he scrambled to his feet, his face pale with fear and confusion. What just happened? Where did that rock come from? And where is it now? He stood frozen, trembling from the unknown horror he had just experienced. Wei Ming watched with amusement. Interesting. In my spatial dimension, I really am like a god. Just moments earlier, he had removed all of Lu Kundong's organs, even his brain, and yet, here Lu Kundong stood, alive and well. Experiment complete. You're of no further use. With a flick of his hand, Wei Ming sent another rock flying, propelling Lu Kundong into the spatial gate once more. This time he wouldn't be coming back. Satisfied, Wei Ming smiled. He hadn't even touched the cache of firearms in his dimension yet. Against ordinary people, his spatial gate alone was more than enough for one-sided domination. Stretching lazily, Wei Ming decided to head back to bed. The night passed. When the sun rose, temperatures quickly soared. 58 degrees Celsius. It was a deadly heat. Household air conditioners stood no chance against it, only industrial-grade units could function. Most people were left sweltering, their frustration mounting. Sweat couldn't even form, it evaporated instantly. Meanwhile, in Wei Ming's villa, the temperature remained a comfortable 29 degrees Celsius. Before long, Liu King and Mai Xiaolu woke up. Wei Ming unlocked the doors on each floor, allowing the two women to move freely. While Wei Ming casually retrieved breakfast from his spatial dimension, Liu King and Mai Xiaolu had to search the fridge and pantry for food. Watching the two women, both radiant in their own ways, one curvaceous, the other long-legged and dazzling, Wei Ming couldn't help but feel a flicker of desire. A short while later he heard Liu King gasp from the pantry. Ah, she must have noticed. Wei Ming smirked. He had completely filled the storage room overnight. For him, the supplies he had taken out were less than a drop in the bucket. But to Liu King, the sight was overwhelming. The day before, only about a third of the room had been stocked. Now, it was full to the brim. Unbelievable! Liu King exclaimed. Mai Xiaolu, new to the household, didn't understand at first. But once Liu King explained, she was equally stunned. What did this mean? It meant Wei Ming had access to yet another stash of supplies. Their awe bordered on reverence. If it weren't so illogical, they might have suspected Wei Ming had come from the future, foreseeing the apocalypse and preparing accordingly. Wei Ming paid no attention to their speculations. As he slurped a bowl of noodles, he scrolled through his phone. Someone mentioned me in the neighborhood group chat. It was Ma Yulan. She was demanding to know what Wei Ming had done with her son, Lu Kundong. Apparently she hadn't been able to reach him since last night. Why is she blaming me? The group chat erupted with curiosity. Ma Yulan avoided the full truth, claiming Lu Kundong had gone to trade food with Wei Ming for water. But after delivering the food, he had never returned. What a shameless lie. Wei Ming chuckled and typed, "Oh? Then tell me, how much food did your son bring?" Ma Yulan hesitated before responding, 2 boxes of biscuits. She probably thought 2 boxes sounded significant enough to be believable. Wei Ming walked to the pantry, filmed a video of the fully stocked room, and shared it in the group chat without saying a word. The chat exploded. Holy crap. Look at all that food. It's a whole room full. At Ma Yuan, are you serious? Why would someone with this much food need to steal 2 boxes of biscuits? That's like accusing a millionaire of robbing someone for spare change. Ma Yulan was thoroughly humiliated, but while some mocked her, others began to eye Wei Ming's supplies greedily. Wealth incites envy. Who cared about laws anymore? Yesterday someone had already been robbed at knife point, and no law enforcement had shown up. Now, everyone understood societal order was gone. And food? Food was life. People's thoughts turned dark. Wei Ming knew exactly what was happening. Let them come. Even if the entire neighborhood banded together, they wouldn't stand a chance. With his spatial gates, his superhuman strength, and his stockpile of firearms, Wei Ming could wipe them out hundreds of times over. Let's see what you've got. I'm getting bored anyway. After slapping down Ma Yulan's ridiculous accusations, Wei Ming stopped paying attention to the owner's group chat messages. Because now, friend requests began pouring in one after another. They were all from the owner's group, and their purpose for adding Wei Ming was crystal clear: to ask him to sell or lend them food and water. You have so much. Sharing just a little won't affect you, right? Wei Ming naturally ignored all the friend requests from men. With the sheer abundance of his supplies, what else could he possibly desire? It would only be women who might pique his interest. Of course, he wouldn't just let lust cloud his judgment and accept anyone blindly. His own safety was always the top priority before he could even think about enjoying life. After all, during moments of intimacy, his defenses and vigilance would be at their lowest. After discovering Wei Ming flaunting his wealth in the owner's group, the Zuo King family was absolutely furious. To them, everything Wei Ming owned should have belonged to them. And now? He was flaunting it in public. Didn't he know the saying, wealth should not be flaunted? By showing off like that, wasn't he practically inviting others to target him? Everyone knew there was no such thing as a thief who could steal for 1,000 days without being caught, and likewise, there was no defense strong enough to last 1,000 days against thieves. Now, the entire neighborhood must be eyeing him, and who could say how ruthless people might become in times like these? Don't think that locking the door would be enough. A few adults swinging a heavy iron hammer could easily break down the entire door. This idiot. Mulkey. Just got a bit of money and already can't keep it together. The heatwave's only been going on for a few days, and he's already showing off like this? But if someone's going to rob him, why not let it be us? The family of four exchanged glances, and they could all see the greed and malice in each other's eyes. There's no time to waste. Let's act tonight. Agreed. Why act at night? The daytime was unbearably hot, reducing everyone to lethargic cats unwilling to even lift a finger. But at night, when the temperature dropped to around 40 degrees, most people would be hiding in their homes with the air conditioning on. Who would venture outside? Acting at night meant cooler temperatures, greater safety, and less chance of being discovered. They couldn't risk anyone else getting to Wei Ming first. King, you're responsible for getting him to open the door. Luo Gaifen began assigning tasks. Zuo King nodded confidently. Wei Ming still has feelings for me. All I have to do is tell him I'm willing to be with him, and he'll definitely open the door in a heartbeat. Luo Gaifen nodded in satisfaction before turning to her husband and son. The two of you will take care of him first thing. Kill that bastard right away, he's humiliated me so many times. I won't rest until he's dead. No problem. Zuo Yang immediately agreed. Zuo Fugui hesitated though. It wasn't a matter of morality, he was just worried. What if they failed to kill Wei Ming and ended up getting killed themselves? Zuo King thought for a moment before adding, what about the woman in his house? Should we kill her too? Is she pretty? Luo Gaifen asked. She's alright, Zuo King replied, unwilling to admit the other woman was prettier or had a better figure than her. Luo Gaifen's eyes lit up. Then she can be Yang Yang's woman. His girlfriend isn't here, and it's not good for a man to go too long without a woman. It's bad for his health. Zuo Yang nodded enthusiastically, his face full of anticipation. Even Zuo Fugui's thoughts wandered, a lecherous gleam flashing across his eyes. A woman like that. Maybe he could have a turn now and then too. Alright then, tonight, they would take down Wei Ming. The four of them finalized their plan and waited patiently for the day to pass. Haha, that guy actually accepted my friend request, Li Jing laughed smugly. She was a 37-year-old single mother, but her daughter, Li Xiaoxiao, was already 18. This mother-daughter duo was a team of professional con artists. Li Jing didn't work a normal job. Instead, she specialized in meeting men online. But if you thought they were selling themselves, you'd be wrong. Li Jing would lure men to book a hotel room, have them pay up front, and then drug them. Once the men fell unconscious, she would take the money and disappear without a trace. But she wasn't greedy, she only ever took the agreed-upon escort fee. Would the men go to the police? Likely. Reporting the crime would expose their own misdeeds. What's more, Li Jing wasn't stealing beyond what was agreed upon. To the men, it was as if they had paid for a ghost. Naturally, most of them accepted their bad luck and stayed silent. Thanks to this, Li Jing had been able to con one man after another without any trouble. He, Li Xiaoxiao giggled beside her. She knew exactly what her mother was up to and had no intention of pursuing school or a career. She was fully prepared to follow in Li Jing's footsteps. If they could get into Wei Ming's house, oust him, and take his place, they'd have all the food they could want. After Li Jing's laughter subsided, she gave her daughter a knowing look, signaling her to start the act. Li Xiaoxiao understood immediately, sitting down demurely. If it weren't so unbearably hot, she would have put on a schoolgirl uniform to sell the image even better. Li Jing adjusted her blouse, pulling it down slightly before nodding in satisfaction. Then, she initiated a video call with Wei Ming. 2 seconds later, the call connected. Li Jing immediately began speaking in a sweet, coquettish voice. Wei Ming, could you take us in? If you're willing, I'd do anything for you. And Jiaxiao here, she's just the right age to start looking for a boyfriend. She trailed off suggestively, while Li Xiaoxiao blushed shyly, perfectly playing the role of an innocent young girl. This act had worked countless times since she was 14. Not a single man had been able to resist. Wei Ming, watching the mother-daughter duo on his screen, smiled faintly. Seriously? Even with beauty filters on, you're barely a 7 out of 10. You really think you can seduce me? The only reason he had accepted Li Jing's friend request was because of the stunning profile picture she had used. Now, seeing the reality, he realized it wasn't even close. It was like expecting a goddess based on photos, only to open the door and find. Not even close. Nope, Wei Ming said bluntly, ending the call without hesitation. A catfish. Disgusting. Li Jing's face, still plastered with a seductive smile, froze mid-expression. It felt as if she had been slapped. Turning to her daughter in disbelief, she stammered, He actually hung up? Li Xiaoxiao, equally stunned, nodded dumbly. He hung up. And then, they both snapped. If Wei Ming wouldn't take the bait, how could they drug him? Could two women really outsmart a grown man? Impossible. Mom, I'm so hungry, Li Xiaoxiao whined, clutching her stomach. Li Jing started brainstorming. After a moment she said, You wait here. Mom will find us something to eat. If they couldn't scam Wei Ming, they'd target someone else. Surely not every man was as sharp as Wei Ming. The second one was from Zhang Shi, a major businessman. As soon as Wei Ming accepted the request, Zhang Shi immediately sent a message. Wei Ming, I need a large supply of food and water. Name your price. Wei Ming replied. Mr. Zhang, do you think money still holds value now? Why wouldn't it? This disaster is only temporary, it's just a matter of time before it passes, Zhang Shi responded confidently. Wei Ming understood people like Zhang Shi, wealthy and powerful, desperately wanted this calamity to end as soon as possible. Only then could their wealth and influence remain intact, allowing them to continue their privileged lives. While ordinary people might have already accepted the collapse of social order, people like Zhang Shi simply couldn't. Wei Ming said. Then I'm sorry. I can't help you. Zhang Shi was, of course, furious. But knowing that Wei Ming controlled the resources he needed, Zhang Shi had no choice but to lower his tone and offer a deal. How about this? Give me half of your supplies, and I'll give you half of my company's stock. Of course, you'll have dividend rights but no voting rights. Seriously? Wei Ming couldn't help but be speechless. Did this guy really think that after the disaster ended, everything would go back to normal, with everyone clocking in for work like before? Such delusional thinking. This man would do anything to avoid falling from grace, even dreaming up such ridiculous scenarios. Wei Ming shook his head, feeling there was no point in continuing this conversation. Mr. Zhang, unless you have something that truly interests me, let's leave it at that. Zhang Shi was livid. He had built his empire from nothing, creating a massive company that supported over 500 employees and their families. He was used to people bowing and scraping before him. And now? This brat, just a young man who got lucky betting on sports, dared to speak to him like this? Under normal circumstances, Zhang Shi would have already had someone teach Wei Ming a lesson, showing him how to behave in front of someone like him. But now, Zhang Shi took a deep breath. The heat wave had severed transportation routes. Otherwise, a single phone call to summon his company's security team would have had Wei Ming groveling at his feet. I still have a good stock of gold bars at home, Zhang Shi finally said, retreating further. Gold is always valuable, even in chaos. What do you think of this exchange? Wei Ming chuckled. Gold only held value in times of chaos because some semblance of order still existed, allowing for trade. But now? This wasn't chaos. It was the apocalypse. In chaotic times, you could still forage for wild fruits or dig up roots to survive. But now, even that was impossible. Gold? It was nothing more than shiny metal. Mr. Zhang, you don't seem to understand yet. This is the apocalypse, Wei Ming replied. This time Zhang Shi didn't respond for a long while. Wei Ming assumed he'd given up and was about to approve his third friend request when Zhang Shi messaged again. What do you want, then? Sigh. If only he'd reached this point earlier, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. Wei Ming knew people like Zhang Shi were used to commanding others and were rarely on the receiving end of such negotiations. Wei Ming smiled slightly and typed. I'm only interested in beautiful women. What did his villa still lack? Only stunning women. Zhang Shi wasn't stupid. After a moment's pause, he understood what Wei Ming meant and became furious. You dare lay your hands on me? Wei Ming, you've got some nerve. A few days ago I could have easily spent a few million to have you killed. Wei Ming remained calm and indifferent, unaffected by Zhang Shi's outburst. You misunderstand, Mr. Zhang. Don't be so self-absorbed. I'm not interested in you. But the lady in your house? If she can't resist temptation and seeks me out on her own, what does that have to do with you? Oh, and if you threaten me again, don't blame me for retaliating. Zhang Shi, seething with rage, threw his phone aside and stopped responding. He turned to look at his young wife. At just over 20 years old, she was his pride and joy. Her name was Cheng Ya, a former university beauty queen. She was undeniably stunning, with a curvaceous figure that had captivated even a man like Zhang Shi, who was no stranger to beautiful women. She asked timidly, Honey, why are you so upset? Zhang Shi, still fuming, snapped. That insolent brat, Wei Ming, rejected all of my offers. Cheng Ya was startled. But we only have enough food and water for 10 more days. After that, she trailed off, not daring to continue. Of course I know that. Zhang Shi said through gritted teeth. But that brat is so stubborn. What should I do? Rob him? At the mention of robbery, a thought struck him. Why not? But how would he break into Wei Ming's house alone? Even if he managed to get in, could he really take down a fit young man in his 20s? If the plan backfired, he'd lose everything. Then Zhang Shi's eyes fell on Cheng Ya, and an idea began to form. Wei Ming likes women, doesn't he? Hey, he doesn't realize there's a trap hidden in that lust. The third person Wei Ming accepted went by the username Lone Boat. Wei Ming had approved them mainly because of their username and profile picture, the cover of a web novel. Coincidentally, it was a novel Wei Ming was currently following. If this person really was the author, Wei Ming wouldn't mind sharing some supplies to keep the story going, at least until it reached a proper ending. Hello, the other person messaged first. But it was a generic greeting, adding little to the conversation. Wei Ming got straight to the point. Are you the author of Urban Fragrance Chronicles? Oh? You read web novels too? After a brief pause, the person replied, Yes, I'm the author. It was true. Wei Ming chuckled. What a small world. Without hesitation, he initiated a video call, intending to entice the author with supplies in exchange for 10 or 20 chapters a day. After about 5 seconds, the call connected. And then, Wei Ming froze. The woman on the screen was around 30 years old, a mature beauty with a captivating charm. She wasn't quite the typical dominant lady type but exuded the allure of a charming ant figure. Her almond-shaped eyes were full of emotion, and her curvaceous figure was impossible to ignore. Even though only her upper body was visible, Wei Ming could tell her figure would easily score above 90. Your Lone Boat? He asked in disbelief. Yes, I am indeed Lone Boat, the sultry woman said, her lips parting slightly, her voice so seductive it seemed to seep into one's very bones. Wei Ming still found it hard to believe. Why had he been following that novel? Because its content was extremely risque, but the author had masterful storytelling skills. They flirted with the boundaries of censorship, crafting scenes that left Wei Ming utterly engrossed. He'd always assumed the author was some experienced pervert. But now, you're telling me it's this enchanting woman? Damn. This is shattering my worldview. Are you really the one who wrote Urban Fragrance Chronicles? Wei Ming confirmed again. Yes, that's me. I even have 3 unpublished chapters. Do you want me to send them to you for verification? The sultry woman smiled and said, By the way, my real name is Lin Wanqiu. Wei Ming nodded. Alright, send them over later. The story is at such an exciting point the protagonist is about to sleep with his enemy's wife. Oh, and since there's no longer any censorship, feel free to make it even wilder. Got it. I'll add more details and send it to you shortly, Lin Wangqiu replied smoothly. This woman was sharp. Wei Ming smiled. Update 3 chapters daily, and I'll provide you with 1 meal's worth of food and water. 6 chapters a day, and it doubles. 9 chapters, triple. But don't overdo it, I'm not interested in killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Thank you, boss. I'll get to writing immediately, Lin Wangqiu said cheerfully. By the way, which building and unit are you in? I'll send supplies to you via drone. Wow, boss. So impressive. Lin Wangqiu praised with mock awe. Ending the call with Lin Wangqiu, Wei Ming chuckled to himself. It was already rare enough to encounter the author of a novel he'd been following in his own neighborhood. But for the author to turn out to be such a stunning beauty, that was truly unexpected. Now, it was time to check on Song Kyungjun Yun. Wei Ming retrieved a drone from his spatial dimension. After confirming it was fully charged, he prepared a meal and 2 bottles of water, hung them from the drone with a plastic bag, and used a remote control to fly it out of his villa. Meanwhile, he initiated a video call with Song Kyungjun. After a long wait, the call connected. Song Kyungjun appeared disheveled and utterly drained, her hair a mess and her lips cracked from dehydration. Open your door. I've sent you some supplies via drone, don't worry. They're free, Wei Ming said with a smile. Song Kyungjun froze, visibly shocked. Was Wei Ming being kind-hearted? But she was too hungry and thirsty to think it through. Struggling to move, she made her way to the door and opened it. The restaurant's awning shielded the entrance from the harsh sunlight, so she only had to wait a few seconds before hearing the distinctive buzzing of a drone. Moments later, a drone descended, carrying a plastic bag. She quickly untied the bag and opened it, immediately grabbing a bottle of water and gulping down half of it. Finally catching her breath, she moved on to the meal. After finishing the food, she sipped on the remaining water, taking small, careful sips. She didn't dare open the second bottle. As she ate and drank, tears began to stream down her face only to evaporate before they could touch her cheeks. At that moment, her willpower completely crumbled. Watching everything through the drone's camera, Wei Ming grinned. Don't cry. Tonight I'll come to pick you up. I promise you'll never suffer again. From seizing her gun to reaping the rewards, it was all falling into place. Ah, the rewards. He chuckled to himself. Song Kyungjun said nothing. But silence was consent. After all, as a law enforcement officer, she still had her pride. Wei Ming smiled faintly. Why wait until night to pick her up? Because he didn't want to reveal the secrets of his spatial dimension. Instead, he planned to drive over and bring her back. Daytime travel was dangerous due to the deadly solar radiation and the intense heat, which could turn a car into an oven. Nighttime was safer. He fulfilled his promise to Lin Wangqiu by sending her a meal, and then found himself with nothing to do during the day. Bored? Not likely with 2 women at home. Wei Ming had Liu King and Mai Xiaolu try on various outfits, from casual to provocative. Mai Xiaolu, tall with long legs, was a natural model, while Liu King's voluptuous figure made every outfit seem on the verge of bursting, exuding irresistible allure. A little workout, some TV, and the news, though the major channels had stopped broadcasting. Only independent creators were still uploading videos or live streaming discussions about the ongoing disaster, attracting a flood of virtual donations. Too bad money was now utterly worthless. As night fell and the last rays of sunlight disappeared, a light drizzle began to fall. Perfect, it was time to fetch the policewoman. Just as Wei Ming was about to head out, his phone's alarm went off. Checking the alert, he saw 2 people standing at the basement entrance, Zhang Shi and his young wife. Bringing his wife as an offering? No way. Wei Ming immediately dismissed the thought. A man like Zhang Shi would never give in so easily. So, what was he up to? Wei Ming scrutinized Zhang Shi's figure and noticed a bag slung over his back. Judging by the shape, he smirked, understanding the situation. All right, since you've brought your wife here, I'll entertain you. Song Kyungjun could wait. After all, she'd had a meal and some water at noon. Waiting a few extra hours wouldn't hurt. Wei Ming went to the basement and remotely opened the door. Zhang Shi pushed his wife inside. Bang. The door automatically shut behind them. Zhang Shi immediately unslung the bag and pulled out a compound bow, aiming it at Wei Ming. Surprised? Didn't see this coming, did you? Wei Ming smiled. A bit of a surprise, yes. Cut the crap. Get out of here now. Don't make me kill you. Zhang Shi growled menacingly. He didn't want to spill blood inside the villa after all. This would be his new home. Moving all of Wei Ming's supplies would be too much hassle, so taking over the villa outright was the easiest option. Wei Ming remained calm. Every door here requires fingerprint access. If I leave, you'll be stuck in the basement. Zhang Shi glanced at the door, confirming it had no handle, and barked. Then add my fingerprint. No funny business. Wei Ming smiled, walked to the door panel, and tinkered with it. Alright, it's ready. Add your fingerprint here. Move aside. Zhang Shi ordered. Wei Ming obediently stepped aside, feigning cooperation. Facing Wei Ming, Zhang Shi cautiously backed toward the door. He instructed his wife. Keep an eye on him. If he moves, scream. Got it, his wife said, nodding. She was captivated by the cool air in the villa, the supplies Wei Ming had flaunted in the group chat, and the state-of-the-art security. She was already imagining herself living here. Finally reaching the door, Zhang Shi placed his index finger on the scanner. Buzz. Watch out, his wife suddenly screamed. A surge of electricity struck Zhang Shi, leaving his entire body numb and tingling. The compound bow in his hands fell to the ground instantly. As the current subsided and he tried to pick up the bow, a foot firmly stepped on it. Naturally, it was Wei Ming. Wei Ming had countless ways to deal with Zhang Shi, but this time, he opted not to use his abilities, relying instead on the villa's built-in defense system. Bam! Wei Ming delivered a swift knee strike, sending Zhang Shi flying backward. Blood streamed from his nose. Zhang Shi's young wife, Cheng Ye, trembled with fear. The scene had taken her completely by surprise. Moments ago, Zhang Shi seemed to have the upper hand. How had the situation flipped so suddenly? Wei Ming remained relaxed as he fetched a rope and tied Zhang Shi up. Only then did he speak. Zhang Shi. You've got some nerve. I treated you as a guest, and you tried to rob me. Zhang Shi panted heavily, his rage boiling over, but he was utterly powerless. Wei Ming ignored him and turned his gaze toward Cheng Ye. As someone who had caught Zhang Shi's eye, her beauty and figure were undoubtedly top-notch. Wei Ming whistled. Still, Zhang Shi, bringing your lovely wife here was thoughtful. Don't mind if I do. Don't you dare. Zhang Shi roared, his voice hoarse. If you so much as touch a hair on her head, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Wei Ming smiled faintly. He hadn't gone to such lengths to take down Zhang Shi without a reason. His true aim was Cheng Ye. Whether I touch her or not isn't up to you, Wei Ming replied with a grin. Of course I'm not one for force. A forced melon isn't sweet. I prefer when the melon willingly falls into my hand. Wei Ming approached Cheng Ye, who stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Testing her reaction, Wei Ming turned back to Zhang Shi and chuckled. Zhang Shi, you have impeccable taste. Your wife is truly generous in every way. E-cup. And all natural, no artificial enhancements here. Zhang Shi was so furious he almost vomited blood. At that moment, regret consumed him. Not regret over targeting Wei Ming's villa, but regret over not acting more decisively to eliminate him outright. Forget fingerprint access, he was already inside. Surely he could have found a way to reset the security system. Wei Ming, however, didn't take things further. Instead, he turned to Cheng Ye. Come, let me show you around. Cheng Ye lacked Song Qingjun's steely resolve. The moment her husband was subdued, her composure crumbled, and she meekly followed Wei Ming. Zhang Shi was beside himself with anxiety. But bound hand and foot, there was little he could do but hurl curses. At first, Cheng Ye was understandably terrified. However, Wei Ming's constant smile gradually put her slightly at ease. Once calm, she began to think. Cheng Ye was a classic beauty. Since middle school, she had been inundated with love letters from boys. By the time she reached college, she was a celebrated campus belle with countless admirers. But Cheng Ye had always been a gold digger with high standards. Ordinary rich kids didn't impress her, no matter how much money they threw at her. It wasn't until Zhang Shi came along, courting her fervently, that she finally agreed. She had immense confidence in her beauty and charm. So, why was Wei Ming treating her so courteously? It didn't take much thought for her to understand. This realization made her demeanor increasingly composed and calm. When Wei Ming led her to the storage room filled with food and water, her chest heaved with excitement. Sure, she had seen the photos, but seeing it all in person was an entirely different experience. How long could this much food last? 6 months? A year? Her heart racing, Cheng Ye made up her mind. The two returned to the basement. When Zhang Shi saw them, still fully clothed, he let out a slight sigh of relief. It had only been 5 minutes. Surely nothing could have happened in that time. Wei Ming walked over, untied Zhang Shi, and smiled. All right, Zhang Shi, You're free to go. Jiangxi froze, bewildered. Wei Ming was letting him go? Was this some kind of joke? Wei Ming's expression remained neutral. Unlike you, I believe in repaying evil with kindness. He pushed Jiangxi toward the door. Jiangxi staggered out, still in disbelief. Could Wei Ming truly be this good-hearted? No, this stupid? Even now, he was choosing to repay evil with kindness? What an idiot. Fine, next time I'll finish you off for good. Bang. The metal door closed behind him. Wait. Something clicked in Jiangxi's mind, and he began pounding on the door with all his might. Wei Ming. Let my wife go. You bastard, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Wei Ming activated the speaker system and chuckled. Alright, let's ask your wife if she wants to go back with you. He stepped aside, giving Cheng Ya the spotlight. Cheng Ya understood what this was, a loyalty test. She had married Jiangxi for money, and now, with even better material prospects, why wouldn't she abandon him? Without hesitation, she said, I'm sorry, husband. From now on, I'll be with Wei Ming. You wretch. You ungrateful wretch. Jiangxi's veins bulged in fury. Now he understood why Wei Ming had released him, so he could fully savor the pain of betrayal. Jiangxi. As you can see, I didn't force your wife into anything. She made this decision herself, Wei Ming said with a smirk. We're all adults here. Everyone has the right to make their own choices, don't they? Jiangxi was livid, banging on the door furiously. But what good would it do? Wei Ming. I'll make sure you pay for this. After ranting and raving for a while, he stomped off, defeated. With that resolved, Wei Ming quickly turned his attention back to his main goal, fetching Song Qingyun. He assigned Cheng Ya a room on the 3rd floor. The villa's 3rd floor had 3 bedrooms perfect for Cheng Ya, Liu King, and Mai Xiaolu. Without Wei Ming's explicit permission, Cheng Ya wouldn't be able to leave the 3rd floor, let alone access the 2nd. Each night, Wei Ming locked the doors separating the villa's floors for extra security. While his bedroom door was also locked, adding another layer of defense never hurt. After settling Cheng Ya, Wei Ming headed to the garage and summoned a pickup truck from his spatial dimension. The vehicle had been a zero-cost acquisition from the States and hadn't even been registered yet. Opening the garage door, he drove out before shutting it securely behind him. Hey! Is mine the only car still functioning in this neighborhood? The daytime heat had rendered other vehicles unusable, their tires bursting under the extreme temperatures. Sure, someone could try driving on metal rims, but who would dare? From her vantage point in Building 18, Yu Chutong's eyes widened in disbelief. Wei Ming's car was actually running. Wei Ming actually has a functioning car. Owning a car wasn't the surprising part. Having a car that could still run in these extreme conditions, however, was unheard of. Yu Chutong had secretly checked on her own luxury car earlier. Even though it was an S-Class high-end vehicle, the tires had still burst under the heat. But Wei Ming's old pickup truck? Somehow, it was up and running. What did it mean to have a working vehicle now? It was life itself. With a vehicle, you could venture out to scavenge supplies and survive. And right now, survival was the only thing anyone cared about. No wonder Wei Ming still had fresh fruit. He'd clearly been using the truck to gather supplies. Yu Chutong began brainstorming. How could she convince Wei Ming to lend her his truck? Wei Ming drove the pickup to the neighborhood entrance, naturally drawing a lot of attention. Only residents in buildings 8 and 18, which were closer to the underground garage, knew it was Wei Ming who had driven the truck out. Everyone else could only speculate about the driver's identity. Wei Ming paid no mind to the curiosity of others. His focus was on picking up Song Qingyun, a thorny yet beautiful rose he had been thinking about for days. When he arrived at her location, Wei Ming called Song Qingyun via video. Once she answered, he said, "Step back. Don't stand near the door." He then reversed the truck. Bang. The pickup smashed through the restaurant's front door and drove straight in. Not far away, Song Qingyun stood dumbfounded, her expression one of pure shock and disbelief. Wei Ming opened the passenger door. "What are you waiting for? Get in." Song Qingyun hesitated for a moment before climbing into the truck and closing the door. "Let's go," Wei Ming said, starting the engine and backing the truck out of the restaurant. The restaurant was part of the neighborhood's commercial area, so it wasn't far. Within minutes, the truck was back at Wei Ming's villa. He used the remote to open the garage door, drove the truck inside, and locked the door behind them. All done. Wei Ming jumped out of the truck. After a brief moment of hesitation, Song Qingyun followed suit. To enter the main villa, however, required fingerprint access. As the thick, 10-centimeter alloy door opened, Song Qingyun gasped. "What are you preparing for? A world war?" No normal person would install an alloy door, let alone one 10 centimeters thick. In truth, Wei Ming had wanted a 20 centimeter thick door, but Xia Bing had pointed out that such a door would be too heavy to install and would be impossible to source in the short few months they had to prepare. Wei Ming grinned. Mendes. Come on in. As Song Kyungyin stepped inside the villa, she was greeted by a refreshing coolness. Although it was nighttime and the air conditioning was back in operation, the sun had only recently set, and it was far too soon for the AC to have such an effect. Wei Ming explained once again about his ice-based cooling system. Just like Liu King and Mai Xiaolu before her, Song Kyungyin was visibly shocked. While everyone else struggled to secure a single bottle of water, Wei Ming was using his to make ice and cool his entire villa. How wasteful, she muttered under her breath. Wei Ming leaned in close to her ear. Stay with me, and you'll live in comfort, with no worries about food or water. Otherwise, well, you've seen how the last 3 days were. Do I need to spell it out for you? I'm not a good person, but I do have principles. I don't force anyone. If you choose to stay, I'll provide for you. But the condition is simple: you must obey me completely. If you're unwilling, you can leave now. Song Kyungyin bit her lip, remaining silent. The fact that she had gotten into the truck in the first place already spoke volumes. But giving Wei Ming a verbal agreement was a hurdle she couldn't quite overcome. After all, this man was a suspect in harboring a wanted fugitive. He had even seized firearms and nearly caused a major incident. Wei Ming didn't pressure her. She was already inside his house. Where could she possibly run? Just then, his phone buzzed with an alert. What a buzzkill. How many waves of visitors will I get today? Wei Ming glanced at the screen, and a cold smile spread across his face. It was the left family, Zuo Qingqing and her parents and brother. Had it been anyone else, he might have ignored them. But this family? Since they'd come knocking, there was no way he wouldn't deal with them. He turned to Song Kyungyin and asked with a smile, Do you think I'm a bad person? She shot back, Do you think you're a good one? Oh? It seemed that a full belly had restored her sharp tongue. Come with me. Let me show you just how dark the human heart can be. Wei Ming led Song Kyungjun to the basement and remotely opened the door. The 4 members of the Zuo family, Zuo Qingqing, her brother Zuo Yang, and their parents, Zuo Fugui and Luo Gaifen, were visibly startled. Zuo Qingqing hadn't even introduced herself or stated their purpose, yet Wei Ming had opened the door as if expecting them. Look up, Zuo Yang said, pointing to the surveillance camera above the door. The family immediately understood how Wei Ming had known they were there. He still has feelings for me, Zuo Qingqing said smugly. Good, Luo Gaifen whispered. Qingqing, turn on the charm. If necessary, take off your clothes and give him a taste. Meanwhile, your father and brother will deal with him. But Zuo Qingqing hesitated. What's there to be afraid of? It's just your father and brother. So what if they see? Luo Gaifen snapped. Reluctantly, Zuo Qingqing agreed. In their household, she had the least authority and had been brainwashed since childhood to prioritize her family above all else. The 4 stepped inside. The basement was pitch black, and they couldn't see a thing. Suddenly, the lights blazed on. The sudden brightness forced them to squint. When their eyes adjusted, they saw 2 figures, one sitting, one standing. The seated figure was Wei Ming, and the standing figure was a woman. They didn't recognize her, but they were struck by her beauty. She was even more captivating than most celebrities, with a figure that could only be described as perfect. Zuo Yang immediately recalled his sister mentioning that Wei Ming had a woman in his house, someone he'd brought back before the disaster struck, a girlfriend. His first emotion was jealousy. How could Wei Ming have someone so stunning? But jealousy quickly turned into excitement. That woman would soon be his. Zuo Fugui, too, ogled her with undisguised lust. For now, though, the presence of another woman meant Zuo Qingqing's plan to seduce Wei Ming was off the table. Who cares? We're already inside. Let's just kill him. Zuo Yang growled, brandishing a kitchen knife. Zuo Fugui, initially hesitant, felt emboldened by the sight of Song Kyungjun. Overwhelmed by lust, he declared, I want that woman too. If I don't get her, I'll just sit back and watch. Now of all times you're making demands? Luo Gafan snapped, furious. Let your father have his fun. It's not like you'll lose anything, Zuo Fugui retorted, his eyes gleaming. I've lived this long and never had a woman this beautiful. With no choice, Luo Gaifen conceded. Fine, Yang Yang, you can have her on weekdays. Your father gets weekends. Zuo Yang was reluctant but eventually nodded. Splitting time was better than losing out entirely. Song Kyunjin Yoon heard these words clearly. but she simply couldn't believe it. These 4 people were as ordinary as could be, clearly just a family, parents and a pair of siblings. But listen to what they were saying? Their main target was her. Disgusting. Disgusting. Song Kyunyun looked at Wei Ming in a daze. She had only been trapped in this hotel for a little over 2 days, 3 days in total. How had the world become so alien in such a short time? An ordinary family of 4 was openly discussing murder, robbery, and even dividing up a woman right in front of them. Wei Ming smiled brightly and said, "These 4 are my ex-girlfriend's family. Look, this one here is Zuo King. A typical younger brother worshipper. She wanted me to hand over my house so her brother could use it as a wedding home. That's her brother, lazy, unmotivated, and picky about jobs while claiming he wants to start a business and make big money. In reality, he's just a classic freeloader, living off his parents and his sister. And these 2 old ones are Zuo King's parents. You can tell what kind of people they are from what they just said. I won't bother explaining further. You son of a BH." Hearing Wei Ming's introduction, the Zuo family of 4 was, of course, enraged. "Wei Ming, are you looking to die?" Zuo King shrieked. "You used to swear you loved me and were willing to do anything for me. All I asked was for you to clear out your house so my brother could use it as a wedding home, and you broke up with me. Now you've hooked up with this BH so quickly. You're fake, insincere, and a scumbag. How dare you criticize me?" Luo Gofan tugged at her daughter's hand. "Don't waste time arguing with this bastard. Let your father and brother hack him to death, maybe leave him alive just long enough to watch as your father and brother have their way with his woman. That'll kill him out of sheer rage." Now that was vile. But Zuo Fuguai and Zuo Yang were visibly excited. Have their way with Wei Ming's woman right in front of him? What a great idea. Kill him. Zuo Yang charged forward first, while Zuo Fuguai unwrapped the cloth around his knife and followed. The father and son's faces were filled with malice and greed as they approached. Song Kyunyun immediately said, "I'll handle the old man, and you take on the younger one." She was a security officer, after all, trained in combat. While it might be challenging to take on a grown man, Zuo Fuguai was over 50 years old. She was confident she could take him down, even if he had a knife. Wei Ming smiled faintly. "No need. I'll handle them myself." He wasn't boasting. His physical abilities were now at the peak of human potential. Even if he were injured, he could instantly heal himself by entering the alternate dimension. That was his trump card. "You just stay put, and be my little woman. All you need to do is keep me happy." He pinched Song Kingyun's jade-like chin, then strode toward the Zuo father and son. "You're courting death." Zuo Yang swung his knife. Zuo Fuguai hung back slightly, worried about accidentally injuring his son. Wei Ming moved like lightning. Bang! Bang! Just 2 punches, and the world fell silent. The Zuo father and son were both sprawled on the ground, unconscious. This. Luo Gaifen was dumbfounded. This was far beyond her expectations. 2 against 1, and they even had knives, yet Wei Ming had knocked them out bare-handed. Forcing a smile, she said, "Dear son-in-law, we were just joking. You're amazing. No wonder you dared to post pictures of your supplies in the group chat. With your strength, who would dare mess with you? Now I'm not worried anymore. Your villa is so big, surely it's no problem to let 4 more people live there." Wei Ming couldn't help but admire this woman's shamelessness. She had no sense of decency. Wei Ming walked up and slapped Luo Gaifan across the face, knocking her out cold. Zuo King first trembled in fear, then jumped up. "Wei Ming, my mom already said we were joking. How could you hit her so hard and knock out my dad, mom and brother?" Song Kyunyun felt as if her entire worldview had shattered. Just moments ago, they were clearly plotting murder and rape. How could this mother and daughter shamelessly claim it was all a joke? How could people be so brazenly shameless? Wei Ming looked at Song Kyunyun and asked with a smile, "You're a security officer. Tell me, how should people like this be punished?" Song Kyunyun blurted out, "Arrest them, hand them over to the prosecution, and let the court decide their sentence." As security officers, their job was only to apprehend suspects and gather evidence. Prosecution and sentencing were outside their jurisdiction. Wei Ming smiled. "All right. Then I'll play the role of judge myself. Let's call it the garage judge." He patted Song Kyunyun's shoulder. "Stay here and wait for me." Song Kyunyun wanted to say something but hesitated. Though she was a security officer, Zuo father and son had set their sights on her. 2 days, 5 days, who wouldn't break under such circumstances? Besides, she'd been starving for days, and her mental fortitude had taken a hit. How could she still remain unaffected by negative emotions? Even if she hadn't turned vengeful, there was no way she could forgive them. So, in the end, she said nothing. Wei Ming turned to Zuo King, feigning hesitation, then seemed to come to a decision. You can go. I believe you had nothing to do with this. He didn't want to kill this woman too quickly, it wouldn't be satisfying enough. By giving her hope, only to crush it later, he would make her suffer until she broke down entirely. Sure enough, Zuo King's eyes lit up when she heard this. She glanced at her family on the ground, bit her lip as if making a decision, and said, Wei Gi, you're so kind. You know me best, you know I was forced into this. I'll leave now, but I'll win back your heart one day. Wei Ming opened the door to the basement, and Zuo King ran out, covering her face as if touched and regretful. Song Kyungjin was stunned. Was Wei Ming really so soft-hearted and naive? But then she saw the mocking and murderous intent on Wei Ming's face, and realized he was just toying with the woman, giving her false hope that was utterly meaningless. Wei Ming walked to the basement and dragged the 3 Zuo family members out one by one. At this time of day the garage was empty, everyone was indoors with their air conditioners, enjoying the brief relief from the heat. No one would bother with the garage. With a thought, 3 large iron cages appeared in front of him. He threw each of the Zuo family members into a cage, locked them in, and smiled coldly. They would stay there, on display, slowly dying of hunger, thirst, or heat. It didn't matter how they died as long as it was painful. Wei Ming returned to the villa. Now, even if the gods themselves intervened, they couldn't stop him from having his way with this top-tier beauty of a police officer. Without permission, Song Qingyun naturally couldn't leave, and had no choice but to wait for him in the basement. What did you do with them? Song Qingyun asked. Wei Ming pulled her into his arms. Matters involving fighting and killing are not for women to worry about. You should focus on figuring out which positions I prefer. Positions? Song Qingyun was initially confused, but then she seemed to understand. Her face instantly flushed red. Wei Ming's heart fluttered as he held this stunning beauty in his arms and kissed her deeply. Naturally, his hands didn't remain idle. Just as his desire began to surge, he stopped. Go take a shower. A beauty of this caliber should be savored slowly. She was his now, so there was no need to rush. At first, Song Kyungyun hesitated shyly but then exclaimed, We can shower? How much water had he stored to afford the luxury of a bath? But she quickly added, Water is life now. I'll just wipe myself clean, there's no need to waste it on a full shower. TSK. This woman was different from Liu King and Mai Xiaolu. When those two learned they could bathe, they were simply delighted and amazed, without giving a second thought to how scarce water had become. Water supplies had already been cut off. Although it rained every night, the rain was acidic. Who would dare to use it for bathing or drinking? Clean water was limited. Once used, it was gone. Wei Ming laughed heartily and bit her earlobe. Relax, your man is capable of great things. You won't ever need to worry about resources. Like I said, all you need to focus on is pleasing me. Amid Song Kyungyun's startled cry, Wei Ming picked her up in his arms. The two went to the bathroom and started a romantic bath together. Initially they were in the bathtub, but soon it turned into a shower. Why? Because Song Kyungyun's period started. At that moment, Wei Ming was tempted to throw her into the alternate dimension and make her period go away. But he refrained. The alternate dimension was his greatest secret, and unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't let anyone know about it. It was only a matter of waiting a few days, after all. Song Kyungyun felt a bit embarrassed and said softly, You'll have to wait a few days for me. She was someone who kept her promises. Since she had come back with Wei Ming, she was determined to honor her commitment and give herself to him. Wei Ming chuckled. Just because her period was here, did that mean he couldn't enjoy some interest in the meantime? He busied himself, exploring every inch of the police officer's body. Song Kyungyun, despite blushing furiously and feeling somewhat guilty, cooperated as best she could. Such perfection. The 4 women currently staying in the villa were all stunning in their own ways. Even the least beautiful, Liu King, was a goddess in her company, the object of countless men's fantasies. Many would give anything to sleep with her. But compared to Song Kyungyun, her beauty and figure utterly outclassed Liu King's. Even her personality was irresistibly charming. Wei Ming couldn't help but marvel. If it weren't for this apocalypse, he would never have crossed paths with such a breathtaking woman. From the moment he began planning to seize her gun, his steps had led him to this point, to finally having this exquisite beauty. And who said you couldn't have fun just because it was that time of the month? More than an hour later, Wei Ming carried Song Kyungyun to the 3rd-floor balcony. Her face was flushed, and she looked like she was questioning everything she'd ever known about life. Only now did she realize there were so many possibilities between men and women. The other 3 women in the villa were in their respective rooms. Wei Ming locked the doors on each floor every night, limiting them to their own areas. By now they were all asleep. Wei Ming retrieved some fruit and drinks from the fridge, placing them on a table. He sat on a lounge chair with Song Qingyun in his arms. As they ate and drank, they admired the night view outside. Song Qingyun sighed deeply. It's only been 3 days, yet the world feels so unfamiliar. The night was far from quiet. Occasionally, explosions could be heard in the distance, and faint flashes of firelight were visible, clear signs of the chaos and turmoil unfolding. Wei Ming simply smiled. Song Qingyun suddenly turned to him and asked, "When you invited me to negotiate before, was it deliberate? You're not too slow to catch on." Wei Ming smirked. "Yes." Song Qingyun gave him a knowing look but quickly pressed her hands against his wandering ones. "But how did you know the apocalypse would happen? What if it didn't come the next day? How would you have handled things?" "Because I knew exactly when it would begin." Wei Ming chuckled. "If the apocalypse hadn't come, I would have had to go on the run." "So? It was a gamble?" Recalling that Wei Ming had made his fortune through gambling, Song Qingyun found this plausible. But such a reckless attitude, what if he ever made the wrong bet? He'd lose everything. Huh? As the two were growing increasingly intimate, the light on the balcony next door suddenly turned on. A woman in pajamas stepped out. It was Yu Chutong. However, Yu Chutong clearly hadn't expected anyone to still be awake on the adjacent balcony. She froze for a moment before instinctively crossing her arms over her chest. Her pajamas were slightly sheer, and she didn't want Wei Ming to take advantage of the view. She didn't retreat immediately because she'd remembered Wei Ming's pickup truck and had been planning to ask to borrow it. But then she noticed Wei Ming wasn't alone, he was holding a woman, and both were dressed in bathrobes, practically glued together. Shameless. Song Qingyun let out a small cry of surprise. She hadn't expected someone to appear on the neighboring balcony and tried to get up, only for Wei Ming to hold her firmly in place. "Don't worry. There's only one woman next door," Wei Ming said with a grin. This wasn't about whether it was a man or a woman. Song Qingyun blushed furiously, unable to escape, and covered her face with her hands. Even though it was just a fleeting glance, Yu Chutong managed to see Song Qingyun's face. What a beautiful woman. Although Yu Chutong prided herself on her looks, she had to admit Song Qingyun's beauty was on par with hers. As for her figure, it was hard to tell with the loose bathrobe. Where had this guy managed to find such a stunning woman? Could he have lured her in with supplies from the neighborhood? That must be it. Thinking this, she looked down on Song Qingyun with disdain. Wei Ming, meanwhile, picked up a grape and waved it at Yu Chutong, the meaning obvious. "Want some?" Of course Yu Chutong wanted it, fruit was her favorite. But was Wei Ming's stuff so easy to take? She knew exactly what price she'd have to pay. With a cold snort, she turned away with an air of arrogance. Yu Chutong had initially intended to return to her room, but then she thought, why should she leave? After all, the shameless ones here were Wei Ming and Song Qingyun, not her. As the CEO of her company, her pride would not allow her to back down. So, she remained seated and didn't move. But should she still ask Wei Ming to borrow his car? She hesitated because that guy was clearly a lecker, and he'd probably propose conditions that would make her furious. To Wei Ming's slight surprise, she poured herself a glass of red wine, swirled the wine glass, and began sipping leisurely. Did every rich household have a wine cellar? Wei Ming could drink but didn't particularly enjoy it. He preferred tea, cola, or plain water. That's why, when designing his safe house, he hadn't considered a wine cellar. That said, his alternate dimension contained a large stash of wine, beer and brandy, items he'd picked up during his zero-cost shopping sprees. However, since he hadn't done these sprees domestically, he didn't have any Chinese baijiu in stock. Yu Chutong's composure didn't last long. Why? Because the shameless pair on the adjacent balcony continued their flirting and intimacy, making it unbearable for her. In the end, she had no choice but to retreat in defeat. With a click, the light on the neighboring balcony was switched off. Song Qingyun turned back and bit Wei Ming's shoulder hard. "This is all your fault. How am I supposed to show my face now?" Wei Ming laughed heartily. "Relax. At a time like this, no one's interested in gossip." The two continued eating fruit for a while longer before Wei Ming arranged a room for Song Qingyun. It was on the second floor but not the same room as his. Play was one thing, but gambling with one's life was another. Wei Ming fell asleep as soon as he lay down, but not long after, he was startled awake by an alert from his phone. Was he ever going to get a decent night's sleep? He opened the monitoring app on his phone to check. A woman had appeared acting sneaky and furtive, as if afraid of being seen. Wei Ming recognized her. She lived in building 15, though he couldn't recall her exact apartment number. She was married though, so what was she doing sneaking around here in the middle of the night? Wei Ming smirked. She was probably here to strike some sort of multi-million-dollar deal with him. Too bad he wasn't interested tonight. He turned off his phone and went back to sleep. Finally, peace. The night passed without further incident. It was now the 4th day of the apocalypse. The 3 members of the Zuo family were stripped naked and locked in the iron cages, which quickly became the talk of the community. Moreover, the trio kept shouting curses, and before long, everyone knew who had locked them up. Wei Ming. Of course, the Zuo family painted Wei Ming as a despicable villain. According to them, he had lured them over, stolen their daughter, and subjected them to such humiliation. They described him as worse than the most inhumane invaders. The onlookers, not knowing the full story, were divided. A few believed the Zuo family's account, but most took a more rational approach. After all, Wei Ming had an abundance of supplies. By now, everyone was beginning to understand that supplies were life. If Wei Ming so much as hinted at it, how many women would throw themselves at him? Their daughter? She was decent looking at best, far from a stunning beauty. Would Wei Ming really need to resort to such schemes? Moreover, society's order was already collapsing. On platforms like TikTok, incidents of robbery and murder were flooding in. Despite the authorities issuing stern warnings and promising to settle accounts after the disaster, people's baser instincts were running rampant. Acts of violence were becoming bolder and more brazen. So, chances were, the Zuo family had intended to kill Wei Ming and seize his resources, only to end up getting subdued themselves. Still, Wei Ming's approach was ruthless. Instead of killing them outright, he left them naked in the cages, turning them into a spectacle and subjecting them to extreme torment. No food, no water, and oppressive heat. How long could they survive? Whether they starved, died of dehydration, or succumbed to heatstroke, none of these deaths would be easy. Hiss! The onlookers couldn't help but feel a chill. Wei Ming's cruelty was frightening. Let us out. The Zuo family shouted desperately from their cages. Did anyone respond? No. Even those who might have had a fleeting sense of compassion were quickly deterred by the sight of the thick iron bars and locks. Who had the strength to break them? Besides, the heat was unbearable. Even in the relatively cooler basement garage, the temperature offered little relief. Nobody wanted to exert themselves, not to mention the risk of offending Wei Ming. The Zuo family's voices grew hoarse, but no one stepped forward to help. Panic began to set in. When they first woke up in the cages, they were angry but not afraid, confident that someone from the community would rescue them once morning came. But now, a crowd had gathered, yet everyone was simply watching them like animals in a zoo. The Zuo family's anger turned to fear. Were they really going to stay locked in these cages? To die of starvation? Thirst? Heat? Please. Please, someone call Wei Ming for us. The 3 began pleading. They knew only Wei Ming had the key to release them. If he came, he could free them with minimal effort. Eventually, someone with too much time on their hands tagged Wei Ming in the community chat group, relaying the Zuo family's desperate pleas. Would Wei Ming respond? As if, after going to the trouble of locking them up, was he going to let them out just because they asked? Not a chance. He intended for them to die slowly and painfully in full view of everyone. It was what they deserved. When Wei Ming didn't respond, a group of residents created a separate chat group, adding everyone except Wei Ming. This guy is seriously ruthless. The Zuo family situation is tragic. They'll either starve, die of thirst, or succumb to heat. But why couldn't 2 Zuo men overpower Wei Ming? That guy's no pushover. Remember Liu Kundong, the debt collector? He got into it with Wei Ming once and was easily taken down. Oh, that explains it. Wei Ming's actions amount to public murder. Are we just going to stand by and watch? Jiangxi suddenly chimed in. Today it's the Zuo family. What if it's you in the cage tomorrow? The discussion abruptly fell silent. Jiangxi sneered and continued. I'll be honest, Wei Ming set his sights on my wife. Yesterday, under the guise of trading food, he tricked me into opening my door, then took her away. I fought back with all my might but was still beaten down. How many of you have wives or daughters? Ask yourselves this: if Wei Ming offers you supplies, will you open your door? And when you do, well, Jiangxi was well known in the community, and his previous dealings with Yu Chutong to collect supplies had given him a reputation for wealth and influence. Even those who hadn't known him before now recognized him. Now he was claiming that Wei Ming had taken his wife? Hiss! Many felt a chill run down their spines. Indeed, in a lawless world, brute strength ruled. If Wei Ming could lock up the Zuo family today, what was stopping him from doing the same to anyone else tomorrow? If he'd taken Zhang Xi's wife, who was to say other wives or daughters were safe? Panic began to spread. Seizing the moment, Zhang Xi pressed on. Who here is willing to join me in dealing with Wei Ming for the sake of your families? Kill him, and eliminate the threat. We'll divide his supplies equally. What truly moved people was Zhang Xi's final statement. Divide the supplies equally. Thanks to the disappearance of the polar ice caps, many had developed a sense of crisis and stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies at home. For most, these could last about half a month. But no matter how much one had, the supplies would eventually run out. What then? If Wei Ming declared that the price for survival was handing over their wives and daughters, wouldn't they have no choice but to obey? So, why not strike first? Kill Wei Ming and seize his supplies. I'm in. I'll take the risk, count me in. Me too. Any initiative with tangible benefits and a clear leader could quickly attract followers. The key here was that there were no consequences for wrongdoing now, no punishments to fear. Alright everyone, come to my place. Let's sit down and plan this carefully. We also need to be cautious of anyone in the group leaking information to Wei Ming, Zhang Xi said. Got it. Many responded enthusiastically. In no time, 21 people gathered at Zhang Xi's villa. Only 21. Zhang Xi felt slightly disappointed, but on second thought, 21 was a significant number. Surely it was enough to take down Wei Ming. Too many participants, and the spoils might not be worth sharing. If we don't act, Wei Ming will kill us and take our women and daughters. This is self-defense. No, this is justice for the people. They concocted a noble justification for their actions. Whether it was tenuous or not didn't matter so long as they believed it themselves. After much discussion, they decided to strike at night. The reasoning: nighttime was cooler. Swinging hammers for even a few minutes during the day left one drenched in sweat and exhausted. 21 people. This was more than enough to overwhelm Wei Ming. Even if Wei Ming somehow learned about their plan, what could he possibly do to counter them? Tonight they would kill Wei Ming and divide his spoils. Wei Ming soon received several messages warning him that a group in the neighborhood was plotting against him. Some messages came from acquaintances, others from strangers. Among the familiar names were Lin Wangqiu and Zuo Qingqing. Amusingly, Zuo Qingqing, the notorious brother worshipper, now seemed solely concerned about her own survival. Her parents and brother were still locked in the garage cages, yet she showed no intention of pleading for their release. When people turn cold-hearted, it can be truly surprising. Brother Wei, Zhang Xi is rallying people to target you. Be careful. Zuo Qingqing wrote. Unfortunately, they've all gathered at Zhang Xi's house for a meeting, so I don't know the specifics of their plan. In her mind, if Wei Ming were to take her back, everything he owned would also belong to her. Now that Zhang Xi wanted to take Wei Ming's belongings, wasn't that essentially stealing from her by extension? I understand, Wei Ming replied with just a few words. He kept the tone measured, distant yet tantalizing, keeping Zuo Qingqing hopeful but perpetually unsatisfied. Lin Wangqiu also sent him a message: Zhang Xi is plotting against you. Stay alert. By the way, I finished drafting 3 chapters last night, and revised another 3. I've sent them all to you. Shortly after, Wei Ming received a Word document. He opened it and skimmed through. Wow. The writing was much bolder now. The scenes practically leapt off the page. As he was reading with great interest, Song Qingyan and the other women began waking up one after another. Wei Ming unlocked all the doors, allowing them to move freely within the villa. Liu King and Mai Xiaolu were startled when they noticed 2 new women in the house. They thought to themselves, Wei Ming is such a womanizer. It's only the 4th day of the apocalypse, and there are already 4 women in his house. 1 per day? If this keeps up, won't the villa be overcrowded in a couple of weeks? Meanwhile, Chang Ya and Song Qingyan were equally surprised, not expecting that Wei Ming had already been hiding beauties in a golden house. Song Qingyan, in particular, nearly couldn't hold back from grabbing Liu Yuqing on the spot. So this was where that woman had been hiding all along. Ha ha, everyone, let's get to know each other. From now on, we're one big family, Wei Ming said with a laugh as he fed Little Black the dog. In truth, in Wei Ming's eyes, Little Black was the only one he truly trusted. Any of the 4 women could betray him. For example, if someone offered better material conditions, Liu King and Cheng Ya would undoubtedly switch sides. Mai Xiaolu was less materialistic, but Wei Ming had coerced her into staying with him, so her loyalty wasn't reliable either. As for Song Qingyan, it went without saying. Although she seemed to be in a darker mindset for now, her sense of justice still lingered. If societal order were restored, she might very well be the first to drag him to the police station to surrender. Fortunately, no one is richer than me. And no one knows the full extent of my abilities. Wei Ming didn't care what the women thought. As long as they obeyed, they could continue living in the villa. If they didn't, well, they'd be shown the door. The four women, meanwhile, felt awkward. Comparing their situations, it wasn't hard to deduce that they were all essentially Wei Ming's women. None of them were any different from the others. Liu King, being a mid-level manager at her company, was the first to adapt. With a smile, she said, "I'm Liu King. What are your names, ladies?" Once someone broke the ice, things became easier. The other women began introducing themselves as well. By afternoon, Wei Ming was on the treadmill, sweating profusely as he exercised. Watching him, the four women couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Most people were trying to conserve energy to the point of hibernation to reduce consumption as much as possible. But Wei Ming? He was working out. Comparing themselves to him, they couldn't help but feel frustrated. Well, if he weren't like this, he wouldn't have so much energy, right? Liu King suddenly quipped, shifting the conversation. This instantly caught Mai Xiaolu and Cheng Ya's attention. They eagerly joined in the discussion, and since they were now quite familiar with one another, they held nothing back. The conversation quickly turned risk. Song Kyungjing Yoon, meanwhile, listened from the side, her face turning crimson. Thanks to her period, she'd been spared from Wei Ming's advances for now, but hearing these three women talk so brazenly, she ended up covering her ears. Liu King, Mai Xiaolu, and Cheng Ya exchanged glances, grins spreading across their faces. They suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to tease her.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.